A girl with a unique ability known as the Internet begins an exciting journey. She explores the world, getting information from a reference site and using her unusual power to the fullest. They run bravely through an explosion, dreaming of peace and freedom, but realize they simply want to live as they wish. In front of the building, a shocked person shouts, demanding an explanation of what happened. They call Rona, and she looks surprised, not understanding what she's being accused of. They condemn her for awakening a weak but unique ability of SSS rank, while her brothers have B rank or higher. The family of martial arts masters sees her as a disgrace and unworthy of their name. People mock her, saying even the gods have turned their backs on her. Ronu is officially expelled from the family and barred from returning. The man enforces the verdict harshly, stripping her of the right to the name Gukrakus and throwing her out without pity. Alone in the forest, Rona is mercilessly disowned by her brother, who tells her she is doomed. She quietly accepts the betrayal, her head bowed in the bitter solitude, remembers being thrown out with nothing but the clothes on her back, and suspects she was spared not out of pity but to avoid a trial. Now, under her mother's surname, Rona is officially exiled, with status level 1 hermit, unique ability Internet, rank SSS, and the title Exile. No gear, and on the brink of death from even the weakest monsters, Rona refuses to give up. Instead, she smiles, feeling true freedom for the first time in her life. For the first time, she can face the world alone, looking to the future with optimism. She explores the outside world with wonder, finding the fresh air, open spaces, and sturdy trees magical after her captivity in the castle. Noticing the slug, she initially does not see it as a threat. He quickly remembers that these creatures are deadly even in this form. Determined, she draws on her castle training and prepares basic magic. Rona casts an ice spell at the slime, but it barely does any damage. A tiny piece of ice gently touches the slug without harming it. Several more slimes appear and close in on her from all sides. Backing away, she is frightened and confused by the situation. Rona realizes her basic magic is too weak to defeat even a slug. Without her staff, and at a low level, she is helpless. Only one option remains. Use the special power that activates the unique ability Internet. Hoping it will change the course of the battle, they summon a search team. After activation, nothing happens. No magic, no response. An awkward silence hangs between her and the slime. They just stare at each other. Unsure what to do, Rona awkwardly clears her throat and decides to fall back on her old ways because the magic failed. He kicks the slug with all his strength and unexpectedly defeats it. After gaining 4 experience points, she levels up to level 2 and smiles, pleased by the unexpected victory. Celebrates too loudly, calls the strike a display of the Internet's power, but soon realizes the mistake. It sounds absurd. She feels empty and her strength seems unclear and wasted. Seeing the item the slug left, Rona becomes even more disappointed because it is almost worthless. Only now she realizes the seriousness of her situation. This reward will only buy a few crumbs of bread. Exhausted, hungry, and disoriented, she begins to fear dying of hunger. Desperate, they regret that they still don't know how to use their Internet ability. A keyboard with unfamiliar symbols appears in front of her, and somehow she understands their meaning. Curiosity takes hold, and pressing these letters to form a word might make something happen. She decides to try, then types the word Internet on the floating keyboard, keeps going despite making several mistakes, and after 10 minutes types the word correctly. She presses the button with a confident smile, activating the ability. A flood of texts and links flashes across the view, filling the space with information. Amazed by the scale, she finally realizes that this force is a real treasure trove of information. Opens the Wikipedia link with interest to better understand what this ability can do. Although not a combat skill, she knows knowledge can be her greatest advantage on the journey. First, they decide to find a map of the Ypru forest to get out. Despite doubts about succeeding, she eagerly searches for the answer. 5 minutes into the search, he finds a wiki guide to the Ypru forest. Surprised and happy, she finds a detailed map of the area. What she could never have dreamed of is coming true, as the power of the Internet finally reveals its true potential. Rona is stunned by how detailed the information is. The map looks like classified national documents. Doubt nags her about whether she should look, but she decides to move on. Hunger drives her forward. Now the goal is clear: get out of the forest and find food in the city. Spotting a mark on the map, she suspects they are close because the description says there should be 500 silver coins there. Unconvinced by the accuracy, Rona runs to check with hope in her heart. He indeed finds exactly 500 silver coins as stated. then jumps for joy, celebrating the incredible find. Such precise information is unsettling, and Ron wonders how the internet knows so much. Surprised and intrigued, she begins to feel a faint fear of the true power of this ability. Rona discovers her power goes beyond the Ypres forest, allowing her to access maps of the whole world. She also discovers lists of equipment, skills, and even characters, and realizes the full scope of her power. The internet is not just a strong skill, it is absurdly powerful, far beyond SSS rank. She knows this power is more than useful. It is a divine source of knowledge, a celestial library that records everything that exists. Rona cannot stop thinking about it. Once she masters this power, she can achieve incredible things. Her mother's image surfaces in her memory, the woman who once comforted her with words about freedom, like the heroine from the story Rona adored as a child. At that time, she lived isolated in the manor under strict aristocratic rules, but her mother believed she would find freedom under the open sky. Rona remembers her mother's gentle words to live freely, smile, and meet amazing people. Deep down, she believed then that, like her mother, she will remain imprisoned in that cold mansion forever. Moved by memories, she realizes she now has a chance to fulfill her mother's wish and smiles with hope. She was glad she had been expelled before anyone learned about the power of the internet, because that gave her an advantage. Determined, Rona continues to explore the world on her own, walking forward with confidence. Activating private browsing, she opens several windows at once and discovers monsters, traps, and new paths. Rona becomes convinced that the online data are accurate. Finding the crossroads exactly where it was marked, she trusts her own ability more. Soon, she discovers a secret passage and begins searching for the lost coins because she needs money for a place to stay. Rona explores a hidden path hoping to find treasure, but instead finds something far more valuable. An SSS rank artifact, the World Tree Staff. The name sounds so grand that Ron immediately knows the object is far from ordinary. She queries the system and learns that SSS is 3 full levels above rank A. The order is G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 and it shocks her. She doesn't understand why they picked that system and suggests using stars or something like ALA instead. Inspired, she runs to the secret passage, glad she left the mansion thanks to her strange ability. Arriving at the scene, she sees only trees and carefully inspects each trunk. Suspecting something is hidden, she touches the tree. Suddenly, a magical portal opens before Rona, and she is stunned by the unexpected appearance. A hidden tunnel opens between the tree roots, and the girl is thrilled to find the secret passage is real. Rona steps into the tunnel, not yet believing the World Tree's staff was so close to her estate. Everything she reads online feels like absolute truth. She steps into an impressive place filled with bright light and vibrant natural beauty. The air carries a pure, sacred energy, as if it were in a sanctuary. After finding more information, she discovers that to get the wand, she must say, "Time, stop. The world is beautiful." Rona hesitates, unsure if just saying it will trigger the event and get the legendary artifact. Smiling, they say, "Time, stop. The world is beautiful." And immediately, a magical reaction begins. Bright light fills the space, and Rona shields her eyes. When the star returns, before her stands a mysterious figure, Yggdrasil, the World Tree, and Rona cannot believe she actually summoned the legendary being. Yggdrasil congratulates her on passing the trial of the 12 stars. Rona stands before this power, enchanted and stunned, unsure whether she was chosen by chance. But Yggdrasil assures her that only someone pure of heart who has endured all trials can speak this phrase, even if Rona herself does not fully realize it. She knows she's been truly recognized. The trip lasted only an hour, yet she's already proved something. Although Yggdrasil is the first she met, the mysterious creature says the girl has already come a long way. Confidently, Yggdrasil reaches out and says he trusts her with the child because she is the chosen one. A magical staff appears before Rona. Yggdrasil solemnly hands it to her, officially making her the bearer of the World Tree. By saying, "I trust you with this world," she gives not only the artifact but also the burden of responsibility for the future of the whole world. Rona takes the staff, but Yggdrasil's words confuse her. She repeats the word world without realizing what she has actually received. Meanwhile, Yggdrasil says with a calm smile that he can finally go see that same person. Rona watches the figure vanish, leaving her with the staff in a glowing meadow. Given the title chosen of the World Tree, she begins to panic about the new responsibility. A customer desperately asks to return the wand. Can it be exchanged or returned? Receiving no answer, she falls to her knees, begs forgiveness, and admits she had hoped for something cheaper. The symbolic weight of the gift frightens her, but she shifts her focus when she realizes it cannot be returned, examines the artifact's stats with interest, and is shocked by how extremely high they are. With the World Tree staff and new SSS rank abilities, including the power to absorb stellar life, she is driven to accept her fate. Her stats are so high the screen freezes and shows 18 of 99 insan 999 mana because the system cannot handle it. A 3600 magical attack shocks Rona. With the court mages having only 500 mana, she becomes afraid as she realizes how absurd her power could be. Smiling confidently, she holds the scepter and says she is now the strongest in the world. The item turns out to be legendary, with powerful effects, 3600 magic attack and mana regeneration in an area. This staff, the Demon Slayer, once belonged to the Savior. Taken aback, Rona decides not to pay attention to the strange symbol and gets ready to spend the night. Dusk falls and the place seems safe, and with no food she decides to conserve supplies by using fire magic to keep warm. With the rod providing an endless supply of mana, she no longer has to worry about using up her energy. Unleashing the staff's full power, she effortlessly destroys the giant monster. Then he destroys entire groups of enemies, including poisonous flowers, vicious slimes, green goblins, and the Goblin King himself, quickly leveling up and gaining new skills. After destroying countless enemies, she is dubbed the Witch of Evil. Terrified, she tries to deny the consequences of her actions. On this very day, a wave of magic sweeps across the world, announcing its presence. Meanwhile, the young man demands an explanation about who Rona is. She asks whether she was really expelled. Her father replies with contempt that it does not matter. Everything changes when the sun says the great spiritual vein in the forbidden part of the Ipru forest has vanished completely. Father rises instantly, stunned. The spiritual vein, the world's largest source of mana, has vanished. The employee confirms the reports have already been sent. The man understands the seriousness of the situation. Mana is vital to people and their families. The Gugrakusi became rich by monopolizing that supply. Now that the mana is gone, the family is in debt, and all the plans that depended on that income fall apart. He is afraid that if the king finds out, they will be blamed and things will get worse. An investigation could expose that they were secretly siphoning mana. Everything must be hidden immediately. The son causes a conflict, insisting that something that existed for millennia could not simply vanish overnight. Desperate, the father shouts, demanding an explanation. The son replies that the investigation is ongoing, but that it is very strange. The son says that after the vein disappeared, a massive magical reaction was recorded in the Ipru forest, and it looks like a disaster. Father is shocked to hear the mana has exceeded 10,000. A human cannot do it, at most 999. They realize this being is beyond comprehension. Long ago, people spoke of a demon king, and now the man fears the worst. Something has awakened on this land. The world now faces an uncertain future. He feels fear rising. Panicked, Rona tries to cast a simple ice spell, even sending tiny shards of ice. The result spirals out of control as a huge wall of ice rises before her. Its power is on a different level. A single magical blast accidentally kills several monsters. Her level shoots up and new skills appear. She screams, gripped by panic. Crushed by despair, she realizes she cannot control the power the staff gives. She is afraid someone will see her in the middle of the chaos. Her imagination paints a horrible scene. Accused of witchcraft and burned alive, Rona panics. Still not recovered from the destruction it caused, she instantly decides to run away. Running through the tunnel, she thinks she only wanted peace and freedom, but the power she cannot hold back keeps making everything worse. The next morning, Rona wakes refreshed and full of energy, ready to move on. Just before leaving the forest, she discovers an important plant and feels a surge of joy. The path leads to the city, and she walks confidently in a good mood. A quick online search reveals it is a valuable ingredient for medicines sold for 50,000 silver coins. Stunned by the accuracy of the description, she once again realizes that her ability is priceless. Imagining the leaves as mountains of silver coins, they begin to daydream. Coins fall from the sky, and her eyes shine at the thought of all the tasty dishes she can buy. Driven by hunger and the desire for wealth, she rushes forward. Gathering leaves with fierce determination, he aims to fill the bag to the brim, even though the pay seems too low. Determined, he gathers as much as possible to finally eat something decent. Carrying a full bag and a map, she spots a goblin trap, but cheerfully moves on, thinking about the coming feast. The way the leaves are arranged on the ground makes her uneasy. Using her online knowledge, she spots the trap and finds 3 goblins hiding in the bushes. Knowing their plan, Rona stays calm and has studied everything in advance, so she will not walk into an ambush. Activates the Earth Exhaustion ability, using the World Tree Staff. A magic circle appears around her. The circle constantly drains mana from the hidden goblins. The opponents are stunned and cannot respond. Rona remembers reading online that monsters become powerless when they lose all their mana. With the enemies stunned, she recalls her next move. Brown goblins are especially vulnerable to wind magic. They prepare to strike with confidence. She summons a wind spell that forms a powerful vortex. The goblins are swept up in a blast of wind and offer no resistance. She watches calmly as the magic completely overwhelms them. The whirlwind intensifies, completely engulfing the enemies. Rona watches silently as the storm sweeps them away until they disappear. Defeating the goblins earns her 108 experience, raising her level from 7 to 8, and she smiles as the storm ends. Thrilled to finally use real magic, she is amazed by the power she now has. Looking back, he sees a giant tornado, mountains of ice and scorched earth, and realizes this force is too dangerous for cities. He smiles awkwardly, thinking she might be causing natural disasters. Even trying to hold back the staff's power, Rona feels it fill her, and the most surprising thing is how completely it consumes her. Even the way to obtain this staff was described online. She says enthusiastically that the information is truly priceless. She reads about new skills, one that boosts strikes against stronger enemies, and another that increases the power of attacks against defenseless opponents. Rona realizes that although no one in this world knows how to gain skills or identify monsters' weaknesses, all that information has long been on the internet. Since innate skills are rare and valuable, most believe improvement is possible only through intense training, at best reaching rank G or E. She realizes that the ways to gain skills here would be treated as state secrets. The internet, without any restrictions, reveals all conditions, even for H or and B rank technicians. Facing such invaluable information, Rona hesitates, knowing she cannot share it casually. Excited, she says she wants to learn as many skills as she can. Recalling their recent draining magic, they eagerly dream of discovering new techniques. Brimming with enthusiasm, she welcomes the chance to explore this world full of potential. Near the forest exit, Rona suddenly stops and becomes alert, raising her staff with a serious expression. Senses the presence of a powerful being ahead. Decides to prepare beforehand. Facing the forest warden, a level 50 boss who guards the exit, she finds its behavior simple, but there is a catch. Attack, defense, and speed are extremely high. Its ram knocks down trees and breaks rocks, making it a real nightmare for beginners. Confident, Rona prepares for the final fight. She is convinced the internet has given her everything needed to win. When the monster charges at full force, the girl panics. The danger turned out to be more serious than it seemed. Her hands tremble, but she forces herself to act because there is nowhere to run. Knowing the enemy is weak to fire and ice, they stay away from flames to avoid burning down the forest. Choosing ice, she launches a small ice spell straight at the guard. The strike hits the target but does no serious damage, and the guardian breaks the ice and dashes forward. Right then, Rona understands why this is a level 50 boss, and as she backs away, she feels something in her bag begin to stir. A giant, menacing monster moves closer, ready to attack. Shocked, she sees the leaves of the valuable herb falling by the creature's paws. This could change everything. Rona panics because those are Maboro leaves, an ingredient for potions, and the monster is trampling them. Rage explodes as she grips the staff and meets the fight with a determined look. Now it's personal. Raises the wand and casts the stone wall spell. It became available after the 5th level of the witch knowledge skill. The guardian rams into the wall and brings it down effortlessly. His strength is impressive. Rona quickly sidesteps, narrowly avoiding a direct collision with the monster. She starts building several stone walls one after another to hold back the assault. The monster smashes them all but gradually loses speed. With a confident smile, Ron triggers the trap. The guard is disoriented and cannot react in time. A powerful explosion goes off right beneath him. The monster is tossed into the air, falls and creates a shockwave. The trap worked perfectly. Victory is near, Rona smiles confidently. The guard walked straight into the goblin trap she had avoided earlier. Every wall guided him there. It had all been carefully planned. She proudly says she learned it all online and read detailed guides on the forest boss, with the combat tactics explained step by step. They wonder who had so much free time to describe all of it. She is now confident she only needs to keep attacking until the guardian falls, freezes an enemy with ice magic, declaring he will be her dinner. The final strike is being readied and the end is near. Rona defeats the forest warden, earning 7,500 experience. Levels up several levels at once, improves hunting skill, and earns the title Guardian Slayer. I was surprised at how easily I defeated the creature everyone feared. Not even powerful aristocratic families could defeat this monster. With her magic now over 3,600 attack power, she realizes she could have won with just 2 precise strikes. Rona is stunned. Her power is at least 7 times greater than the magic of the kingdom's strongest mage. And with level effects, skills, and the staff, it becomes even higher. Damage increased 3.4 times, then doubled again after hitting a weak spot. The total damage multiplier exceeds 6.8. She realizes she has become incredibly strong, but decides not to think about it for now. Gathers trophies from the defeated boss, and now has enough money to continue the journey. Among the items is a rare piece of gear, the burst boots, which boost speed greatly for 3 minutes, and she is pleased by both their value and their effect. She swaps her old boots for new ones, still wondering why such a powerful item had already been altered, and despite her doubts, she is pleased with the new gear. Her fighting spirit rises. With an SSS rank staff and rare boots, she grows stronger so quickly she becomes slightly confused, analyzes the effect of the new boots, finds that Boar's dash skill doubles movement speed. The effect cannot be stopped before it finishes, but she trusts the object. His online rating is the highest. Intrigued, Rona decides to test the skill immediately. Activates Bora's dash. Instantly it bolts through the forest with fierce acceleration like lightning. Loses complete control of the situation. Panicked, Rona realizes the speed far exceeded expectations. Having forgotten to factor in the level and the new equipment, she now flies into the unknown with a scream. She finally manages to cancel the skill and stops, sliding along the ground, slowly regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, someone in town watches her sudden appearance, surprised. At last, she sees the city beyond the forest. Her eyes shine with joy as she runs toward a new chapter, confident that her true journey is only beginning. Rona trips and falls face first right in front of the city gates. One of the guards looks at her in surprise. Sitting on the ground, embarrassed, she realizes her arrival was loud. The guard watches Rona in silence, his face serious and unreadable. Rona does not understand what is happening. She glances at him, frightened, and whispers, not sure if she's in trouble. Suddenly, a strange distortion appears in the sky above the Ipru forest, drawing the guard's attention. The guards do not know what is happening, and admit that as plain watchmen they can do nothing to help, and one of them regrets not becoming an adventurer. Another says there is no need to worry. One of them apologizes to Rybo for the comment, but Rybo says he is not offended. Rybo says he decided today to leave the service. Becoming a guard let him watch the world beyond the walls, but now it's time to move on. Hearing travelers' stories, he began to feel pain. The world beyond the city only reminds him of his wounds. The wind used to send him off on adventures, but now it only stirs memories that make his heart ache. Still, he admits he always believed he was born to seek adventure and enjoyed every journey. His knees will never heal, and even the old royal court doctor could not help. Because of this, he can no longer be an adventurer. Despite the burden, he hides his pain and asks his colleague Wall to take a lunch break. Ribbo accepts reality in silence. He accepts that he will never use his Class B spear technique again, no longer sees himself as that hero, and chooses a new life away from battles, close to his family. Suddenly, just before the gates, someone falls face down again. Rona surprises the guard once more. She pushes herself up, complaining of pain as the guard watches silently. A guard rushes to her, alarmed by her sudden appearance. He asks if she is all right and if she has just come from the Ipru forest. The girl nods quietly. Still asking about her wound, he suddenly notices a strange glow around her and doesn't understand what's happening. The guard remembers that a natural disaster hit the forest yesterday, and the whole town is talking about it. Hearing this, Rona panics and loudly insists she is innocent and did nothing. Trying to hide her nerves, she acts calm and says she noticed nothing. The guard says she looks like someone visiting the city for the first time. He then asks if she has any ID. She looks surprised when he mentions an identification card. Rona worries she might not be allowed in without a card, but the guard says she can enter, and the process will just be more complicated. Then they ask you to put your hand on a special stone. It's a routine check for a criminal record. She agrees, though frightened. The guard reads her name, Rona the Recluse. After checking the data, he is shocked to see she is level 22, which is very rare for her age. Surprised, he says that only seasoned adventurers reach this level. Rona laughs nervously, trying not to show her unease. The guard was stunned by the girl's stats, 90,000 mana and 3,693 magic attack. The guard watches her with suspicion, wondering who she really is, while Rona nervously says it must be the stone's mistake and that she is just an ordinary traveler. But the guard thinks she is more likely a demon lord than an ordinary person. He points out that with those features, she does not look human, which makes Rona feel embarrassed. Then he says there are no crimes on record against her, and after paying 200 sil, she may proceed. Rona pays the amount and says she will continue the journey as planned. The guard tells her to sign up with the Adventurers Guild. She looks surprised. He thinks it's for muscular fighters. The guard laughs and says it's a stereotype. They explain that many girls become adventurers too, and the guild card also serves as an ID, so it will be useful to her. Notes that the guild not only helps find work, but also makes paying taxes easier while traveling. Rona, surprised, admits she hadn't even thought of it. The benefits convince her, and she decides to visit the guild first. The guard smiles and says it's a good idea, but he feels jealous inside. He watches Rona step into a new life as an adventurer with all its possibilities and emotions. She thinks quietly that she was lucky compared to him since he would never live that life. Rona points out he knows the guild well. The man hesitates, then admits he was an adventurer too. Forced to stop after an arrow struck his knee, he stands there while she watches him silently, surprised. The guard notices Rona looking off to the side. He asks if something is wrong, but she replies that everything is fine. Apologizing, they step away and quietly activate the magical device. The guard watches her silently, surprised. Rona raises her wand and says minor healing while casting the spell. A beam of light falls from the sky, activating the magic. The guard watches in amazement as healing energy spreads outward. Wrapped in a soft glow and sparkling particles, he can't believe it's really happening. Rona is caught off guard, steps back, and the knight asks, surprised, what she is doing. Embarrassed, she tries to explain but quickly calms down and, to show her thanks, uses a little more healing magic. Surprised at herself. Smiling, she wishes the knight a speedy recovery and addresses him as Mr. Reinhardt. A bit confused, he thanks her. She says she's heading into town. Nodding, he shows he understands. Opening his arms, he solemnly says, "The city of iPhone welcomes you with open arms." Smiling, she thanks him and moves on, leaving the knight standing there, lost in thought. Watching her go, he thinks this may be the last time he says goodbye to the adventurer. Soon another guard calls him over for a break, and they joke that the status check stone is probably broken and that hitting it again might be enough. Gripping his spear, the knight studies the city map and thinks that if only he could fix his knee as easily as a touchstone by striking it. After trying to push away the extra thoughts, he decides to forget everything for the rest of the day and accept that he can't change anything. At that moment, a colleague distracts him and says the stone is fine. The knight is surprised. Silent for a few seconds, he recalls the girl's smile and her reassuring words about getting better, and it makes him pause. The spear suddenly falls from his hands, catching his companion's attention. His companion calls to him, worried. The knight steps forward with a tense expression. His colleague looks worried, not understanding what is happening. The knight suddenly notices his leg moving without pain, his comrade watching in amazement while he thinks about the girl and wonders who she really was. He touches his face, but realizes that accepting what happened is more important than understanding it. Walking among the plants, he looks up at the sky with an unusually calm expression. They stop suddenly, eyes wide as they remember something. It was as if a forgotten memory had been restored. With a steady gaze, he realizes he has remembered what he lost. At last, the memory returns, and he feels again the breeze that once inspired him to travel. He sees how boundless the horizon is. Now he can go anywhere, Even beyond the mountains, he sees ahead. Touched, he drops to his knees and stares at his hands. Tears run down his face. A worried comrade rushes over, thinking pain made him fall. The knight explains it is not from pain, and that he is simply happy. Through tears, he admits he is overwhelmingly happy. A colleague is impressed. The knight confirms he can walk again, thanks to the girl who knew his name and cast a healing spell. Another guard recalls that even the court physician could not heal the wound, making the incident even more striking. Smiling, the knight asks if he can be an adventurer again. A colleague replies confidently that you can, and says it is a true miracle, divine intervention. The knight pictures the girl and begins to think it may have been a true miracle. Silently offers thanks, repeating heartfelt words of gratitude. Meanwhile, the girl walks on, a smile and relief on her face. She thinks she used magic on impulse and did not expect the effect to be so divine. A nearby notice says this is part of a side quest with guard Reinhardt, who is searching for a healing herb, and the mission is an escort with a rare elemental spear as the reward. Walking through the city, a young woman thinks how scary the internet is, since it lets people find out others' personal problems, and even without knowing whether he is fully recovered, she is glad she found out everything in advance. Confidently, she walks down the street with a faint smile. Calmly strolling through the city, she thinks about the famous ipru pie. Eager to discover its flavor, she can hardly wait. As she leisurely strolls through the streets, panic sweeps the streets as people suddenly flee, shouting about a disaster in the ipru forest and the town's end. Chaos fills the air. The girl watches, stunned. People are panicking, but she stays calm, thinking only about hunger. Knowing her magic in the forest caused panic, she ignores the commotion and walks calmly through the city streets. Walking, her stomach growls. Sweet, heady smells surround her. She has eaten almost nothing since fleeing home and dreams of something tasty. Hunger takes hold. A crowd passes by, but her attention is completely focused on finding food. At last, they notice the stand with the famous ipru pie. Frozen with delight, she has found exactly what she wanted. Ordering without hesitation, her calm amazes the seller amid the surrounding chaos. The seller hands the pie to the girl. She accepts it gladly, pleased to buy food for the first time. With bright curiosity, she studies the pastries and bites a piece. The bite scalds her tongue. It's too hot. She thanks them gratefully for the dish, pleased with the taste and her own accomplishment. The hot, juicy pie nearly scalds her mouth. The filling bursts with flavor. The sweet flavor balances a gentle tartness, and the crisp crust completes the perfect harmony. The scent of butter and cinnamon rises and dissolves into the senses. A smile proves that ipru's pie is truly magical. Satisfied, she walks on and thinks travel is wonderful because she can finally taste something real. The food at home looked good but had no taste. Now she is truly happy. He does not regret buying the pie, even though only 100 silver coins are left. She soon realizes she does not have enough money even for a night's stay, so she thinks about how to earn some and starts looking. They come across a message saying they won a luxury lottery prize, and are surprised that money appears just by touching the screen, then get excited about the internet and scroll through ads for easy side jobs and cheap products. She quickly realizes she must focus. She decides to sell what she collected to pay for a night's lodging. It becomes clear how easy it is to get lost online. She needs to be more careful. He finally decides the first step is to register with the Adventurers Guild. Enters the guild holding a staff, a bit confused and not sure how things work. Inside the hall, adventurers talk excitedly about changes in the forest, the disappearance of monsters, the loss of magic, and the fading of the boss spirit. Some even suggest the demon lord has risen. The atmosphere becomes tense and uneasy. Standing at the entrance, she hesitates but knows this is the fastest way for a traveler to earn money. Gathering his strength, he enters quickly, trying not to attract attention. Moving quietly through the adventurers, she grips her staff and plans to get through registration. Some people notice her staff and say she is probably the daughter of a noble who wants to be an adventurer. People start to suspect she has a lot of money. She doesn't notice the hostile looks and keeps telling herself not to stand out. A muscular man suddenly steps in front of her. Smirking boldly, he says he will not let her pass. Others watch with interest. Suddenly, the man is thrown backward and flies across the whole hall, screaming. The audience freezes in shock. Everyone stares in silence, not understanding what just happened. The adventurers lie on the floor, defeated instantly. The girl calmly continues on her way, ignoring the tension around her. Everyone in the guild knows someone very dangerous has just appeared. Rona, who has become one of the country's most powerful, simply stands there bewildered. She doesn't understand her reputation. She approaches fallen adventurers and asks if they're okay, not realizing she knocked them down with a casual touch. Still frightened, they point to the registration desk and ask whether she has come to sign up for the guild. She thanks politely, not fully aware of what is happening. Walking on with a smile, she assumes it is just a skit by newcomers to amuse her. Walks up to the counter and asks to exchange several materials for cash. The clerk asks to see the items. Seeing how many there are, he is surprised and realizes something serious is happening. Rona says she also wants to register as an adventurer. The clerk, shocked, asks if she is not yet registered. He becomes even more impressed when he learns she collected all those materials without registering. She smiles calmly and explains she just got lucky finding a bunch of magical stones along the way, and the worker tries to make sense of it. He explains that joining the guild requires a test and says it's simple. Rona smiles with relief and agrees. Asked for her name, she answers calmly, Rona the Recluse. While the employee records the data, they show slight interest. Repeats the surname, surprised to hear the Recluse. Rona is confused and does not understand his reaction. A man speaks to her at that moment and asks her to wait. The scene moves to the guild training grounds where the trial will take place. A woman steps onto the playground and bluntly tells the man he's in her way. He instantly recognizes her. Dropping to one knee in embarrassment, he realizes she is the guildmaster and asks why she is here. She answers sternly that her presence is obvious because someone must investigate the disaster. She announces that she will be the examiner. He paled. Elmina's trials are known for no one getting through them, and for many getting injured. She asks coldly whether he has any trouble with that. Frightened, he apologizes and does not dare to object. She asks directly whether Rona the Recluse will take part in the test. He hesitantly admits there might be such a candidate. Elmina smiles confidently, as if she already knows everything. A dark aura suddenly surrounds her. The man steps back, terrified. With a steady, serious look, she repeats the name Rona the Recluse. The dark energy around her intensifies. Her focus is absolute. Confidently declares she is Elmina Manifier, the Witch of Annihilation, and vows to turn her rival to ashes. A prodigy in fire magic who became a guild master at 19, secretly communicates through a magical sphere and gets orders to torture Rona during the trial and stop her from passing. He answers with a cruel smile, says leave it to her and, speaking for the Gugrakas family he serves as their personal mage, promises to make sure Rona never wants to be an adventurer again. Reviews documents about Rona Hermit and remembers the Gugrakas family had a girl like that. Recalling being expelled for weak abilities, she comments indifferently that power is everything in this world and the weak do not survive, and while sipping wine she adds that not being elite is sad but inevitable. She proudly remembers always believing that with strength she could achieve anything. From a young age, Elmina showed remarkable talent, and everyone admired her A-rank skill, considered one of the finest. Respected and seen as a rare chosen one no one could surpass, her reputation remained unshakable. Elmina Manifier eventually became the Gugrakas family's personal mage. Thanks to her A-level talent, she won a prestigious position. Sipping wine, she smugly thinks she was born to be among the elite. For her, the world is too simple. Having talent is enough. Elmina will not remain an ordinary provincial guildmistress. Her plan is to get close to the powerful Gugrakas family, gain power, and ultimately become a noble lady. Confident, she celebrates the start of a brilliant life, believing her path to greatness has just begun. She orders the candidates brought quickly, making it clear she will not waste precious time. When she sees how many participants there are, she gets irritated and finds it all a complete hassle. Observes that many young people came because it's trendy, and they all want to get rich quickly by exploring dungeons. Elmina uses Hermana's detection skill to assess the candidates, and they are all too weak. Not finding Ronnie among them, she gets irritated and decides to fail them all at once. Suddenly, she feels an unusual presence. She sees a girl surrounded by a dark aura and an extremely high mana level, and immediately becomes unsettled. Elmina is stunned by the absurd amount of mana and even spills her signature drink. Confused, she thinks it is either the Demon King or a detection system error. It's simply impossible for a human to possess such great power. Yet the girl continues to radiate incredible mana. Her energy cracks even the high-precision observation crystal. The evaluator can't believe his eyes. The crystal is broken. Stunned, Elmina freezes as another employee notices her odd reaction. Meanwhile, Rona smiles, aware that her strength has been noticed. Elmina panicked because the crystal had a 999 mana limit and was destroyed without being touched. And yet such a powerful person was taking a test in a provincial town. She looks at the girl and tries to deny that it could be Rona Hermit. It makes no sense that someone so powerful could have been expelled. Rona shyly introduces herself and asks them to treat her kindly. Elmina becomes completely flustered. In despair, she jumps up from her chair, overturns the table and screams. She can't believe they forced such a powerful person out of the house and says the family is blind or insane. The examiner is shocked by her reaction. Elmina panics. Knowing she cannot oppose that power, she must get rid of the girl quickly and without a scandal. Ultimately, they decide to disqualify Rona because it's easier and avoids direct conflict. She puts on an indifferent front and says only those with A-rank skills can proceed. She uses that as her reason to refuse. The guildmistress repeats, "Anyone who is not welcome is not greeted here." Humiliated, Elmina asks them not to put all the responsibility on her. Meanwhile, the other candidates mock Rona, assuming she was kicked out for being weak. Elmina watches, and none of them see the true strength she felt. Rona trembles silently, making Elmina unsure whether it is fear or anger, and prompting her to realize the situation is about to get out of control. Suddenly, everyone around Rona falls to the ground, terrified she could destroy them with a single gesture. Desperate, Elmina yells at the other candidates, demanding they apologize to Rona immediately, and the audience is stunned. Upset, Elmina demands a fair test. The examiner hesitates and admits he was instructed to fail anyone who causes trouble. They apologize as they invite Rona to sit. Other candidates notice the crest on her clothes and whisper, fearfully remembering the Gugrakas family. Elmina spots the emblem and grows tense. She suddenly erupts in anger, convinced that Rona's exile is a direct challenge to the Gugrakas family and therefore to her as well. Rona notices the crest on Elmina's clothing and confirms it is indeed the mark of that family. The man nearby remarks ironically how proud Elmina was of it. With a sinister smile, Rona asks if Elmina is her enemy, and adds coldly that if so, Elmina must die. Enraged, Elmina unleashes a powerful attack, shouting the Gekru's family name with hatred. Rona watches calmly and asks if this is even allowed as the attack vanishes into thin air, and Elmina panics in confusion. She knows she is trapped. If she fails Ron, she will die. If she lets him go, she will betray the Gugrakas family. Punishment for disobeying this family is harsh. Fear presses on her from both sides. She can't let her elite life end here. Her decision is final. Rona must fail at any cost and never appear again. I am convinced there is no other way to do this. Elmina leads everyone into an old underground temple and says the exam will take place here. Rona and the others study the entrance carefully. A real challenge lies ahead. Thrilled, Ronik can hardly believe this is a real dungeon. Elmina, wearing a cold smile, sets a trap. Sure, this is where Rona will finally fall. Rona looks at her, unaware of the treacherous intent, while Elmina quietly rejoices because the plan is ready. A map appears on the screen showing who Elmina really is, a powerful rank. A mage known as the Witch of Destruction and an elite servant of the Gugrakas family. Rona begins to admire her, convinced Elmina is noble and resists authority, unaware of her true nature. Elmina states the rules. Each person must enter the dungeon alone and complete the task. If anyone tries to escape using the Wings of Return, they will be immediately disqualified. Participants whisper that the test is much easier than the previous one. Rona opens the paper enthusiastically and agrees that the task really does look simple. But on closer inspection, her face changes sharply, and she looks shocked by the unexpected turn. The task says to retrieve the labyrinth's core from the dungeon's deepest part, and she is amazed anyone would call that easy. But the others remain indifferent, and Elmina calls her next. Rona hesitates, then steels herself and prepares to enter. Rona slowly descends the stairs into the dungeon, feeling her heart beat faster and faster with anxiety. In a place like this for the first time, she tries to stay confident, but her nerves still won't let go. Darkness stretches ahead, and Rona admits she's a little scared. She steps into a vast hall lit by crystals on the ceiling and looks around, stunned by the breathtaking beauty. Captivated, She thinks the dungeons are not so scary, but quickly remembers her task and moves on confidently. Rona wonders whether searching would violate the internet rules during the trial, but she searches anyway. Finding the information quickly, she sees the deepest level is on the 9th floor, sighs with relief, confirms the map and moves on with determination. Using the online hints she found, she confidently skirts the mimic chest and avoids the floor trap. Picking up an old medal, he pinpoints where the monsters appear and takes a strategic position. Activates Earth Drain magic, creating a magic circle that draws energy from the ground. Next, she strikes at the flying monsters as a swarm of bats approaches, then slips behind a wall to study the situation. A bright crystal catches the eye. The bats are exhausted and out of energy, so now is the time. She casts a small ice spell and instantly freezes the pack. A victory message appears. Plus 202 experience points. Keeps exploring confidently. The dungeon seems easier than she expected. Rona enjoys the scenery as she strolls and sympathizes with those who lack internet access. Meanwhile, the overseer asks Elmina why the task is so harsh, since the dungeon has only been explored up to the 2nd level. Elmina confirms she did it on purpose, explaining you can only move on by solving the puzzle. The puzzle on the 2nd level is practically unsolvable. No one yet knows exactly what needs to be done to pass it. Many tried, but all failed. The solution is written in a mysterious language. Additionally, descending there automatically traps the player, and the only escape is the return item. Rona doesn't know her return wings are fake and won't work, so she'll be stuck. One of the overseers questions whether they went too far. Elmina replies haughtily that nobodies have no right to question the actions of the elite mage. She laughs, convinced she can win even greater fame by sealing the monster called Ron and cementing her place among the chosen. Suddenly, she feels a strange premonition that fills her with inner unease. She leaves immediately without explanation and asks others to handle the situation. Everyone is surprised by her sudden and strange behavior. Meanwhile, Rona follows online instructions and easily solves the puzzle, opening the path to the 4th level. She thinks the dungeon was meant to test intelligence, but with the answers, everything became far too easy. A little pity remains for its creator. At last, Ron reaches the 9th floor, the deepest point of the labyrinth. Rona scans the area, surprised how easy it was to reach this place, but she knows a real challenge waits in the boss fight ahead. Despite some nervousness, she takes a deep breath, steels herself, and prepares to do everything to defeat the enemy. Right before the fight, he checks the internet again and finds a guide with useful tips. She knows dry facts are not enough. She wants to learn about the real experiences of people who have already faced this opponent. Finding an old forum, she is surprised to see who posted those entries. The posts leave her stunned. She had apparently witnessed a conversation among the gods. Doubting whether he has the right to read such sacred things, he tells himself that the internet is a divine library of knowledge. Fear and curiosity fight inside her, but she still decides to keep reading. A chaotic chat appears on the screen, with people joking, provoking, and derailing the topic. Rona stares at the monitor, confused and unsure how to respond to such casualness in a space that seemed sacred. Scrutinizes messages, viewing them as a debate among higher powers. Seeks to decipher mysterious symbols like WW, believing they are powerful spells or the language of gods. In the end, she decides it's better not to see anything and moves on. In the following comments, travelers say the dungeon boss is weak and easy, and some boast about getting highest rank gear. Convinced by what she read, Rona decides everything should be simple, even though she does not understand it all. Approaches the final doors confidently, feeling ready after checking the information. Before the massive gate, she clearly says a mysterious phrase, "I am the one who writes down the number of the beast." The moment the password is spoken, heavy doors creak open, revealing a dark, uneasy corridor. She steps inside with steady confidence. Thick fog spreads underfoot, warning that something extremely powerful dwells within. Rona moves cautiously. The darkness keeps her from seeing, and the dripping echoes put her on edge. She lifts her head, trying to locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, huge fangs emerge before her, shrouded in a threatening mist, and something gigantic approaches from the darkness. She freezes as a giant creature with outstretched wings and terrible fangs looms before her. The monster looms. Chains on the floor show it was imprisoned for a long time. Rona cannot believe her eyes as a white dragon roars through the hall. Deeply moved, she stands silently, unable to look away. As soon as they realize how big the creature is, they turn sharply and flee in terror. Panicking, she runs and repeats to herself that the monster is weak. Rushing to the exit, she is caught off guard as the doors open on their own. Frantically banging on the door, she screams and calls for help while trying to escape. He quickly realizes he cannot leave until he defeats the boss and meets the monster's gaze in fear. The dragon begins to stir, chains scraping across the floor. Rona is afraid the information she found online misled her, but she tries to stay hopeful. Noticing the creature chained, she feels relieved and believes everything is under control. But suddenly the monster lunges forward, pulling the chains tight, and Ronnie's heart jumps with fear. Wasting no time, she casts a rapid series of fire spells to try to protect herself. Even with the best staff, her attacks barely harm the dragon. Desperate, Rona runs as the monster roars fiercely, already fearing for her life. Panicking, she searches for anything about the creature's weaknesses. They find a suspicious link that opens a registration prompt on an adult site. A new window warning of a virus appears, and she cries out in despair and shame. Unsure what to do, she suddenly sees the dragon approaching and panics, taking action. Quickly casts a series of ice spells, trying to stop the creature with magical strikes. She notices the attacks are working and, encouraged, prepares to seize the opportunity. Finally finds key information. The dragon's weaknesses are ice and light, and there is a safe zone on the battlefield. Instantly, she recognizes it is behind the stone altar. Without delay, decides to use this advantage. Rona lunges forward, using every ounce of strength in a powerful surge. She flies toward the altar, crashing through obstacles, each step sending out an explosive shockwave. She is on the brink. Fighting through the rubble, she collapses exhausted into the marked spot, but now doubts it is safe. A piercing roar rings out, and the dragon opens its maw just as the warning described. Rona curls up and covers her ears as a stream of fire flies toward her. She's unharmed. The stone altar completely blocked the attack. She sits silently, devastated, but sighs with relief. Knowing the dragon cannot reach her atop the altar, she plans to strike from a distance and will win. Confidence returns, and now she truly believes she has a chance to win. Launching a full-force attack, she uses earth-draining magic. Immediately, she launches several ice spells, aiming to weaken the opponent with constant strikes. Seeing she needs a short rest, she sits down, exhausted from the non-stop fighting. She takes a fruit and savors its sweet taste, regaining her strength. Refreshed, she rises again, ready for battle. Focusing on the chains, she uses ice magic several times, trying to break them. Despite the delay, it keeps moving, and eventually one of the chains breaks into pieces. The dragon suddenly takes off into the air in front of Rona, leaving her in shock. She reacts with surprise, not expecting him to get up so quickly. Remember the tactic. When the dragon loses half its HP, it gains aerial attacks, making it even more dangerous. To stop him from attacking, she immediately fires a beam of light to take down the enemy. She succeeds, and the dragon falls back to the ground under a powerful blast of light. She immediately casts earth exhaustion and then pelts the monster with ice spells. When the dragon leaps up again, she knocks it down with light a second time, keeping it from rising. Celebrating happily, she remembers she found this trick online. The dragon keeps repeating the same moves and falls into the trap again. Rona, although she finds it unfair, decides to end the fight. Fully determined, she readies herself for the final strike. A powerful ice blast flies toward the target. A blast of cold seizes everything around, freezing the dragon solid. The battle is over. She has defeated the apocalyptic dragon Ragnarok. Rona instantly gains several levels, new spells and skills, and the title Boss Vanquisher. Stunned, she can hardly believe she won. Happily, she thanks the internet for the advice that saved her life. A mysterious chest suddenly appears before her, and she wonders if it is a reward and who left it. Maybe a protector. Remembers that rewards often appear after defeating bosses. Eagerly opens the chest. Not knowing all the details, they eagerly await the surprise. Opening the chest, she finds the armor she dreamed of. Relief fills her heart. She remembers nearly losing because her defense was weak, realizes that solid armor matters more than strength, and hugs it with gratitude. Equipping the Ragnarok apocalyptic dragon armor unlocks its overwhelming power, protection from effects, and even the ability to fly. Taken aback, she admits it is too powerful and checks her own specs. At level 42, her new attributes are extremely high thanks to epic equipment. Not wanting this, she quietly enjoys knowing how much stronger she has become. Smiling, she imagines what it would be like to become the strongest person in the world. He jokes that it will probably never happen. Moves confidently toward the next challenge. The guildmaster arrives to find everything frozen and is stunned by a level of magic he has never seen. Hildmeister is stunned that even the second floor of the labyrinth is completely frozen, and he begins to piece the facts together. Someone decoded the secret language far too quickly. No human could have done that. There is only one possible explanation. He senses a presence. Something is hiding right nearby. Casting a mana detection spell, the guildmistress watches in shock as a magical anomaly unfolds before her. She is already inside the enemy's aura, where the air is thick with unbearable mana. The air presses down, breathing is hard, my legs buckle. This is not an ordinary creature. Even within the thick manomla, the guildmaster cannot see who stands before her. A feather drifts down, and when a voice sounds, a chill runs through the body and the haze clears as the truth emerges. Rona hovers before her with shining wings, cheerfully calling to Elman, and the guildmaster is stunned because it all comes from her. Elmina froze, unable to believe her eyes, and those wings made Rona seem inhuman. In that instant, Rona steps into view, smiling and reaching out her hand. Her hand reaches out calmly, yet with incredible energy. The space around warps, creating a terrible magical tension. Elmina panics. The air feels like it's closing in. Her body won't obey, and she is certain she will die. Rona reappears, smiling and holding the labyrinth's core. It seemed like a small, ordinary thing. She says she just carried out the assignment. Elmina is stunned. All this terrifying magic came from a single gesture. She admits Ron used legendary spatial magic that even users with A-rank skills had never heard of. This amount of mana and the presence of the core prove Rona cleared an entire dungeon solo and set a new record. Rona asks with a light smile if she passed the test. Elmina is speechless with shock. In despair, she realizes that admitting it would destroy her reputation. Refusing to accept defeat, she runs away despite the shame, and Rona watches her attempt with surprise. Suddenly, her voice comes from behind, a smile and a look that cut to the bone. Panic grips Hildmeister. Escape is impossible. The real hermit Ron stands before her. Calm but cold, Rona tells Elmina to take care of herself and warns that next time she may not survive. The scene ends with a dark prophecy. Next time I will kill. Stunned, Elmina drops everything and heads to the village, hoping never to see Rona again. Their fate is already sealed. Their paths will cross again, not just once. Meanwhile, Rona mentions in passing that Elmina is a good person at heart, though online spoilers say she dies in the 5th chapter of the first part. Rona sighs that fate cannot always be changed, but she is still happy with her new armor. With her flight always active, she no longer has to walk. The new level also unlocked an improved item chest that can now hold 50 more items. Rona is pleased with the convenience. The next morning, she glows with a new adventurer's map. The young man says excitedly that she earned the silver rank right away, an unheard-of achievement, and Rona only smiles modestly. She says she accidentally broke the cards when her power surged after a rapid level up, so Elmina simply raised her rank. Reinhardt praises her because only a few people managed to pass Elmina's test. Rona smiles quietly, noticing the boy has become much livelier. Reinhardt thanks her sincerely for healing his knee, which changed his life. Now inspired, he dreams of becoming an adventurer who saves others. Rona is surprised. Her action had an impact she did not expect. The next morning, she takes on a simple task, gathering herbs. Although strong, she chooses to start with something easy. It was an online tip, a simple way to earn money. Reinhardt was impressed by her modesty. He reports a disease is spreading through the city, so demand for medicinal herbs is rising. He praises her quick reaction, but Rona looks embarrassed and admits she was partly thinking about profit. Reinhardt is worried about her going alone because it is dangerous even for her. Rona calmly says goodbye and flies off, leaving the boy speechless. She asks if he said anything, and he just shakes his head to deny it. She calmly sets off on the mission, and Reinhardt watches her go in silence, thinking she might really be an angel. He had never heard of flying, and comparing himself to it, he feels how limited his world was. Inspired, he trains, dreaming of one day catching up to Ronu. Meanwhile, Elmina hides under a blanket and stares into the void, certain that Rona Hermit is the king of demons, and that the end of the world is near. Following online advice, Rona reaches an area where medicinal herbs grow. Still, something in the air feels wrong to her. She quickly notices the atmosphere here is eerie. After landing, she focuses on the task despite struggling to control the flight. Finally finds the rare herb Maborolif, used in elven potions and worth 50,000 sills. A sinister smile shows this catch will bring big profits. After the night fight with the dragon, Rona decides to study more online so she won't panic in similar situations again. Rona wants to learn more about the world, but complicated information only makes her more confused. Lying there disappointed, she realizes it is time to ask directly. Curious, they decide to post a message on an internet forum. She imagines she is addressing God himself, and it thrills her. Imagines people might take her for a saint because of this gift. He suddenly clutches his head, afraid the church will find out. She is unsure whether an ordinary person should ask questions of a deity. Remembering how far she has come, she gathers courage and presses the publish button. In the message, Ron asks how to earn money in the city of iPhone. Just after sending it, she panics, afraid she might have broken some sacred rule. The answer appears instantly, trembling with excitement and fear. The first comments are complete nonsense. Someone tells them to undress, and another person just barks. Another one launches into a crazy, LOL-filled monologue that is completely off topic, and Rona is silently stunned. Suddenly, a short, clear message appears, advising new players to gather Maborolif in the Ypru forest. The idea is striking in its simplicity and effectiveness, and it is brilliant. She discovers a way to gather herbs endlessly. Simply water the leaves to activate growth mode. If you remove only the leaves and leave the root intact, the plant stays alive and you can harvest it indefinitely. Rona uses healing magic and tests the technique. The leaves really keep growing non-stop. Rona is delighted. It feels like a steady source of income. She laughs as if money grows from the ground. She devises her own secret technique, 24 hours of non-stop gathering, moving quickly and precisely. She proudly calls the new technique Maborolif's Endless Harvest. Now the leaves seem like silver coins to her. Rona imagines her wealth growing incredibly fast. Each leaf costs 50,000 sills, which is 50 million a day. She becomes fully absorbed in a dream of wealth. To avoid lowering prices, he decides to sell gradually, keeping the sheets in the chest and exchanging them for money in parts. Returning, they notice a strange symbol on the ground. He starts to suspect a side mission has begun. High above, she spots an elven woman fleeing who then falls exhausted to the ground. A girl is surrounded by wolves, trembling with fear. Holding a branch, she tries in vain to defend herself. Her magic does not work, and despite her training, she is defenseless. Despairing, the female elf watches as wolves close in, convinced she will die here without saving her mother. Tearful, she cries out to the sky, refusing to accept her fate. Suddenly, something changes. Despite her fear, she senses someone's presence, and her eyes widen at the light coming down from the sky. Wolves turn into ice sculptures, and instantly everything around is covered in shiny ice. The elf cannot make sense of what happened, and only feels that it is beyond the limits of what is possible. A figure appears before her. The heroine shines with radiance and power. The elf freezes and, trembling, whispers one word: Goddess. Attention shifts to the staff in Rona's hands. She recognizes the legendary staff of the World Tree, a sacred relic that appears only in the hands of the Savior. Shocked, the elf asks if she truly is the chosen one. Rona awkwardly denies it all. The elf princess believes God sent Rona to grant her wish. Despite her surprise, Rona begins to think she might actually be able to help. The princess drops to her knees and pleads with her to rescue her. Tearful, she begs for help to save her mother and the elven village. Rona is moved, though she still does not understand how it all happened. He just gives an awkward smile and mumbles, "Ah, yes. System message. New side quest. Investigate the epidemic with Princess Ernal. Recommended level 50. Reward. Amulet of the Elf Queen." Not confident, she knows there is no way back. Called a savior by the princess, the heroine agrees and lets herself be led to the hidden elven village. Ernal warns that if Rona doesn't hold her hand, she could get lost forever. They step into the lost forest, protected by a magical mist. Rona had heard of this place back at the manor. She feels fear but tries not to show it. When Ernal says they are close, the tension eases a little. As soon as they arrive, security immediately chases Rona away because she is human. Stunned, she does not understand the hostility. Ernal rushes to defend and shouts that this person is good. The elves keep accusing Ron of plotting against the princess. The heroine discovers that Ernal is royalty and tries to explain she arrived here by accident. They do not believe her and demand she stop lying. Ernal admits she got involved with someone too high profile. Ultimately, the elves blame Ron for the natural disaster that struck the forest. Panicking, she can't understand how she was exposed. One of the elves points at her, saying only she could have released that much mana, and another says he has never seen anything like it. Ronu is called a disaster witch who wants to destroy the forest, and some even speak of a war with humans. They try to calm the princess, but Rona panics and everything is out of control. All she can think about is going back and selling those herbs. Ernol asks everyone to remain calm. Ernol asks everyone to pay attention to the wand Ron is holding. She reveals it is the legendary world tree staff from elven mythology, stunning everyone and sharply changing the tone of the conversation. The elves conclude she is the prophesied savior sent in a time of crisis. The princess confirms it with delight, making the other elves regret their earlier hostility. Everyone kneels before Rona, apologizing for their rudeness. Now they believe she is their savior. Ron's unexpected adoration embarrasses her, and she tries to convince herself the situation is not that serious. In a parallel scene, a man asks about the plan's progress. The woman replies, "With Torak Geuskix's financial and magical support, the business is thriving and profits are rising. She is certain this power will bring prosperity to the Juskex family." The man orders them to keep going as before for the sake of their family. They admit that everything went wrong after Rona was expelled. He insists they still have one last trump card, and the Juskex clan will not fall. Meanwhile, Rona arrives at a hidden elven village, enchanted by its beauty and unable to hide her awe. Erna enjoys the praise, but Rona again denies being a savior and continues to admire the view. Rona mentions a strange illness spreading through the village, and Erna is surprised to learn how Rona knows about it. Meanwhile, the village elder is showing the same symptoms. This confirms the problem is real and is already getting worse. Wanting to help, Rona admits it's beyond her for now. She is interested in the famous elven juices and cookies. Erna reports that production has been halted due to illness. Rona is emotional but stands firm, holding Erna's hands. She promises to do everything she can to help the village. Moved, Erna remembers how dear this rescuer already is to her and leads Ron to her home, proudly showing him around. Rona is stunned. The house feels like a castle, and she is struck by how lavish the residents are. Erna praises Rona's determination and leads her to the mother, presenting Rona as a savior. Meanwhile, Rona admits to herself that her motives are not entirely selfless. With a stern expression, Erna's mother lets them in with a single word. Rona, tense, braces for the meeting. They lead her into the Elf Queen's chamber, where the queen lies in bed and recognizes Rona as her rescuer. Rona introduces herself, struck by the queen's beauty. The queen apologizes for the condition of the house, and Rona responds with courtesy and respect. The queen notices Rona lacks the world tree staff but senses divine energy in her. "This is the very essence of the world," she claims. Rona is surprised by the words. The queen watches her closely, as if she sees something hidden despite the system's privacy mode. The queen declares the day a holiday and orders a feast. Rona doubts the queen really felt anything. Suddenly, the queen starts coughing violently, which immediately alarms Erna. Zarecha quickly checks her, gives medicine, and asks her to speak less so her condition does not worsen. Following the reception, the queen apologizes, praises the drug's effectiveness, and recognizes Zarecha's skill. She compares her to another talented person and praises Rona, saying it's no wonder they call her the rescuer. Zarecha thanks, and Rona feels embarrassed. She says she would be a true savior if she had already cured the illness. Zarecha looks at her seriously, and Rona begins to doubt whether anyone trusts her. The queen tries to reassure her, saying the illness is unprecedented. Zarecha apologizes. They ask her directly about the queen's real condition. Under pressure, she hesitates, but the queen urges her to speak without fear. Zarecha acknowledges the situation is critical. She explains that the secret elven remedy cannot be made without the special ingredient. Despite searching the forest, she found nothing, and Rona watches silently, stunned by the scale of the problem. Erna weeps, feeling powerless that she could not save her mother. The queen calms her and asks her not to blame herself. Erna rushes into her mother's arms for comfort. The girl cries in the queen's arms, and Zarecha also cannot hold back her emotions. Rona feels out of place watching the scene. The queen asks Zarecha to take care of the people, and she agrees, noting she still has many patients. Walking down the corridor, villagers surround Zarecha, begging for medicine and even offering treasures. Zarecha promises to bring everything on time. Rona notices how people respect her, but the name Zarek gives her an odd feeling, as if she has heard it before. Zareka walks confidently and smiles to herself in a mysterious way. Watching the villagers, she whispers that they are all foolish but charming, and a shadow of her true intentions crosses her face. It turned out that Zareka spread the disease in the village by using poisonous pollen that was invisible and odorless. She tested him as an experiment and found the results successful. The only thing that temporarily eases the symptoms is her medicine, which makes everyone dependent on her. Her thoughts turn to the queen's heart flower, the most powerful in the world. Smiling, she declares that when she blooms, Zareka will conquer both the elf queen and the Guzrek family and become ruler of the whole world. Zareka notices the flowers are about to bloom. Preparing to hand out medicine, she wears a sinister smile as people treat her like a savior she is not. Zareka plans to keep exploiting the peasants' trust, forcing them to hand over their wealth under the guise of virtue. He watches, surprised, as the village celebrates. People now believe the new savior because they no longer need her expensive medicines. Zareka is shocked that her power is under threat. Panic rises as she sees the villagers who should have been weakened by the poisonous pollen moving happily and celebrating. Rona stands before a large cauldron as the center of attention, and people assume she helped cure the illness. The whole village celebrates the recovery, even the queen who had been near death. Erna hands out the new medicine and says there is enough for everyone. Stunned, Zareka starts to suspect something. She is shocked that they use the legendary elven secret remedy. This formula cannot be mass-produced, especially since the key ingredient, maburo leaves, could not be found. She cannot understand how that could be. Her once perfect plan is collapsing before her eyes, along with the carefully crafted image of a savior. Villagers surround Zareka and begin to suspect the truth. They notice the medicine appeared far too quickly, and the symptoms resemble pollen poisoning. She is accused of manipulation and profiteering. Stunned, she realizes her deception has been exposed. Panic sweeps over her. Desperate, she creates a smokescreen and tries to flee, while the crowd shouts that she caused the disease, confirming Rona's words. Though her body weakens, Zareka flees, but the villagers are already demanding justice. Meanwhile, Rona remains calm and says the countermeasures are not yet finished. Everything is happening just as she learned online, thanks to alchemy. Her skills are improving quickly. The queen watches with interest, and Rona enjoys each new discovery and growing mastery. Rona unlocked a way to endlessly gather maburo leaves, the main ingredient of elven medicines, and her boundless mana let her produce them in large quantities. She discovers that Zareka is the mini-boss from a side quest. Her real name is Zalis Venomgarden, and she dreamed of taking over the world with poisonous pollen. Surprised, Rona says it's a bit of a spoiler, but now she is ready to confront the status anomalies. At the banquet, Rona says she needs to step away. Erna asks where she is headed. Rona answers confidently, "Stop Zareka's ambitions." Arna and the queen watch silently as Rona walks away with determination. Arna is struck by Rona's kindness and courage. Confidently walking, Rona whispers to herself that her real goal is to get more elven juice and cookies. Zareka hides in the greenhouse, trying to calm down. Lord Gugreka speaks to Zareka through the communication sphere, noting her nervousness. Desperate, she fears the exposure will destroy the Gugrek family's support and end any chance of recovery. She tries to reach Lord Gugrekas, but the connection drops. Panicked, she remembers how in just a few hours her plans were ruined, medicines were mass-produced, and the village's trust was lost. Furious, she realizes everything began when Rona showed up. Zareka wonders who Rona is. He wondered how she knew so much, and the thought kept turning that Rona might really be the savior. With no other option, Zareka uses her last trump and activates the Queen of Hearts, unleashes a dark power, channeling all of the greenhouse's mana to accelerate the magical flowers blooming. Once she blooms, she will enchant everyone for hundreds of kilometers around. Zareka dreams of building an army of the conquered and becoming ruler of the world. Confidence returns, and we only need to gain a little time for the Queen of Hearts to bloom. She turns the greenhouse into a fortress and fortifies it like a dungeon using her ability to control plants. At that moment, Rona bursts through the glass roof, hurtling straight down toward Zareka. Zareka freezes, spotting something dangerous in Ronnie's hands. Rona is surprised too, but keeps going. Zareka realizes this girl threatens the whole plan. Rona lands right in the boss's garden, the heart of the poisonous dungeon. Using her internet knowledge, she discovered a hidden passage in the ceiling that leads to the rose garden. a place that destroys newcomers with status attacks. Zarecha greets Rona mockingly, calling her foolish for coming into her poisonous garden unarmed. She sneers that Rona lost the moment she stepped into this zone, reports with pleasure that the poisonous pollen is already taking effect and will soon bring Ron down. Surprise and a faint hesitation cross the girl's face. Zarecha taunts Rona, saying that even knowing everything, she will not withstand the many status effects in the garden. She scoffs that even elven remedies won't help if Rona is paralyzed or asleep, and asks whether Rona will see the dance of agony. Rona's complete indifference kills the mood. Zarecha feels anxious. Her sinister laugh fades and she starts to falter. Tension dissolves into an awkward silence. Rona watches quietly, only a drop of sweat rolling down her forehead. Rona explains she made a stand-in doll using alchemy and a cauldron. The doll looked just like her, and Erna and the other girls even found it cute. As reported online, this doll absorbs all attacks while it has HP, and Zarecha is stunned because her status attacks become pointless. Rona realizes the poisonous pollen causes no physical harm, so the doll fully neutralizes the threat. Determined, she takes up arms and decides that attacking from beyond the poisonous plants gives her every chance to win. Zarecha is shocked. How can this girl still stand and resist? Rona hears a familiar voice from the magic orb, and Zarecha hastily tries to hide the truth. Yet the voice confirms it is Lord Gugrekis himself. Surprised, Rona calls him her father. Weakened, he admits he depends only on her. The truth comes to light. Zarecha teamed up with the Gugrek family, the people who hurt the queen and Ernie. Rona confirms contact with the family despite being exiled. Zarecha is pleased, believing the plan can still be carried out, but the situation starts to change. Rona accepts the past and firmly decides to sort out family matters. Standing before Zarecha, she declares firmly that no one will suffer anymore and accepts responsibility. Rona raises her staff and casts Terra Drain, drawing mana from the poisonous plants, and Zarecha recoils as her energy is drained. Ronnie's attack hits with overwhelming force. From the flames, a fire beast appears, a spirit that engulfs everything around in raging flames. Zarecha is in despair as her plans crumble before her eyes. A fiery creature directs its attack straight at the Queen of Hearts, destroying the flower. The flames consume her dream of world domination. Desperate, Zarecha pleads for the attack to stop, at least to save the enchanted rose. The flame keeps burning. Her last hope is consumed by the fire. The flower begins to crumble before her eyes. Panicked, she watches her final weapon disappear along with all her ambitions. The Queen of Hearts has been destroyed. Rona gains levels, new skills, and the title Bane of the Queen of Roses. Stunned, Zarecha finds her perfect plan destroyed by only 3 blows. She watches Rona with distrust as she moves calmly, as if it were all planned. Horrified, she realizes it was large-scale destructive magic. Her advantage has simply evaporated. She freezes before Rona, who is engulfed in flames. Learning it was only a basic spell, her confidence crumbles. Watching the calm girl, Zarecha quietly realizes she has no chance of winning. Rona reports that she destroyed the poisonous plants spreading pollen and captured Zarecha, who planned to enslave the world. Zarecha begs them not to hate her. Those present fall silent, unable to keep up with the unfolding events. The village is holding a loud celebration and banquet to honor the new hero. Laughter and cheers praise Rono-sama, the true savior. A modest smile crosses her face as she watches the celebration, finally acknowledged by everyone. Children run around her, laughing and playing, shouting with excitement. She tries to stay serious, though she is caught up in the children's joy and the general excitement. The scene ends in joyful chaos that shows the love and respect she deserved. The heroine feels a little bewildered at how much energy and joy the banquet brought. The queen and Erna come up to her to thank her for bringing happiness to the village. Rona replies shyly, and Erna gives her hand a warm squeeze. With sincere admiration, Erna calls her the true savior king. Anxious, he takes her hand and asks her to tell about the adventures before they reached the village. On hearing that, Rona falls silent, and her expression becomes serious and thoughtful. She still remembers every hardship she had to overcome after being exiled. People ask her how she got the World Tree staff, a sacred relic reserved for the chosen elves. She remembers with regret how she cheated the system to get the relic and feels guilty toward the elves. At last, she finds the courage, apologizes, and reveals the truth. Rona admits she is from the Gugurek family and promises the queen and Erna she will tell everything and accept the consequences. After a sincere confession, The queen and Erna are not angry, but react with indignation to what they heard. Erna is especially outraged and cannot understand how anyone could have driven out such a kind, strong person. And to her, this woman is a tough, powerful savior. Rona adds that her father worked with Zarekia, and that the staff was obtained unfairly. Expecting judgment, she finds only surprise and interest in her abilities instead of anger. She decides to return the staff to the elves. Despite knowing he will lose the magic and put himself in mortal danger, he still makes the choice. The journey is over. The queen and Erna reassure her that her worries are nothing compared to what she has already proven. For elves, it is not the trials that matter, but what she managed to do with the staff. They acknowledge her dignity and show deep respect. Rona watches quietly, feeling this support. Someone points out that she saved not just the village but the whole world, regarded as an example of a true savior, especially because she was chosen by divine power. Moved, Rona thanks them sincerely, admitting she has never heard so many kind words in her life. The queen's mood changes the moment she hears the name Gugarek again. Worry appears in her eyes as old conflicts come back to mind. She describes how even after warnings, this family kept trying to seize the forest's spiritual lifelines. Zareka said they had long conspired to seize control of the region. Rona apologizes for her family's actions. The queen accepts responsibility herself and says she should have noticed the threat earlier. She reminds them she had already warned the Gugareks, and since they broke the treaty and betrayed the elves, it is time to act. Rona points out the family that cast her out lost far more than they realize. The queen lets out a frightening laugh that scares Rona, and Erna, awkwardly, scolds her mother and asks her to calm down. Erna invites Rona to stay the night because it's late, and Rona, surprised, asks if that's really possible. Erna happily confirms and immediately asks Rona to show her something. Rona agrees without any doubt. Erna leads her to a sacred place. There they find a glowing panel believed to hold the god's words. The symbols stir their curiosity. Even when they touch the panel, nothing happens. The girls stand puzzled, trying to make out the writing. They genuinely believe these signs belong to real gods. Rona suddenly reads the sign. Everyone freezes when she says it just says grass. The audience is puzzled and expected something grand instead of such an ordinary word. One girl explains that in the god's language, grass means laughter. Other versions are happy grass and growing grass. When they hear it, the others are delighted and like the poetic image of smiles as grass growing from the soul. The girls pick up a new phrase. One says it's the perfect time for grass to grow. The other says the grass near Rona keeps growing. All three burst into laughter, surrounded by the symbol of grass, filling the night with joy. The next morning, Rona says goodbye to the village. The villagers sadly ask whether she will really leave and beg her to stay. Even with warmth in her heart, she confirms her choice with a gentle smile. The elves offer her a place to stay here forever in peace and quiet. Looking back, she admits she would have agreed before, but this trip taught her more. If she had been inexperienced or had not understood the power of the internet, she would have stayed. Now it is time to move on. Rona walks through the forest with a light smile and confidence in her eyes, certain she wants to travel the world. Gratitude fills the soul for simple joys like new acquaintances, helping others, beautiful landscapes, and delicious food. She thanks the elves for it. Their leader knows holding Rona back would be a mistake. Before leaving, the girl receives an amulet that symbolizes friendship with the elves. Hesitant to accept a precious jewel, she is told she deserves it, and that this amulet will open even palaces to her. The elves give her a warm farewell and promise the village doors will always be open to her. Rona promises she will return one day. They wish her a journey filled with laughter. The queen adds she will look forward to the next meeting. The heroine leaps for joy as she sets off on a new journey, while the elves clap and call out Trava cheerfully. Elsewhere, a determined girl prepares to flee with a suitcase at the ready and dreams of disappearing without a trace. After her fall, Rona leaves elite life and still believes she is a good girl. She believes even her escape must match her status. Her plans and routes are worked out down to the smallest detail. A sudden, strange, magical energy knocks her off balance. Rona bursts through the window, smiling and cheerful, completely ruining Elmina's escape. She awkwardly barges in, apologizing, while Elmina stares in utter shock at the ruins of her perfect escape. Panicked, Elmina asks how Rona knows where she lives, trying to make sense of the strange situation. Rona stares at her intently, suggesting Elmina was planning to run away. With a gentle smile, Rona asks whether she really wanted to leave. Elmina trembles and protests, but deep down admits she cannot escape Rona the recluse. Nervous Elmina asks why Rona came. Rona calmly says she brought souvenirs from the hidden elven village. Elmina is stunned. Even the mention of such a village sounds unreal. Rona receives a gift, a rare crown called Royal Rose that has high stats and special abilities. Elmina is confused and does not understand why she is being given such an expensive gift. Rona gives an awkward laugh and says she got the crown as a reward for defeating an enemy in the elf village. Elmina can hardly believe her ears because people do not bring crowns won in battle every day. She starts piecing events together to make sense of the absurdity. Most likely, Rona defeated the enemies after the disaster in the Ypres forest and reached the elf village by an unusual route, and Elmina pictures her as a conqueror, which only increased the confusion. Elmina starts to suspect Rona caused the disaster, but she calmly explains the village had many enemies and clearing it was difficult. Rona adds that those enemies kept appearing without pause and even smiled. Admitting she profited handsomely from the things they left behind, she leaves Elmina stunned by her calm. After the victory, the elves showered Ron with gems and food. Elmina falls silent, thinking it could be a warning. Terrified, she thinks Rona is showing the fate of anyone who dares to oppose her. Rona smiles brightly, points at her and says, "You're next." No one knows if it is a joke or a threat. Elmina bursts into tears, covering her face. Rona looks surprised, while Elmina only pleads. "Don't kill me!" someone cried, and Rona became even more confused, not knowing why her visit caused such fear. Thinking Elmina cries out of sympathy for the monsters, she begins to respect her even more. Rona imagines Elmina as a saint, kind and self-sacrificing. Living modestly, she spends all her earnings helping newcomers and supporting charities. Rona starts to truly adore her. Rona sells 100 sheets of Embora for 5 million sills. Glad to now have enough money to continue her journey, she says she wanted to sell 1,000 at once, but Elmina refused. Smiling like Ron, she announces she has decided to leave the city. Elmina is stunned to hear that Rona has come to say goodbye. Before leaving, he thanks Elmina for everything and promises never to forget her. Elmina is moved and wants to reply, but she is too overwhelmed to say anything. She says with a strained smile that she is no longer needed. Surprised, Rona does not understand what was meant and considers asking again, but when she sees the line behind Elmina, she just smiles and answers politely. Rona leaves after a cheerful goodbye, not aware of the misunderstanding. Elmina is sure she has been erased from memory. Elmina collapses onto the counter, loses consciousness, and the narrator hints that her story with Rona is far from over. One of the commanders notices with concern that he has lost contact with Elmina and Zarek while trying to understand what is happening. His son rushes in with urgent news. The Royal Knights are attacking. Stunned, the commander acts at once to meet the threat. The father and son decide to escape through a secret passage, sacrificing soldiers to create a diversion. They suspect the plans related to the elven settlement or the spirit vein have been exposed despite the critical situation. The leader stays calm, knowing that as long as they live, the Guereka family legacy will endure. Fleeing in secret, the man suddenly encounters a majestic figure blocking the path. The elven queen Elgaur appears before him with a confident smile and calls him young Gugrekus, hinting at their shared past. He can hardly believe his eyes because he thought Elgaur was dying from Zarek's poisonous dust. Before he can come to, a precise blow lands and knocks him to the ground. He asks, confused, why he is being attacked. The queen replies coldly, "You're in my presence." He adds that this is a strange question because he hurt people she cares about. The time of reckoning has come. He must answer for this. Elgaur begins reading ancient words, her gaze turning serious. The man is frightened and understands nothing. He wonders if it really is an ancient language. She goes on, explaining that she is here to protect Rona, the savior, who is disturbed by his presence. She vows to destroy him so Rona can come back safely. The man is stunned and can't understand why that name was mentioned at all. The queen says firmly that he understands nothing. Obsessed with power, he misses the main point. He banished his daughter, unaware she was the most powerful witch in the world. Stunned, he can hardly believe his ears. Elgaur rebukes him for acting blindly and stresses that only Ron can win. Highlighting a huge mistake, she leaves him with no way out. In despair, he shouts that everything was going according to plan and cannot understand how it all fell apart. He refuses to accept that his defeat comes from the actions of the woman he himself rejected. Elgaur says with a cold look that he will teach him a lesson. She summons a destructive spell, calls it trash, and pronounces Gugra, a strike filled with scorn and judgment. A powerful strike hits the enemy, destroying him completely. Elgaur calmly watches the fallen enemy. Guards arrive and thank the queen for her help. One of them recognizes the ancient artifact she used. The battle ended with honor and respect. Elgaur senses a rising dark energy, especially because of the Queen of the Heart Seeds. But he smiles with steady confidence. As long as Rona is in the world, everything will be fine. Far away, Rona sneezes, not knowing how much faith people have in her. Amid the storm, hooded figures gather in a dark room. In a dark hall, hooded figures stand in 2 rows as an important meeting begins. One of them breaks the silence first. The secret council opens with a discussion on security. They want to be sure there is no danger while gathered in the Thunder Fortress. Guarding the fortress is a magical lion, a powerful beast that only creatures level 60 or higher can access. Anxiety rises. Someone remembers the unpredictable man, the same one who destroyed Gareka's forces. He not only defeated Garikus, he also brought the elves under his control and forced the cult members to serve him. Some try to downplay it, saying they were weak. Doubts are mounting. The enemy acts with unnerving precision as if he knows everything about us, and there may be a traitor in our ranks. One of the leaders cuts the discussion short by ordering everyone to be quiet. Despite suspicions of a spy, he insists the plan will not change and, in a steady voice, announces that the long-awaited moment has arrived. They found the artifacts, and the ancient guardians of the world have been weakened. Humanity is weak now, so they no longer need to hide. The next step is to obtain the spell to lift the seal from the mysterious creature and begin cleansing the world. The group reveals its final plan to free their god, Ragnarok, the apocalypse dragon, to cleanse the corruption from the land. They intend to restore the old kingdom and usher in a new dark age. One of them confidently orders the ritual to begin. The leader calls the dark scheme the plan of eternal history. Everyone falls silent and listens closely. The activation click marks the start of the operation. A girl appears during the ritual, wrapped in dark energy. Hooded figures watch in silence, but one of them suddenly becomes anxious. He shouts that the plan failed to activate. The girl stands calmly, displaying dangerous mana. Even together, 6 demon bishops have no chance. While she calmly sips her tea, everyone watches her in silence, embarrassed and scared. Someone asks who she is. Unbothered, she says she came in because of the rain. She felt someone was already here, because the place looked enchanted. Drinking her tea, the girl assumes the others also came to shelter from the rain. Hooded figures watch silently, stunned by the situation. Meanwhile, she yawns, looking completely at ease. People exchange glances, and no one knows who she is, but everyone assumes others know. Her calm, strength, and the way she took the main seat make them decide she is someone very high-ranking in the cult. Rona, the carefree axe. A panel shows her title, Destroyer of Thunderlines. Everyone is stunned that no one heard of her having such power before. She gets up and starts explaining, making it clear she already knows who is in front of her. One of the hooded figures notices her outfit, the legendary garb of Ragnarok, the apocalypse dragon. They recognize the magical patterns and the hidden power. A hooded figure remembers seeing such clothing only on an ancient fresco. Everyone is shocked. It is the clothing of a creature that should have been sealed long ago. Sudden suspicion grips everyone. They come to the shocking conclusion that this girl is the legendary being long thought sealed away for centuries. They tremble at the discovery while Rona just blinks, completely confused. Unaware of the seriousness of the situation, she notices the hooded figure's strange stares and wonders who they really are. He calmly activates his item box. Space warps and the cloaked figures panic, unsure what is happening. They feel only a sliver of her power and are instantly filled with awe and reverent fear. Rona watches as they whisper, fold their hands and look at her, and makes an innocent assumption. She thinks they are just thirsty and may not have their things because of the rain, and has no idea what happened. Smiling, she calls for a few cups and cheerfully says she wants a drink too. The hooded ones, in complete submission, regard her as a reborn, sealed being who changed her body to test them. They take her silence and innocent look as a divine test. Rona smiles calmly and offers tea, asking if they would like some too. Everyone believes they have passed the test of faith. The hooded figures kneel and swear loyalty to Ronnie. Shocked at first, she quickly calms down. Believes they just really wanted to drink and are actually good people, so it's not a big deal. Rona savors the moment, believing such chance meetings in the rain are the true beauty of travel, while hooded figures bow to her in silence. Noticing they carry nothing, she decides they are probably hungry. Preparing to offer food, she has no idea what is happening. The hooded figures barely control their nerves but follow her instructions. They begin preparing mayonnaise with great seriousness, focused and with a sense of awe. To them, this is a sacred ritual of faith, and as Rona calmly shows the recipe, they see it as a divine offering, with one even calling it a drink loved by the gods. Rona excitedly explains that mayonnaise is indispensable for interdimensional travelers and gods, rich in energy and ideal in emergencies. One compares it to the legendary food of the elves, while others speculate that such a dish could change the course of wars. One of them doubts the mixture will thicken at all. The hooded figures continue mixing the ingredients with passion, as if facing a test of faith. To them, doubt is sacrilege. Meanwhile, Rona thinks they're just enjoying themselves and genuinely helping because they're hungry. Smiling contentedly, he says teamwork is fun, and the hooded figures in a trance nod approvingly. The mixture won't thicken, and this causes concern. One of them suggests they need special equipment. Rona says happily that she has a brilliant idea. She prepares to show something special, immediately drawing everyone's attention. They play a recipe video and explain it will help them learn to cook many things. Hooded and baffled by the technology, they are stunned and believe they are seeing the legendary book of creation. They edge closer, mesmerized, as Rona starts the video with a single tap. She does not notice their awe. Instead of the recipe, she accidentally plays a strange clip where a girl says "Oni-chan" in a slow, breathy voice. The hooded figures, as if hypnotized, begin repeating "Ona-chan" in unison, and Rona stands stunned, unable to understand what has happened. 6 of the sect's most powerful demonic bishops gather in silence. They are preparing to summon the apocalyptic dragon to destroy the world, and one of them sternly reminds the others that the decisive moment has arrived. At that moment, Rona accidentally starts another explicit video. It describes the creation of an indecent younger sister that the hooded followers view as a new divine prophecy. Rona shouts desperately, trying to explain that it's just an advertisement, but they only get more confused and think it's a revelation. She just wanted to watch a mayonnaise recipe video but got stuck in a mess of ads. After much effort, finally the hooded figures finish making the mayonnaise. They raise it like a sacred relic, euphoric. Rona smiles as she recognizes the familiar recipe. They call it a miracle. To them, it is not food, but the pinnacle of alchemy that surpasses even magic. Believing Rona deliberately revealed secret knowledge to them, they listen to her words with awe. Rona suggests taking a keepsake photo and holds up the camera. They once again treat it like a sacred artifact. Asks enthusiastically what 1 + 1 is. In response, the hooded figures engage in philosophical and mystical debates about the nature of addition, offering absurd interpretations. When the confusion peaks, someone orders everyone to be quiet. Rona only wanted a simple answer. She shows the photo she took, says it has an emo atmosphere, and praises the result. One of the hooded figures calls it Instagram-worthy, and another says it could be made even more stylish. Soon they deck the hall with mayonnaise banners, proclaiming their bond is eternal. After the photo shoot, Ron and the hooded figures get ready to taste mayonnaise. Everyone tries enthusiastically, but Rona calmly asks for clarification. Smiling, he explains that this is a condiment, not something to be eaten with spoons. The hooded figures fall silent and realize their mistake. She explains how to store mayonnaise and says even imperfect batches can be used as a topping. Hooded and moved, they decide to preserve it as a relic in the temple. Next, they give Ronnie a token of gratitude. This is a summoning stone, an artifact that lets you summon a registered ally. They solemnly promise to help her whenever she calls. Touched by the gesture, Rona eagerly accepts the gift, captivated by the stone's glow. Rona happily thanks the hooded figures and says they are now best friends. One of them, confused, repeats BFF. She says goodbye cheerfully, promises to meet again, and rises into the sky. The hooded figures remain silent, trying to make sense of what happened. They sat in silence, thinking over the events. To them, Rona was like a storm, sudden and uncontrollable, Having only known destruction, they made something together for the first time. Faint smiles appear on their faces. Something in them has changed, but they remain silent. Someone asks, why did the marsh storm freeze completely? No one knows. Everyone grows quiet as climate change points to something much bigger than it appears. Meanwhile, Rona continues her journey with enthusiasm, enjoying how warmly she was welcomed and how pleasant traveling is. Next, she aims to reach the royal capital, so she decides to head for the port city of Aqua. With a map in hand, she sets out, determined and curious. Arriving in Aqua, he sees the sea for the first time and is delighted by the majestic view. Convinced her trip was worthwhile, she eagerly looks forward to the city's seafood and entertainment. The scent of salt air brings to mind interesting facts Rona read online while she is captivated by the sea view. Bursting with joy, she keeps saying how amazing everything is, but notices her vocabulary is limited. Locals watch her exaggerated joy with curiosity. Instead of walking into the city, she jumps onto a huge boar and charges ahead, shouts as if advancing on the enemy. Residents are in shock, and no one knows who this strange girl is or what is happening. Rona greets the residents cheerfully, but her entrance is unusually eccentric, that everyone sees it as an attack. Frightened residents arm themselves and prepare to defend. Rona displays her adventurer card, which is silver rank. They are struck by how young she is. Residents change their attitude and apologize for the aggressive encounter, saying the city often suffers from monster attacks. Some think of asking her for help, but others hesitate because she seems too young and too sweet. Rona senses the tension and asks what's happening. One of the residents hesitates, but in the end someone warns her to leave the city by tomorrow. There is no explanation, only that it is important and potentially dangerous. Residents solemnly declare that tomorrow is Wednesday, and somehow it sounds ominous. Rona does not understand what is happening but feels a strange atmosphere. Residents say that at this time almost no one comes here. Smiling, Rona says she plans to stay for a week as a tourist. The receptionist freezes when she hears this, especially since tomorrow is Wednesday. The atmosphere shifts sharply from light to tense, but no one says anything directly. They only repeat, "It's Wednesday," which only confuses Ron more. For now, she decides not to worry about the mystery of Wednesday and heads out to explore the city. Says they will ask for details later, but for now wants to have fun and try the local seafood. Humming happily, Rona heads to the fish market but finds everything closed. A surprising hush hangs over her. All the shops are closed, and the city feels too calm. Walking the streets, Rona hears desperate cries as someone begs to be saved. People flee in panic. One person shouts that the city is doomed as they try to reach the nearest ship. In all this chaos, Rona can't understand why everyone is panicking. She wonders why strange things keep happening around her, and if she is cursed. Seeing the frightened people and a woman urging others to flee, Ron becomes even more confused. Finally discovers the reason for the panic, the approaching Wednesday, a day that terrifies everyone. People say they don't want to leave the city, but they have no choice. Rona begins to understand. In this world, Wednesday carries something frightening. Finding it odd, she starts looking up information online. Apparently, every Wednesday, the port city of Aqua is overrun by water monsters. It's a large-scale mission with rewards, but very dangerous. That's why every week, the city falls into despair, and it even becomes impossible to leave for the capital. Rona decides it's best to join the Wednesday quest mission. A flyer hits her in the face. Reading it, Rona learns that the local guild is looking for adventurers with no experience or background checks. She is struck by the friendly message and the promise of a safe environment. It occurs to her that this could be the legendary White Company, a place free from exploitation where justice and purpose prevail. She enters the guild headquarters, full of hope. Ahead is a dark hall with trash, people lying on the floor, and an oppressive atmosphere. It does not match the brochure at all. Rona is upset. The guild is not as welcoming as promised. The receptionist can barely stand and mumbles that she won't last much longer. When Rona asks what happened in town, the woman suddenly composes herself and answers seriously. Rona introduces herself as an adventurer and says she wants to join the Wednesday mission. The receptionist falls silent, clutching the edge of the counter tightly. Rona is shaken by the tension. Suddenly, the woman changes and embraces her decision with enthusiasm. He says someone had just canceled, and Rona arrived at the perfect moment. Now she reports that many profitable missions have accumulated. He asks her to sign an internship contract, calls it a slave contract, and makes Rona nervous. At that moment, another figure steps forward and firmly stops the receptionist. The guildmistress immediately realizes something has gone wrong again. With wonder and admiration, she looks at Rona, calls her cute, and admits the town lacks staff. But he adds he cannot let such a sweet girl go to the battlefield. Tia Blumen introduces herself and sincerely apologizes to Rona for involving her in the city's problems. Politely introducing herself, Rona is nearly thrown off by Aris's overly sweet reaction. Flustered, Rona quickly says it's nothing. Aris thanks you for offering to help the city, but explains the midweek missions are too dangerous for her. Rona is surprised to hear the recommended level is over 20 and does not understand what that means. Her gaze falls on the group of adventurers Aris points to, still not realizing who they are. Aris explains that those who got through Wednesday now have a different outlook and a different aura. Rona wonders if just one Wednesday could change someone so much. Aris admits that at first everyone underestimated Wednesday. Everyone assumed the monster waves would end, and while they continued, the city made money from the fights. But then, a year has passed, and the monster's appearance remains a mystery. Rona listens silently, struck by the scale. Despite hundreds of creatures being killed, the attacks did not let up. Then something happened. Disaster struck. Giant monsters swarmed into the city. Streets lay in ruins. Shops were gone, and residents fled in panic. Amid the chaos, children cried, soldiers retreated, and the city slowly died. On the brink of destruction, it had no resources, broken weapons, or income, and everyone abandoned it. Only the doomed soldiers remain, ready to die with the city. Rona is shocked and realizes how dangerous these midweek quests are. Worried, she asks if he can really help. Aris reassures her with a gentle smile. He says they will end this threat themselves and bring peace back to the port of Aquas. Smiling with hope, she promises to wait for Rona with all the city's treats. The adventurers ask her to return when everything is over. Touched by the care, Rona quietly watches the scene, feeling warmth. Thinking through her options, she knows the theory but has never fought on a team and has poor control of magic. Her goal is to finish Wednesday's mission as quickly as possible and enjoy the trip. But she understands that going into battle unprepared will only harm others. Rona openly admits she is still inexperienced and decides not to join the mission. She is sure Aris understood it before she did. When Rona announces her decision, Aris, relieved, thanks her for her understanding. Rona asks whether she can exchange the materials she collected for cash because her bag is already overflowing. Aris confirms and explains that midweek missions have merchants avoiding the city, and supplies are needed most now. Relieved, Rona agrees and prepares to hand over everything she has gathered. Rona cheerfully follows the instruction, pouring a whole pile of herbs onto the counter. Guild workers are stunned by the sheer number and do not know how to respond. Aris watches everything in amazement. Everyone falls silent when they recognize the rare herb, the maber leaf. Aris leans in and spots another treasure, the mane of the storm lion Ilion. Rona casually confirms she may have defeated the beast, surprising Aris, who realizes she has made it through the stormy swamp. Smiling, she says she simply cut across the bog to shorten the route, surprising everyone. Aris remembers that the last unit to return from there was the brilliant Swift Thunder Reinhardt, missing for 5 years. From the materials brought, one can forge a weapon worthy of a golden rank, Aris says with excitement. Greeting Rona with a warm smile, she calls the guild a true family. She blinks in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. She tries to explain she was going to leave the city, but Aris completely ignores her, officially announces her as the guild's new member, and invites everyone to celebrate. Within seconds, Ron is met with loud cheers and friendly applause. Everyone is genuinely happy for her and greets her with warm smiles. Moved by that hospitality, Rona feels something new and sees herself as part of something larger. She decides to join Sarita's mission and for the first time feels that her presence matters. They head off to get ready, while Rona admires the view and says the place is very beautiful. Along with others, she discovers the area is called the Eurus Coast. A nearby girl praises the spot, saying Rona knows it well. 3 boys run up to her, excitedly saying how well she knows the coast. Rona doesn't know what to say and just smiles awkwardly. People ask if the plan is working and urge her to continue it, saying the village's future depends on this. Her embarrassment makes the boys even more excited. They cheer Rona up, and the girl in glasses explains, monsters appear here on the Eurus Coast every Wednesday. She proposes building a barrier to protect the village and restore peace to the people. Rona understands the idea but hesitates a little. Workers say work on the barrier is slow and ask if they will finish by tomorrow. Smiling, she says that if they don't finish in time, they'll have to meet the monsters face to face. Rona decides to help with the construction, not fully understanding everything, and asks a question. Rona asks what to do since she cannot build. The girl with glasses replies that her role is completely different. Then an urgent warning sounds. A monster appears near the barrier with a fish's body and legs. She storms the fortification, and the defenders rush to cover it. One of the boys gets hit and complains he should have dodged. Another explains that the monster uses the Yar technique to manipulate subspace for surprise attacks. And everyone objects, complaining that fish are attacking on land. One of them recalls trying to build the barrier all night. The girl in glasses finally explains the gist. Now Rona understands what is happening. Progress stalled because people and resources were scarce. Monsters appeared even in peacetime. She therefore needed help in battle. Rona asks if everyone is safe because she hears a lot of screaming. The guild replies that it is proud to have had no workplace injuries since it was founded. Smiling, Ron reaches out his hand to agree to help. The girl points out that Rona is strong in healing and support and summons 2 water spears. The girl warns that a boss has appeared and it is time to heal everyone. Even those who tried to rest were healed against their will by water spirits. A girl wearing glasses comments approvingly on the situation. Rona decides to distract the monsters for now, even though she worries about the larger threat. She can see how many problems have fallen on the residents' shoulders. They warn her not to overdo it. Rona agrees, wanting to help without drawing attention, and puts on the crown, Queen Rose's crown. Rona draws monsters to her, hoping that by gathering them around she can use true magic. A strange but effective strategy. The village is on the brink. It is unlikely to last until next Wednesday. Survival depends on how long Rona can keep fighting. The girl in glasses believes in her and tries to cheer her up. A giant whirlpool suddenly appears in the sea, startling her. The guys are stunned by the unexpected sight as it appears. Gigalodon, lord of the Eurus coast and a boss that appears when many monsters are killed in a short time. The bespectacled girl is stunned by his arrival. She orders everyone to retreat immediately and leave the barrier. The boys panic and run, and Rona, walking straight toward the Gigalodon. She ignores cries to stop. The girl in glasses asks in despair why she is heading to the Sea Lord. The Gigalodon is the king of the ocean, weary of life and too powerful for this world. Despising all that was human, he met Rona and even opened his mouth to swallow her, but he was defeated. Rona delivered the final blow, defeating the monster with an overwhelming attack. The girl in glasses and the boys froze in stunned silence when her awards appeared on the screen. She earned a level, new skills, and experience by defeating many monsters, including the boss Gigalodon. Taken aback, she saw the title Boss Killer and wondered whether a boss had really been there. Unlike last time, no one came to greet her. The girl with glasses asked why Rona looked anxious, and Rona answered enthusiastically that she had already defeated the monster. It turned out she defeated the main boss of that zone with a single hit. The girl with glasses thought that Rona might be the key to this whole plot. She even doubted that Rona was human. She thought she might be an angel sent by God. Meanwhile, Rona cast the spell Little Thunder and stopped the next wave of monsters. The guys sighed in relief and said they could now build the barrier safely. The girl in glasses admitted she was low on mana, and the guys called Ares to report their injuries. Searching for a medical post, they found everything already on the brink. Then Rona unexpectedly offered her remedy. Ares was stunned and the wounded looked on in astonishment, how their wounds disappear instantly and their mana is fully restored. Rona explained that it was an elven potion and that she still had over 200 bottles, and she urged everyone to use it freely. Everyone was stunned by the discovery. Then a new monster appeared. The boys were frightened, and Rona realized the attacks would not stop, so she prepared to act. The girl in glasses called out to her and asked what she was going to do this time. She raised a magical wall that blocked the enemies and said everyone could now calmly build their defenses. The onlookers fell silent, stunned by her power. Rona asked in surprise why everyone was quiet. The boys said everything was fine, yet they believed Rona's magic wall alone could protect the village. The girl with glasses also paused to think. With a wall and an ally like Rona, there was nothing left to fear. Rona admitted many problems remain, especially a severe shortage of staff. After a moment of thought, she offered a solution. She pulled out the artifact. Rona produced the summoning stone and began explaining how to use it. The onlookers asked, surprised, where she had gotten it. She tried to activate it, but the girl in glasses cut her off, saying something crazy always happens whenever Rona acts. The stone cracked and black smoke burst from the cracked stone and wrapped around the girl wearing glasses as she covered her face with her hand in fear. A group of hooded figures appeared before everyone and solemnly announced their arrival. The boys and the girl with glasses ran off in panic. Rona only looked at the strangers, surprised. She suspected it might be cult leaders intent on destroying the world, but they answered mysteriously, eternity. Rona asked about their relationship, and one of them smiled back. The girl in glasses watched them warily. She noticed that Rona got along well with the newcomers and sincerely thanked them for coming. Rona said she needed their help. They gladly replied that they had been waiting for those words and declared the start of the Dark Age. A girl in glasses sat on the ground looking ahead with concern. She asked who those people were. Rona said that with them they'd finally have enough people. Despite the dark aura, she called them her friends and assured that they were kind. The girl in glasses was surprised but accepted her words. She sighed, relieved the shortage of workers was solved, and decided to go to the blacksmith Dvargo to have her gear repaired. They sent everyone off to rest and prepare for tomorrow, leaving Rona alone with broken equipment that turned out to be in poor condition. She wanted to fix it. There was no time to gather materials. 2 hooded figures came over and offered to help. Rona smiled, but the bespectacled girl pointed out that even rare materials would not speed the blacksmith's work, then asked the guests to leave and promised to return later. Annoyed, the blacksmith said he would forge no more. He refused to budge despite Aries' pleas. Meanwhile, hooded figures watched the forge, joking about the corner of the kitchen and plotting something strange with a mysterious object. The blacksmith saw them and froze, thinking they were cult leaders. But Rona arrived just in time and she called him by his name, which greatly surprised him. She claimed that he was the very blacksmith. He forged an S-class magic sword in the underground kingdom of Dungava. The blacksmith was impressed. He couldn't understand how she knew it, since he had kept everything secret. That sword really had an S rank. It was his pride, the best work in their career, made at a very young age. He became the youngest blacksmith to forge an A-class sword, and the blade exceeded all expectations. Another man blamed him for giving the sword to the king, since the knight had fainted under its weight and the magic was drained. The creator wanted to make the most powerful sword, but instead, the royal cortege fled to distant lands, unable to withstand the artifact's power. The blacksmith was expelled from the city and accused of treason, and since then he was afraid even to think about forging another S-class sword. Rona wondered who this person really was and decided to ask Dvargo about his best sword. Rona remembered how she defeated a swarm of centipedes near the mithril mine and showed the materials to restore the rusty blade. She asked the blacksmith for an S-class sword called Killer Blade, 1 strike. The blacksmith looked surprised. He confirmed her words. The sword was quickly restored, and Rona was happy because of the internet. The blacksmith warned that the sword was very heavy and asked that it be held carefully. She added that everyone gathered the materials in just an hour. The blacksmith thanked them for their sincere words. A description of the sword appeared. Physical attack plus weapon on Nevin. Speed, 11 Skill, single swing strike. Heavy, wide, but romantic sword. The girl in glasses said the sword was really cool, and Rona was stunned. Priced at 111 billion. She asked if she could really keep it. Koval confirmed. It was a real S-class, and he asked whether she was sure. Rona nodded. She said it was exactly the sword she wanted. The blacksmith, moved, said, "The name Rona the Swordswoman sounds great." Rona happily raised her sword. She promised that this blade would not cause natural disasters with every strike, but she immediately, by accident, destroyed the shop sign to show her strength. Then she broke plates and other dishes, frightening the blacksmith who tried to explain. He meant something entirely different. Rona gained a new title, the Cruel Destroyer. Hooded figures watched this, judging her. They revered her as a goddess, struck by her cruelty and power. Rona apologized. Not expecting that result, the blacksmith laughed. He finally understood what was happening. Rona also appreciated his reaction. He admitted he shouldn't make swords to please anyone and called himself a fool. He asked himself when he'd started working only for praise. Rona apologized. The blacksmith assured them that everything was fine and that he would take care of it. He had long. Thinking of changing his workshop, he asked Rona her name before leaving. He said he would remember him until he returned and promised make an even stronger sword as quickly as possible. Rona watched him leave, amazed by his determination. A bespectacled girl ran into the forge, saw a mess, and asked what had happened. Koval said everything was fine and asked to prepare materials with lightning energy. Short on time for a complete forging, he said he could imbue it with lightning if he worked through the night. Sighing, he accepted the request. The girl thanked him and rushed to fetch the materials, and added that gratitude would be enough. Others tell her that if she needs anything, she should go to Rona. She thanks them and pauses to think. She considers making an even stronger sword, but decides it is unnecessary, because she only needed a replacement blade for the saw. With one strike, He slices through a small wall and says with satisfaction that the sword cuts perfectly. She plans to turn the cut-off block into a secret weapon. Rona puts the block into the item box and uses her ability to store it in the inventory. Some of the guys joke that they should impress the newcomer, Lady Rona. No one knows exactly how to begin a prayer in her honor. The girl in glasses keeps an eye on everything. Someone thinks Rona has something planned again. Rona replies to Ares, DIY simply means do it yourself. Ares asks if it is only an internet term, and Rona explains. That creates an extraordinary secret weapon to solve the Wednesday problem. Ares nods in approval. Rona asks everyone to wait until the project is finished. Ares watches the building. It does not look like the tower at all, and tells Rona to rest because tomorrow is an important battle. But Rona offers to help. She cheerfully says the work is almost finished. Ares is not completely. She understands her plan but is glad Rona came, then looks at the city, filled with worry, thinking the truth might be discovered. The city will never be the same. She decides it will all end as soon as the city is safe. Tomorrow the fight with Wednesday must end, Ares explains. Wednesday starts again. One hero has already tried. They fought it, but were defeated and fled. It was a deadly battle with no glory or reward, but the city keeps resisting. Ares says he is proud of the team. Everyone on the team knows that. The guildmaster did not care about the game. Having worked on the city harder than anyone, he had gotten everyone to follow him until now. Ares motivates the group to prepare, until tomorrow when everything will be decided, presenting the Chonishon strategy. The gist is, first, the defenders will push the monsters back into the sea. Then the attackers will fire an electric volley into the water. I set a paralysis trap to immobilize the monsters. Even if some break through, the defense team will be ready. Ares asks everyone not to look back. Ares calls, keep advancing without stopping until Rona observes closely. Meanwhile, Gvargo offers his armory. Gvargo opens a mobile workshop to repair gear, and the fishermen feed adventurers for free. Ares oversees the preparations. She stresses that from now on everything depends only on the fighters themselves. The whole nation has united for a common future. For the first time, the city saw this kind of unity, and it was all thanks to Rani. Before she appeared, there was no hope or courage. Now everyone confidently looks to the future. Today, finally, ending the fight with Shreda, they believe the number of monsters is limited and want the city back. The girl with glasses says victory is possible, so don't miss the next part. Now reliable allies are by our side. The sun is rising, everything is about to begin. A girl wearing glasses, he watches the horizon, aware the decisive moment is approaching. 6 a.m. Latest news, the water demon is invading, Sarita's mission has begun, and the team is preparing for battle. Someone calls everyone forward. 2 participants confirm the invasion is starting. The leader wears glasses. Someone confidently says they will definitely win today. The sun shines brightly above the horizon. Montserrat still has not appeared. The heroes are on edge. The monsters did not appear as expected, leaving them surprised. Tension rises at the enemy's absence. Then monsters start descending from the sky. Ares warns everyone to stay ready and looks up. Realizing that things are not going as planned, she feels anxious, an unexpected change despite all the effort, preparation, and strategy. Put an end to Wednesday once and for all. Monsters keep changing tactics as if mocking them. Ares is taken aback because even the enemies had taken their earlier actions into account. This has devalued the viewer's experience. Now they don't know what the next monsters will be like. But Ares says, it's still too early to give up. She urges everyone to get ready as Wednesday begins. Monsters begin to appear, falling from the sky and surrounding the team. Fog blankets everything. Everyone is on high alert. Ares senses changes and understands that everything happened as the internet predicted. Rona believes her actions caused this outcome. She is sure this is the fastest way. Ares hesitates, perhaps. Rona herself caused the monsters to appear, but she has no doubts. This is the quickest way to solve the problem. Rona and the team fought hard to finish off Sarita, but the monsters suddenly began dying on their own, collapsing and breaking apart without anyone's help. She explains that monsters now die on their own, so you don't even have to fight. The main strategy is to build a tower at the monster's spawn point. If you place an obstacle at the spawn point that rises, you can lift it 20 meters and kill all enemies just from the fall. A structure that destroys monsters on its own is known by the name the gods gave it. Rona calls it the Trap Tower. Ares and the team don't quite get it yet, but Rona confirms this tower allows the Wednesday mission to be completed automatically. Ares and others support the plan. Rona's strategy has made the port city Aquas safe again. Ares joins everyone in celebrating the win and thanks them for their efforts. Everyone rejoices. The threat of Wednesday has been overcome, and with it they have won the long-awaited freedom. The city celebrates. The endless deadly fights are over, and Rona rejoices with everyone. She is relieved that she finished everything without any casualties. Many monsters dropped food, so the supplies will last a long time. Everyone is impressed by how quickly the threat was handled and praises Ron, so they suggest taking a group photo. The leader asks Ronnie to change for the ceremony. She gets embarrassed, but admits she has already changed. She wore the Academy's traditional uniform, simple but symbolic. Ares praises its look, calling it radiant and charming. Rona feels a warm glow and smiles. Everyone gathers for a photo. The camera captures the moment. Everyone smiles, celebrating victory. Joy fills the streets as a loud celebration takes place. Rona savors genuine seafood, and the residents celebrate, relieved that the ships are no longer being destroyed. Monsters no longer attack the warehouses. Adventurers can now safely destroy monsters and enjoy their food. Everyone tries the mayonnaise made by the men in black coats. The flavor is incredible. Some even think it could become the city's signature dish. Someone jokes that all that's missing to make the celebration perfect is a musician. Rona says she will play the music herself using her skill. Everyone is impressed. She really can do it all, bursting with excitement as she begins to play. Her performance electrifies the crowd. She uses a skill to zoom in on the image and says "Onicon" in an exaggerated, cheerful voice. People ask her to keep going, laughing with her. Ares asks if Rona is having fun, and she thanks him for this unforgettable celebration. Rona thanks Ares, but Ares says Rona should be the one thanking her. She admits she once lost hope. She didn't believe Sarita's curse would ever end. I never imagined the city would be so alive again. In my heart, a shadow of hopelessness remained. Despite that, she sincerely thanks Rona for giving her hope. Rona quietly thanks the gods. She discovers she has a unique skill. Hearing the gods' words, Ares is stunned by the unexpected truth. Rona explains that the plan does not belong to her, but to the gods. Ares praises her with genuine admiration. She calls Rona the gods' favorite and a true angel. There are still formalities. Ares says there is a charge for using the walls and trap towers. They cannot allow free use. Payments will be automatically transferred to the guild's account every week. Rona looks surprised. Ares explains that real costs are, that is, tens of billions of sills, construction, materials, delivery, labor. Rona asks, worried, whether there will be enough funds. Ares reassures that it is not the main issue. They will still have protection. Smiling, she shows her strength while Rona asks to allocate the funds for rebuilding the city. Ares agrees. The city matters more to her than money. Rona is moved and calls her an angel. Ares hugs her, joking that she smells slightly of alcohol. Rona laughs and agrees to spend the money for reconstruction. The money can be withdrawn from the guild account at any time. The Wednesday mission is complete. Rona earns experience, medals, and the title Keeper of Wednesday, and unlocks a new skill, fast travel. A message appears on the screen. The system has unlocked the movement function. Now Rona can teleport to towns she has visited, but not inside buildings, and she also gets a mirrored water shield. It's a rare and powerful artifact. Rona decides to test it. She hesitates, unsure whether to accept something so powerful it could change the world. She studies the hovering ship. He thinks about the principles that let him fly. The vehicle is too conspicuous, so she decides to use it only in battle. The Ragnarok will be enough for everyday life. Then something catches her attention. Rona tests the shield and finds, seeing what a double jump can do to it, she is pleased and immediately checks her stats. Defense and spirit rose sharply, and though the numbers seem odd, Rona reviews the attributes and keeps checking them. A new name appears, Whitman. Now she has 4 DJ statues. Protection, many new skills and powerful titles came too quickly. Impressed, Rona decides to test her abilities. She activates a reflective barrier that bounces back magical attacks and heals herself, showing total control and power. She also reflects on another of her skills. A magic barrier is created that subtly raises defense and now completely blocks enemy mages. Increasing the attack further will make it truly dangerous because of the shield. Her normal and reflected magic combine, doubling the effect. She moves on. Investigate teleportation. A single tap on a location name activates movement. It is extremely convenient. Rona chooses. In the city of Aphon, she worries that her skill might be exposed. Then suddenly, somewhere, a loud noise fills the room. Someone goes to check. He worries whether the client is okay. At that moment, Rona uses levitation. Trying to do a double jump doesn't work indoors. She accepts the restrictions and prepares for the next steps. Meanwhile, the city of Aphon, gripped by panic, people flee to save their lives. Some shout, "Save yourself." Others do not understand what happened. Even the wounded man, preparing to die to protect the city. A warrior appears unexpectedly. It checks if everything is intact. Its arrival saves many. At the moment of danger, Reinhard appears, known as the Lightning Swift. His speed is impressive, though he has been retired for a long time. Enemy numbers keep rising, and the group prepares for battle. The fighting is brutal. Too many monsters. But Reinhard does not back down, even when not at their best. Hope fades as people believe the city is doomed. But Reinhard finds a chance. He commands Elmeni to use magic and launches a lightning attack called the Thunder Spear technique. And she responds. She behaves defiantly toward the guard who reproaches her. Though she admits he is useful, her performance is a true display of elite strength. She calls. The fire spell Flame of Annihilation strikes the enemy's shield as the magics collide in a fierce clash. The girl moves with pride, and her confidence shows in every movement. The city is joyful. Celebrations and shouts of victory fill the streets. A young woman demands recognition and wants her deeds to become legendary. Then a fire suddenly erupts. Everyone turns, surprised, as the situation suddenly changes. A higher-level demon appears before the crowd. Ava, the lava demon. His fire is only a weak form of lava. Not even he can burn him. The demon radiates dread and majesty. The demon explains. The demonic race is ancient and full of power and hatred for the gods. If it is revived, the world will perish. He wasn't interested in the seal. Instead, he sought amusement among people who toy with lives and considers humans worse than insects. He declares that people are no longer needed. Golems appear beside him for protection. The team knows that the world will suffer until this race is destroyed. Panic and despair grip their hearts. The hero understands the scale of the threat. Exhausted, he decides to buy some time so the residents can escape. Others put their hope in Elmina, the guild mistress, even though it all happened under her watch. Upset about not stepping down sooner, she is addressed by the hero. Worried, he steadies her. Elmina looks up and meets the demon's gaze. Knowing the decisive day has come, she does not think about her own fate. Residents support her. To them, she stands as a symbol of the fight against the Gugrek clan. They believe she will not lose to the demon. The demon challenges her to a duel, recognizing her courage. He calls her a sign of change, the one who rose up against the ruling family. Unaffected by emotions, Elmina shows confidence, explaining that she only does what suits the elite. The demon confesses. It almost gave her the strength to stay alive. Holders of A-level abilities can become performers within the demon race and are respected there. Elmina is curious about the details, but the demon scornfully promises to destroy the city along with her. Show her real despair. Elmina is nervous. Trying to buy time, she asks about the treatment and other details, but the demon breaks free. A massive amount of mana left her stunned. Everything around disappears into the glow. She tries to shield herself, but the situation turns critical. The residents hold their breath. Preparing for the final battle, Elmina considers the consequences. Using the last of the mana, she knows it may be too late. Elmina launches her last mana attack, hoping to hold the demon back. The demon does not even flinch, and the strike feels weak and limp to him. Realizing she might die witnessing the horrific scene, she sees Rona successfully teleport. She arrives in iPhone City with Ryan. Elmina notices them and can hardly believe her eyes. Rona beams with joy, cheerfully greets everyone, especially Elmina and Reinhardt. Both the demon and Elmina are shocked by her arrival, and the demon suspects she brought a summoned beast. Elmina prepares to attack. Gathering power, she prepares a devastating fire spell. The spell is called the Invincible Wave of the Great Flame. She unleashes a giant, roaring fireball at the enemies. Rona watches intently, poised to meet the attack. Elmina's flame shoots forward. Instead, Rona jokes with Reinhardt and gives him a souvenir from the port city. Pass it to everyone in the guild. Reinhardt is surprised because he thought she was traveling. Rona says she returned because she forgot to buy souvenirs. She starts using teleports more often to restock supplies. Wants to share everything with Aris and the others before setting out again. Reinhardt admits she immediately recognized the threat to the city and acted quickly. He is certain that Rona defeated the demon, although she never mentioned it. This is so like her. Elmina asks him to stop praising. Rona teleports into an elven village. The queen and Erna warmly greet her. They are surprised she came back just 2 weeks after leaving. Rona says she learned to teleport to places she has visited. Relieved, the queen agrees, and Erna adds that everyone is happy because of her. Rona realizes she has already forgotten the phrases she once taught. She brought back a souvenir. Sea scallops that grant temporary flight. One elf marvels that they are also sweet. Even the queen is impressed. Everyone is celebrating Savior's Day. While toasting, Ron urges everyone to eat scallops and fly together. Rona stops as she sees a familiar face, recognizes Zarish, and her gaze goes cold. She only flinches in reply, fear and panic in her eyes, clearly not expecting this meeting. Trembling, Zarish begs Ron not to act, promising complete obedience and to make amends. The queen steps in to explain why Zarish is here and why she was kept at court. It turns out she is a brilliant researcher seeking a way to grow medicinal herbs endlessly. Rather than punish her, they sent her to forced research aimed at mass-producing Maboro leaves. Ronis admits that this is exactly where Zarisha is strong, but he cannot forgive the harm done to his mother and others. The heroine worries about how safe her ability to control plants is. Zarish reassures them that she is bound by a magical contract and depends on the Gugrek family's mana, so she is not a threat. Rona finds studying farming far more interesting than dreaming of conquering the world, she jokes. He says he'll take care of it for the next 100 years because there will be no time for anything else. She then asks Ron to teach her more useful skills, especially about rare herbs. Together, they explore dozens of recipes and share knowledge about alchemy and new plants. The queen advises Zarish to focus on practice, not just theory. Rona explains plants that don't grow here. Thunderleaf from the light swamp and corals from the coast of Evraz. She says she has no more knowledge to give Zarisha, and Zarisha is sincerely happy with what she has already received. She finds these plants divine and remarkable, and Rona is pleased with her enthusiasm. The queen gives Rani the artifact, the Christmas Bond crystal. This magical item, once used by the Gugrek family in their dark dealings, can transfer mana between pairs of crystals. Recommends reaching out to the elves outside the village if Rani needs help, then thanks and asks if she can keep the crystal. Rona teleports back to the port city of Akveus, where new adventures await. Meanwhile, in the village, the queen prepares something special, because the journey will not end without important words. People get ready for the races. Suddenly, Rona appears on the starting line, as if she came just to join. Ready, focused, and determined, she is moments from the start. Aris says goodbye to Zarish, reminding her to review the lesson, and she politely confirms. Watching the students disperse, Aris pensively adjusts his glasses. Her gaze is fixed on the distance, her mind absorbed in deep thought. She admits she hasn't felt this renewed in a long time. Gratitude for Rona fills her, even though Rona seemed like a simple girl. She did something truly great that will be remembered for ages. Aris wonders who she really is, strange but wise, lacking common sense yet deeply insightful. Rona claimed she hears the gods' voices through her skill, but maybe she is a real angel. Suddenly, Rona appears before Aris with glowing angel wings. He greets her cheerfully, waving his wings, and says, "Hi, Aris." It rises into the sky and flies off, leaving her slightly stunned. Aris is stunned, and it feels like a true miracle, but a new appearance by Rona cuts off her thoughts. Rona stands before her again, smiling and with wings. Aris looks at her silently, flustered. Finally asks, "You said you were going to a fishing tournament. Rona explains she is taking part in a marathon called Shedding the Shadow. Its purpose is to calculate a fish's position, timing, and shadow so you know what you will catch. If you teleport, you drop a shadow, and teleporting repeatedly lets you catch rare loot. Aris listens but can't understand a thing. The logic is too strange. Rona is already flying away, leaving her completely astonished. Curiosity wins, so Aris follows, not even knowing where he is headed. Her running draws everyone's attention, and they all watch where she is rushing. Meanwhile, Rona catches an incredible rare mayunagi fish. Her record score shocks everyone, and second place doesn't come close. Aris watches, impressed, as Rona rewrites the history of this fishing tournament. The crowd chants her name, and the atmosphere is full of triumph. Aris admits to herself that she might like to be a little more like Rona. Aris longs to be herself and live more freely, feeling something change inside her. She remembers working non-stop recently, sacrificing her own wishes for the sake of the city. She assumed the guildmaster role her predecessor refused and served as a priestess at the same time. Now everything is different, and she has more free time. The burden of weekly missions no longer drags me down. Maybe it's time to live for myself. Smiling with determination, they hold up the camera and start taking pictures of Rona. Her voice bright with excitement, she says, "You are wonderful, so sweet, so beautiful, I love you," barely holding back her emotions. At that moment, a security guard seizes her, binds and detains her despite her protests that she is not a suspect. Aris tries to explain who she is while keeping her dignity. Aristia Blue Moon is introduced as the Adventurer's Guild Mistress, while Rona remembers how fun the fishing tournament was. She managed to catch many rare, tasty fish, and although she hoped to win, taking part was wonderful. Despite someone reporting a suspicious person, Rona says it is time to hand out the awards. She displays the grand prize, a legendary fishing rod, a year's supply of bait, and a few other items. She keeps the most interesting part of the reward secret, sparking intrigue. Rona finally reveals she won 2 tickets to a creature summoning. These let you summon random creatures of varying rarity, and she hopes for something cute. She says she does not need mighty creatures and mainly wants to dispel the loneliness of her journeys. Rona activates the first ticket by throwing it into the sky, and magic gathers in the air. A powerful glow forms a circle of magic on the ground, frightening those nearby. People panic as a magical sign appears in the sky, and Rona, confused, tries to figure out what is happening. Crystal shards begin to fall around her, and she covers her face with her hand. He calls out loudly to ask who summoned him, and Lululuri appears. Meet the Water Dragon Princess, the future ruler of the seas, who immediately announces that would make Rona their mistress and lady. She wonders why she was the one called. The Water Dragon Princess stands in front of her, and Rona still doesn't understand what's happening. Not waiting for a response, she tosses the second ticket and asks everyone to wait a moment. Lululuri appears again, the same princess of the water dragons. She asks if Rona called her. Later he says he'll make her his maid, but there are actually 2 of them now. 2 identical Lulus appear before everyone, making the situation even more confusing. They start arguing, each insisting she is the real one. Both Lulus claim at the same time to be the real one and accuse the other of fraud. Rona watches, completely bewildered. The quarrel escalates, and they insult each other, trading sneers and curses. One of them calls her an impudent girl, and Rona only sighs bitterly, unable to tell them apart. Knowing what duplication is, she still finds seeing 2 identical creatures at once too strange. In the summon description, she reads that enemies of the gods are attacking the summoning system, causing angels to be cloned. Rona thinks the gacha system is a real nightmare, realizing it is getting out of control. One of the Lulus suggests doing something about the fake, but the other hesitates, leaving Rona completely confused. Lulu explains the duplicate can be absorbed or sold to reduce the total. Rona is shocked. She strongly opposes such cruelty. The Lulus get angry and call Ron a monster. Surprised, Lulu begin asking where they ended up. Rona says she was in the castle when a light surrounded her, and now there are 2 princesses here. Apologizing, she is genuinely concerned for both Lulus and trying to find a reasonable solution. Decides to act humanely, to unite them peacefully, but first to find out where their home is. Reads the description of Luluriel, the princess of the Water Dragon clan who lives in the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Not rare, it is extremely effective in water battles. Rona remembers seeing a similar castle. Panic sweeps her as she realizes she has just been drawn into an international conflict. A grim image flashed through his mind. She kidnapped the princess, made a duplicate, and offered to sell or destroy one. She didn't expect a routine summons would lead to such an absurd outcome. If the fighting continues, it could become a war between races, so we must act quickly. Rona decides that first she must win their trust. Time is almost up and she has only one chance. They head to the Akvios fish market. Lulu is amazed by the variety of seafood treats. Rona wonders whether it is safe to eat anything here at all. At her level, she can dive and grab fish right off the hooks of elite clients. For her, offering treats is a way to create comfort and build trust, more effective than words. She recommends trying the local delicacy called Crab Day. Princess Lulu remarks skeptically that human food cannot impress her refined palate. After the first spoonful, her eyes widen and the dish is incredible. Rona asks if she liked it, and Lulu nods in wonder, while the other Lulu admits it is not so bad. The next moment, they argue again. Both grab the same fish and say, "It's mine." Rona suggests buying another fish, and the voiceover dryly calls it the height of self-hatred, as two Lulus happily finish their meal. Her wallet may suffer, but Rona is glad she can avoid an international conflict this way. They both eat a hot meal. One of them complains that the food is too hot, and even threatens Ronnie. They are too sensitive to heat, and Rona asks to cool it before biting, but one ignores that and gets burned. Moments later, both say excitedly that the dish is tasty, nourishing, and simply divine. They ask for another portion but speak too vaguely. Rona asks them to speak clearly. Lulu suddenly notices the food looks like bait and begins praising the scent of the flame. A deep, ocean-like flavor strikes them, and the texture melts in the mouth. They call this dish perfect for the princess of the Water Dragon clan, and Rona is impressed that it could be so tasty. Iris appears and freezes when she sees the girls. Moved, she runs toward them with open arms, wraps them both in a hug, repeating how sweet and charming they are. The Lulus retreat in fear and warn everyone not to approach because people are dangerous. They even ask if Iris wants to eat them, but he is genuinely happy to have them around. Says their names are very cute, and Zarisha jokes they should set them up with Aries. Both Lulus immediately scold her, since this could lead to an international disaster. Aris admits to Ronnie that she couldn't resist and secretly took a photo of one of the Lulus because they're incredibly cute. Lulu says warily that maybe humans should be wiped out, but Aris insists they are not enemies. Rona looks at the two girls with tails and wings and asks if they are Aris's friends. She hesitates, knowing that telling everything could drag Aris into trouble, and asks if the other woman is ready for the difficulties. Aris says he does not need medals, the important thing is being there in a difficult moment. She adds that you shouldn't have to carry everything alone, even if you're a strong girl. Aris asks Rona not to be ashamed to ask adults for help when she is having a hard time. Rona has already done too much for everyone, and it's time she thought about herself. Rona admits to Ari that she accidentally summoned a princess from the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Perhaps she made a duplicate of her, then offered one the choice of eating the other or selling herself for money. Aris listens in stunned silence and does not interrupt. Rona fears that her actions could trigger an interspecies war or even a global crisis. Aris calms her, saying the main thing now is not to panic. Her message is to take care of yourself and act with kindness, not to fear the consequences. Aris advises against panicking in moments like this and recommends having a drink and just laughing. She gets a little carried away, laughing and swaying with a glass in her hand. Rona is surprised, but Aris apologizes for drinking too much and not helping at all. Rona understands the situation is difficult, but wants to resolve it peacefully. She suggests bringing Lulu home without fights or magic disasters, urges both Lulus and tries to stay calm, organized, and composed. She notices they are gone and have headed back to the fish market. Meanwhile, Aris continues to laugh and drink, ignoring the potential international scandal. Rona rushes through the market, searching for the girls, anxiety gripping her heart. Then they appear. Both Lulus accuse Ron of planning to steal their power and challenge him. They give her 3 seconds before they attack. One of them jumps onto Rona. The attack is interrupted when cats suddenly appear and defend Rona. They attack Lulu, unleashing total chaos. She cries for help, wounded and disoriented. Rona is in a panic and does not know what to do next. She remembers that Lulu is a fish type. You can use a special item. Instantly, she grabs a fishing pole and chases the cats away, protecting Lulu. Both Lulus respond by calling her servant and hugging her. People say they trust her and like her. Rona thinks servants do get attached quickly. It occurs to her that the surface world is wild and scary, and people's familiars are even scarier. Still, these two are only sweet creatures, even if they seem exhausted now. Rona notices something strange. Something is definitely wrong. She remembers that all summoned start at level 1. Her mistakes keep adding up. She lists the crimes: kidnapped the princess, created a clone, ordered them to eat themselves or sell themselves, used bait, and lowered them to level 1. This is no longer just a problem. It is a direct road to war. Rona decides to return them to Atlanta. Reports say Lulu have already eaten their fill of bait and learned a lot about the surface. Rona asks if they know the way to Atlan, but both just shrug. Rona takes responsibility now. It's her turn to help. Aris insists she knows what's going on. After Rona's account, Aris did her own research in the temple library. Aris shares that the city has many legends about water dragons, and the kingdom of Atlan is a sacred place. The priestess Marilyn's plaque says the water dragon song will open the path to Atlan when the stars align on the night of the full moon. The melody is lost, but you can learn it from an ancient golem guarding the temple in the dungeon beneath the Moonlight Lighthouse. West of the city, he guards the song on the water dragon's altar. Aris thanks Ronnie for the help. As a priestess of the water dragons, she solemnly vows to find the path to the underwater kingdom, Atlan. It feels a bit odd to say, but Ronnie found a spot on the map marked with a moon symbol. The stone with the moon shows that you can reach Atlan from there. Yet there are no clues or a clear road, and Rona doubts this is the true path. Aris suggests that people might need a special item to get there. Rona trusts the internet, and if it says everything is fine, she believes it. Aris reminds them that it is impossible to reach the underwater kingdom on foot. Rona thinks the journey is dangerous and asks the three to stay, throwing them a life buoy. All three watch with worry as Rona steps forward alone. Then she is attacked. An explosion engulfs her, and she falls into the sea as others shout her name and beg her to be careful. At the bottom of the ocean, Ron doesn't feel pain as he loses consciousness, then suddenly realizes he's breathing. She speaks normally. Her skin is dry and there is no fluid retention. A glowing path on the seafloor catches them by surprise. It's true she's underwater, but everything still works. Fish swim around her and she realizes a glitch created by the gods caused the explosion to throw her into a special zone, opening the path. Water offers no resistance, like people online said. It jumps happily, smiling. The Lulu twins appear and ask if she is okay. Rona calls them closer and says she will tell Aris that everyone is safe. They still doubt whether Rona is human, but she confirms it. Aris sighs in relief. Alcohol still clung to her, but she was stunned to learn the screams and the blast were the water dragon's song. This melody opened the way to Atlan. Aris is grateful, though he admits it was a cheat. Another woman scolds Aris for resting on his day off despite important work. She says this is her first vacation in a year and wants to see Atlan too. The woman says it's a fable and asks if she is sane. Aris shouts that the kingdom exists. She is quickly forced back to her duties. Rona thinks she will make sure to bring Aris next time. Together with the twins, Lulu, they swim gently and calmly through the ocean depths. Rona is thrilled. This is her chance to explore a whole new world. They're almost at the kingdom. Lulu promises to show the way, but Rona warns there may be monsters ahead. Monsters appear on the path and terrify the twins. These are high-level creatures, level 40 and above, and extremely dangerous. Rona is preparing 3 skills: Reflection, Queen's Dignity, and one she hasn't finished yet. She uses the Little Thunder attack to destroy crowds of enemies, levels up, and improves skills like Slash Mastery and Fish Killer. Donning the Queen of Roses crown, she enchants nearby enemies. The Lulus point to the castle and are ready to show the way. Stunned, Rona sees the underwater kingdom Atlan in front of her, as if from a storybook. She enters the kingdom and finds the people panicking. They warn the kingdom is doomed because of an invasion by humans. Rona activates the perfect technique, Water Flow Slash, while facing a legendary creature. Now used to these situations, she still admits it's serious. An underwater city isolated from the world for more than 1,000 years turned out to be real. It is vulnerable and harder to study than it first seemed. One of the twins says, "Our maid is a kind person." Then a young man appears and recognizes the princess. He is stunned. There are 2 of them. The kingdom is in complete chaos. Residents cannot believe what they see and try to figure out which one of them is real. The Lulus start arguing, each trying to prove she is authentic. Residents are baffled about how to tell 2 identical princesses apart. Rona finally admits she kidnapped the princess and made a copy of her. She begins to grasp the full depth of what she has done. People ask whether she caused the lightning that set the sea on fire. The public is outraged. Lulu acknowledge that Rona tried to sell them, but say they are fine now. Rona is thrown into the dungeon for kidnapping, cloning, and human trafficking. She is bound in magical manacles, but her belongings remain with her. Oh. She accepts the situation as expected and notices the security is weak. A map on the wall shows an easy escape route from the prison, but she pretends not to have seen it. Meanwhile, the Lulus argue about whether the maid really belongs to the princess, but they agree she is kind and should return. The prince scolds the twins, saying people tricked the princess. He reminds them that humans caused the kingdom's catastrophe and demands the maid be returned to her world. The Lulus are scared, but they promise to care for one another despite the tension around them. Lulu wants to care for her maid, but misunderstands what watering means. Rona realizes there are many misunderstandings between the races. The prince complains there is not enough food because they can barely feed 2 princesses, and now there is also a person. Rona offers him food. He looks surprised and asks where she got those supplies. The guards suspect a trap and demand the strange behavior stop. Rona insists it is not a bribe but a gesture of peace and offers to share a meal. The guards remain alert and do not yield. Still, drawn by the aroma, they taste the dish. They immediately fall in love with its taste, something they have never tasted before. They can't stop because everything is too tasty. They compare it with the fish they used to eat and realize the bait Rona gave works much better. Especially for water dragons, it brings delight and a sense of fullness. A technical error repeated English, so we skip this frame while keeping the logic. Rona says she has a few more dishes lined up for next week and will surprise everyone again. She shares a bait recipe you can make with alchemy. The dragons are moved and thank her. They admit that Rona is a good person despite everything. At last, she is freed from prison. Residents of Atlanta welcome her as a guest. Rona introduces herself formally, now ready to continue her journey. At the same time, the king receives a report about Rona. The report accuses someone of kidnapping the princess. King Inarios is reviewing the case. He decides the court will be under his control. Even though he does not know Rona personally, because she is human, he still gives orders. Bring her immediately because his daughter is already safe. Also orders Princess Lulu to be brought in despite the protests, then smiles mysteriously. He laughs loudly because when Lulu disappeared, he feared his plan would fail. I had heard rumors about Rona the Hermit and expected a tough opponent, but she was captured easily. A recluse has been causing a lot of trouble lately. She has already destroyed armies of darkness. I think I found the mysterious water cave. The legendary water moon will appear right here. Marilyn steps onto the stage and announces her victory over Rona, calling her a captive in chains and a fish on a cutting board about to be cut. Marilyn taunts Rona that he is already in tears or crying blood and activates Aquavision to show his condition. Suddenly, it turns out that Rona is actually Chief Herring Weston. He remembers his favorite octopus, which he cannot find. Rona explains that his wife simply hid the octopus in a container in the kitchen. She reassures the boss that the pet is fine. He admits he meant to cook a dish for their anniversary but forgot, moved to tears despite wearing her polyurethane protective suit. Ronu is praised, not only for solving the food crisis but also for resolving a family conflict. They give her 10 pearls in thanks. Even Marilyn and the water dragons are surprised and wary. They're impressed she solved everything by her own quick thinking despite the magical shackles. Rona is still shackled by them, officially a prisoner, but clearly not acting like a criminal. Marilyn warns that talking to people only brings trouble. She is convinced that water dragons and humans will never understand each other. In fury, she decides to form her own magical tribe and begin to take revenge. Rising against Sea King and King Nereos, she exposes the burden of hatred that has lasted for millennia. Shocked, he did not expect such a revelation. The current Sea King is an impostor named Marilyn, the Moonwater Witch. She only pretended to be the rightful ruler of the underwater kingdom. The real Sea King barely has time to react before his identity is revealed. He realizes that Ronnie the Recluse's plan was to be captured on purpose and slip into the heart of the castle. Her tactic made it possible to expose the enemy despite the water dragon's mistrust. The impostor believes that disguised as the Sea King, no one will dare to touch him. But his form collapses when someone says the correct keyword. Marilyn suspects it was Rona who tracked her and exposed her. Her transformation has been cancelled and she doesn't want to spend mana to reactivate the spell. Desperate, Marilyn orders a full-scale attack on the kingdom. It turns out her plan was destroyed long ago and she never noticed. At last, she realizes the lightning wasn't an attack but an attempt to stop the monsters. Rona acts like she's completely uninvolved, but Marilyn already sees her as a threat. The trial begins and Ron is called in for the official hearing. Marilyn realizes Rona is no ordinary person but a real threat and tries to flee. They know they cannot escape Rona the Recluse because it is too late. Ronu is escorted into the throne room and stands before the king himself. Marilyn recognizes her and cannot hide her admiration for her rival's intelligence. The maids are stunned and ask about Seeking, but Marilyn cuts in. Now is no time for formalities. She admits she took Sea King Inarios' place to get revenge on the humans and water dragons who betrayed her. Marilyn tries to break the seal of an ancient water crystal hidden deep in the sea. Rona recognizes her power. She remembers. Marilyn has an anti-illusion technique that Rona once used herself. The witch refuses to back down and vows to destroy everyone who opposes her. Tension rises and everyone understands the scale of the threat. The audience in the hall cannot understand why Marilyn suddenly confesses everything. Lulu suspects something but says nothing to anyone, leaving everyone tense. The water dragons had long suspected Seeking was an impostor. Rona asks for the situation to be explained again, since even she is confused. Marilyn, bathed in moonlight, says no one will escape her illusory prison. Rona wonders why she canceled her transformation, but doesn't have time to reach a conclusion. Marilyn challenges, "You're a witch too, even if you are, you can't defeat me." Activating the water magic. Direct disorientation, she creates multiple copies of herself. Now Rona sees dozens of Marilyns, and none are real. Rona looks confused and asks if the trial is still going on. Marilyn continues, "She sold her soul to the demonic king and surpassed human limits." "You're just a man in chains," she says. "You don't stand a chance." Rona activates the skill Reflection to defend herself. Marilyn unleashes her strongest attack, the water magic Aqua Beam, trying to drown her. Rona redirects the attack, dodges the strike, and survives. She counterattacks immediately using the Earth Drain technique. The strike sends a wave of pain through enemies, and the effect is instant. In 20 seconds, you'll see the consequences, but despite everything, Rona loses the fight. They defeat Ron. The hall falls silent, and everyone tries to take in what they just saw. After the battle, they remove her magical shackles, but she still doesn't understand what happened. Ultimately, they explain that Rona depended entirely on magic. She was defeated after her attacks were repelled and her mana was exhausted. Even with the magic seal, she could only use personal or equipped skills. Defeating the witch, Marilyn broke her magic. Rona heads into the dungeon where someone was imprisoned. Opening a suspicious chest, she hopes to find an answer. But as soon as he opens it, he falls into a trap. Before her stands the real Seeking Inarios, and the princesses immediately recognize him. They rush to him calling Dad, and Rona watches in surprise. King Inarios, father of the Lulu-Lie princesses, says he lived for centuries and nearly became a god. He asks why he suddenly has 2 daughters. Rona explains that during the summoning, the artifact caused an accidental duplication. She also reports that the witch, Marilyn, who was posing as the king, has already been neutralized. Inarios sighs. A lot happened while he was sealed, and he agrees to deal with the double. He compares it to a natural disaster, says no one is to blame, and adds that the important thing is both daughters are alive. He is happy to have 2 lovely princesses, and sees it as a true blessing. He hugs them, but they pull away because the smell is a little shocking. The king thanks Rona sincerely for saving the kingdom. Meanwhile, Marilyn remains in prison with a grim expression. People recognize her as a former priestess. The king explains that people and water dragons once had ties. Behind their trade in treasures and priestesses of royal human blood lay a dark truth. In the past, royal priestesses were sacrificed to monsters. The twins are shocked. The king adds it was a difficult time when the attempt to unite humans and dragons failed. Peace did not come. War began. Marilyn, the priestess at the time, supposed to be sacrificed, she fell in love and felt forbidden emotions. Chased by those who wanted to execute her for tempting the Sea King, she fled. They closed in around her. Hundreds of eyes and shouts of "grab her." When Marilyn sees the king, she is genuinely happy and calls to him, but he ignores her. The guard withdraws silently, and Marilyn cannot meet his gaze. Calling him again, she gets no answer. Memories return. The artifact, called the Chest of Souls, sealed her inside, stopped time, and was thrown into the sea. She woke up after a roll of thunder. Years passed, and the sea closed itself to people while the Water Dragon clan became only a legend. The once mighty dragon temple lay in ruins. Marilyn had become a forgotten evil witch, and it no longer mattered to her. In the end, everyone will die. The king warns that in this place both people and dragons are doomed. An anxious energy hangs over everyone, and some mistake it for love. They realize these are only the effects of underwater volcanic activity. The king suspects something went wrong and asks Marilyn if she was responsible. She confirms that she weakened the seal holding the monster in Atlan's dungeon. It was the primordial water crystal, Eva. She had almost broken the seal, with only a little left to do. The stricken king. A mythical creature the seven goddesses could not seal. It cannot be controlled. He asks Marilyn what she really wants, and she says she wants the sea to swallow everyone. Even Ron will not survive. The king calls her the mad, naive demoness. Marilyn repeats the mantra, Kurorara star, and threatens to turn everyone into sea foam. In despair, the king asks what to do. His daughter turns to Rona for help. Still confused, she doesn't fully understand what's happening as Marilyn continues her spell. Rona begins researching the primordial crystal, Eva, the ruler of the underwater kingdom Atlan. Info. Level 160. Weak to physical attacks and potions, can evolve, multiply, and regenerate. He once flooded half the planet. Rona knows this battle is impossible for her, but the seal is already starting to crumble. The king feels pain in the sea. His connection to the ocean is broken. If nothing changes, the kingdom will fall. Preserving the seal will require a sacrifice of royal blood. Rona is worried, and the twins declare that Lulu must be the victim. Refusing firmly, she feels like a worthless princess. The king proclaims it a royal order that cannot be broken, and reassures Lulu. He tells her she is the sea's future pearl, meant to become a great sea queen. He admits his only wish was to see her grow up. Tearful princesses hold their father, unwilling to lose him. Everyone in the room was stunned by his decision. The king raises his hand to get attention. It seems he wants to say something important. Rona smiles and loudly says she'll handle the problem herself. Stunned, the king had not expected such boldness. Rona confidently declares that she will destroy the primordial water crystal herself. Everyone here is surprised and asks for a little time before the start. Now Rona is mentally ready. Determination fills her eyes. Others doubt that an ordinary person can defeat a legendary monster. They warn her that this creature is powerful enough to destroy the world. Rona admits the enemy killed even gods. Even S-class armor hardly survives a direct hit. She refuses to retreat. Now she says she understands everything and is no longer the same as she was before. She used to act on impulse, but now she is prepared. Thanks to the internet, she learned to think strategically. Rona studied the boss's every weakness, watched dozens of guide videos, and rehearsed the fight in her mind. Now she confidently says she's ready. The elder calls her Lady Rona and warns. Crossing the portal will send her into the barrier with no way back. Rona walks forward fearlessly, gripping her weapon tightly, and is told she can only return after defeating the crystal. She agrees without hesitation, saying, "That's even better." The elder apologizes for doubting. Even Seeking bows to her, wishing her good luck. Rona falters and asks them not to because such majestic creatures should not bow to a human. The inhabitants of the underwater kingdom also bow. They remember an ancient belief that humans and water dragons cannot coexist. From childhood, they were taught to fear people and to see them as a misfortune. While everyone else is paralyzed by the enemy's deadly aura, only Rona moves forward. She owes nothing to these people, but she still acts for them. Her bravery moves the beings, who put aside racial differences and wish her luck. As Rona walks away, one of the girls runs after her in tears. She screams that it would be suicide and pleads with her not to go, since they had only just become friends. Through tears, she admits that Rona is her first true friend. She simply smiles and promises she will not go away. "I'll always be by your side," she says. The sisters, touched, ask, "Is it true?" Ron answers with a smile and confidence. The best place is just in front of the boss's door. She directs the spell precisely, releasing the opening attack, Little Thunder. A flash strikes the boss's magic barrier, and it begins to pulse as energy ripples outward. The barrier cracks right before your eyes from the force of the blow. Everyone is amazed, and the twins are stunned, unable to understand how this is possible. Rona celebrates a successful strike. Everything works exactly as she learned online. Waiting for the right moment, she casts a series of spells called Little Thunder, deepening the cracks in the barrier. The barrier reacts wildly and releases powerful energy. The frightened elder warns that an explosive attack is imminent. He orders everyone to run at once and tries to pull Rona out. She ignores the warning and stubbornly launches another Little Thunder, with no intention of stopping. The barrier shudders from constant blows. Rona stays calm, pulls a chair from her gear and sits, completely relaxed. Satisfied with the preparation, she says she's ready, fully confident and in control. Sounds from the barrier change abruptly. The elder freezes, marking a phase change in the fight. The boss enters a new stage. He explains the enemy comes in several forms. This is the Istar form, known for its self-healing. One of the girls panics and asks how they could defeat him then, while Rona simply sits and waits, remaining calm. She launches another Little Thunder, this time with a rebound and twice the power. The spell strikes with renewed force, and the barrier's response grows even more aggressive. The strategy works perfectly. Rona attacks again. The barrier trembles and the sisters fear the boss will transform again. As others get bogged down in guesswork, Rona remains fully confident. Soldiers are surprised that such a strategy is even allowed. She just smiles and says, "I understood the whole pattern, as the guide said." The guide says the enemy core has 4 forms, but the room has a blind spot that is the perfect place to attack. This is a tactic known as zone abuse. Rona knows exactly what she's doing and is preparing for the final strike outside the danger zone. She launches the last Little Thunder at full power and aims it straight at the core. The strike shatters the core. The boss is defeated. Rona rises from level 57 to 67. Her giant slayer skill increases to level 4. 50 more inventory slots appear, and she earns the title She Who Surpassed the Prime. Everyone sighs with relief, and Rona smiles and says the world has been saved. Looking around, she notices something strange. Everyone watches her in silence and with distrust. The boss is defeated and the portal opens. Rona celebrates and invites everyone inside. She walks happily toward the reward while the others, still stunned, watch from a distance. When they entered the fallen boss's hall, everyone was stunned by the surreal landscape before them. Though deep underwater, the space is flooded with sunlight, has wind and crystal clear water, which seems impossible. Rona recognizes the place and, remembering religious anime openings, says with delight, "This is the sacred sanctuary of the gods." All agree this place is the sacred sanctuary. The elder feels the power of the gods. One of the girls senses something and cautiously warns Rona. Thrilled twin sisters race forward and find a mysterious chest. They are surprised that this is a reward. Rona remembers a similar reward after a victory over another boss. The elder concludes that the world gives special treasures for victories over powerful opponents. He solemnly declares that the award belongs to Rani. She asks again if that is really okay. Everyone happily confirms. Rona and the twins open the chest and gasp in shock as the contents astonish them. Inside, a textured swimsuit set. Everyone freezes in silent amazement. Rona barely utters, trying to understand what she just received. Everyone is left guessing. The elder suspects it is tied to the dragon's ancient dreams. The twins think the world simply wants to see Rona in this form. Flustered, Rona explains, "It's not about that. And despite appearances, this is SSS armor with extremely high stats and a unique ability, the strongest in the world." She jokes that a swimsuit could add plus 1,000 to defense, thinks the gods might like it, and decides to wear it under her clothes. After a thorough analysis, Ron learns that he doubles the success rate and the number of hits of the skill Dance of Water clones. Smiling, she accepts the award. To thank her, they lead her to the treasury of the underwater castle Atlantis. Rona is stunned at the sight of the vast hall filled with treasures. The twins say this is a gift for saving Lulu's kingdom, and she may take anything. Rona politely refuses and says she does not need the treasures. The king replies that this is their ancestors' legacy from the Golden Kingdom, and they do not need it. Rona explains that gold is not important to her because she cannot eat it, and everyone is surprised by her answer. Instead of treasures, she asks to try the local cuisine. The king and the twins are bewildered. Awkwardly, he explains that the kingdom is in a famine. Everyone survives on seaweed, and he is truly sorry. Rona remembers the food shortage in the underwater kingdom. She comes up with a brilliant idea. She enthusiastically proposes cooperation with the surface dwellers, a winning strategy for both worlds. On the surface, Arius waits for Rona, a little worried about her delay. At first, she thinks there is nothing to worry about, but doubt sets in when she remembers letting Rona go alone and then spots her in the distance. He suddenly sees 3 Rons running toward him. Confused, she asks what is happening. Rona's clones, surprised, ask if she is all right. This is not a hallucination. Rona simply looks strange. Rona explains that the copies appeared while testing a new skill, and everything is fine. There is no need to worry. Arias was used to Rona's odd ways, so she was not surprised when Rona asked her to represent the people in negotiations with the Water Dragon tribe. Rona also says she wants to bring Devargo in because the Underwater Kingdom is interested in smithing. Arias still hasn't had time to take it all in when she learns they are heading to the Underwater Kingdom of Atlan, and she is stunned. Before she can say a word, Rona and her clones cheerfully pull her along onto the road. Arias arrives and is enchanted by the Underwater Kingdom's beauty, like a fairy tale, aware that she has become part of a historic moment. Devargo is awestruck as he enters the hall of the Underwater Kingdom. Crystal technologies and ancient materials fascinate him. He studies the balance between flexibility and strength with excitement. A girl with a damaged spear approaches him and asks whether he is really a blacksmith from the surface. Devargo is impressed by a spear of exceptional quality, worthy of being a national treasure. Its shape inspires, and new ideas for forging begin to burst into my mind. Devargo's eyes glow, and he begs to be taken to the forge right away to repair everything. With a smile, Rona watches him enjoy every moment. Arias attempts a formal introduction, but she is visibly nervous. She stumbles over her words and laughs oddly, and this worries the Sea King. Rona defends Arias, saying Arias is a good person even with the strange badge on her neck. Guards are behaving suspiciously toward people. They are especially wary of Rona, who is already considered the most dangerous. One guard says Arias secretly photographed the girl. During a heated argument, the king suddenly recognizes the clan name Blue Moon and realizes the priestly line still exists, leaving Arias stunned. The Sea King is moved. He never believed he would sit at a table with the priestess of the Water Dragon Temple. Arias thinks her ancestors would be happy. Rona asks why she was called in. The answer is that the Underwater Kingdom Atlan has a food shortage, but the port city Aqua has surpluses thanks to resources that drop from monsters every Wednesday. Rona offers a simple solution. Atlan has treasures, Aqua has food, but they lack funds. They can trade surpluses and both benefit. The idea amazes the king, and he declares the day historic for the kingdom. He announces a new era without fear of monsters or hunger. Everyone celebrates the beginning of prosperity. The twins want to find out more about the surface. Rona says there is tasty fish there too. People ask if there is a forest where trees grow forever, and she confirms that elves live there. She suggests creating a field at that sacred site, since she knows an elf who specializes in plants. The twins are delighted and promise to treat the elves to sashimi in exchange for help. They picture this place as a fun, secret base. Rona adds that planting trees will provide plenty of wood. Watching the excitement, the king says with nostalgia that this new era may no longer be for him. Former Blue Moon clan priestess Marilyn watches silently from a distance. She acknowledges Ron's intelligence even when her plans seem foolish, since he thinks several steps ahead. And with the twins nearby, she beams with happiness because the impossible has become reality and humans and water dragons live in harmony. Rage seizes Marilyn, and she remembers the war she believed was inevitable and admits she started it. The king replies gently that it was in the past and now everything has changed. Irritated and flustered, Marilyn accuses the king of mocking her but quickly backs down, unsure how to respond. She admits she was raised to be a victim and doesn't care what will happen to her. The king denies any hostility and says his ancestors ordered him to receive her with respect, saying she will return someday. Surprised, Marilyn asks why. Rona is mentioned as the one who passed on this ancient will, and the king does not fully understand its meaning, but still begins to explain. Rona is asked to show Marilyn something, and she eagerly agrees. She activates a mysterious device, says skip the ad, and starts the video. Marilyn, surprised, asks, "What is this?" Rona says it's hard to explain, but it seems like a message from the gods, something sacred. The video starts, and Marilyn watches closely and warily. In the video, a woman on the brink of self-sacrifice says she has no regrets. She admits she was foolish. That act closed the sea and broke the country's ties with its people. Her goal was a world where humans and dragons were equal, but she was defeated. A camera shows a woman preparing for a 1,000-year sleep. A second figure stands beside the body, hoping that in the future, humans and dragons will learn to live together, and that he will wake in peaceful times instead of as a victim. Shiryue appears in another scene. His final wish is that the woman he loves be happy even without him. Afraid she'll be left alone without remembering him, he calls her a crybaby and pictures her crying alone. His message was full of tenderness. He wanted to see the sea's bioluminescent lights once more, show the coral sakuras in bloom, and say all the little things he never managed to say. Once forbidden, he's now free and finally says it all. Even if she never hears it, he feels lighter. Maybe that's for the best. The spirit of the warrior Shoryue appears before everyone, smiling, and confesses that he has always loved Marilyn. Shocked, she covers her face, unable to hold back tears. A bright light reveals his presence at the ceremony. Everyone watches her in silence as Marilyn, through tears, smiles and says, "Idiot, I wanted to see you too." This message moves her to the depths of her soul, and she cannot hold back her emotions. She believed it was already too late for happiness, yet his memory still heals her heart. Smiling, she admits she's glad to have finally expressed her feelings. The conflict between nations ended, and peace finally returned. Rona is enjoying herself on the beach in the same swimsuit from the legendary chest. Cooperation between Atlan and the surface has begun. Everyone celebrates the start of a new era of peace. Rona enjoys the sea with friends. Arias appears on the beach as well. Her arrival draws attention. Rona smiles in surprise. The harmony between worlds is real. Rona asks about the mysterious light around Arias, but only smiles and replies enigmatically. Duargo appears on the beach with an unhappy expression. Rona notices something odd about him, but he brushes it off as another of the world's mysteries. In conversation with Ares, Rona recalls amazing riddles and says she is heading to the royal capital, but missed the previous ship. Ares assures them the next ship will arrive in 3 days, so Rona decides to relax on the beach despite not being able to swim. Ares urges her to enjoy herself and suggests beach volleyball, an idea that immediately excites Rona. She seems to know the game but doesn't understand the rules at all. Ares becomes the coach, and Duargo reluctantly agrees to join. Ares confidently picks up the ball and gets ready to show the proper way to serve. Suddenly, the ball begins to glow strangely, stunning everyone. She smiles mysteriously and whispers, "Disappear." The ball disappears into thin air, leaving everyone stunned. Rona, the twins, and Duargo cannot believe their eyes. The ball has simply vanished. Suddenly, he appears with explosive force, slamming into the sand near Duargo. A wave of sand lifts from the impact, creating a crater. Rona and the twins stare at the impact site with their mouths open. Ares declares solemnly, 1 point. She explains that if you hit an opponent, it counts as a point. Rona is still a bit confused about the rules. When Ares compares volleyball to the divine sport of tennis, Rona asks if it's normal for beams to be fired during the game. Ares jokes, "You think you've already won?" Duargo steps into the game now, saying confidently that he has not yet finished his reception phase. He reveals the secret. He manipulated the ball's spin, creating a microscopic distortion of space. Meanwhile, Ares says she stopped time during the serve. They play like gods in battle, trading absurd techniques. Ares remains confident. She warns she has 108 different serves. He claims only Aqua residents can use Kai's power in volleyball, and Duargo, though skeptical, is determined to prove he is superior. They look at each other with tight, tense seriousness. Both launch into the air, colliding in a fierce volleyball duel that has become a true battle of the gods. After the spectacular showdown, admiring twins surround Ron, their eyes sparkling. They ask her to teach them to swim. Rona hesitates, but they are already pulling her toward the water, full of enthusiasm. 3 days later, Rona says a tearful goodbye to her friends. Ares cries and admits he will miss her. Duargo solemnly promises to forge the legendary sword using Atlantean technique, while Rona, a little embarrassed, vows to return. The twins are sad about her leaving, but Rona promises that with the teleporter she will visit again soon. Moved by her words, the girls ask, "Call us when needed." Lulu dreams of becoming a great king of the sea and wants to learn more about life on land. Food interests her most. At her heartfelt words, Ron can barely hold back tears and thanks her sincerely. Rona suddenly hears someone call her name and looks around, but Lulu and her sister insist they did not say anything. To keep the farewell brief, Rona cheerfully nudges the girls toward the ship, smiling as she says goodbye. Finally, she takes one last look at everyone she met during her stay. Although a little lonely, she smiles warmly as she remembers the happy days in the city. From the ship, she waves and loudly says goodbye to everyone on the pier. Her new friends respond cheerfully, promising to meet again. The calm sea suddenly breaks apart as a massive serpent, The legendary Shin Serpent rises and threatens to flood the entire ship. Passengers panic as a monster unleashes total chaos. As the crew scrambles, Rona calmly walks to the ship's bow, ignoring the shouts. Activating magic, wings of light unfold from her back and she rises into the sky. Rona confidently casts the reflection spell. A small thunderclap hits the serpent, and it falls defeated. The title, Sea Monster Slayer, appears on screen. Level up. Smiling, Rona celebrates her victory. Everything went exactly as the guides said. The boss loses to ranged magic and reflection, and the old monsters are no longer relevant. Arriving at a new place, she is already known. Locals call her Archangel Rona, the woman who beat the regional boss with a single strike. They remember how she delivered rare materials and set up defenses in a single day. Rona is a bit confused because she did not expect this level of fame. Trying to stay modest, she acknowledges only part of what is said, but people keep admiring her. People say she performs miracles even beyond Port Aqueous, embellishing them with fantastical details. A resident steps forward to calm the crowd. People thank her and disperse, leaving Rona slightly bewildered. She meets the traveling merchant Kanahu, who turns out to have been on the same ship as her. Kanaha greets her warmly, but when she gives her name, Rona freezes as if she recognizes something important, and her "it's nothing" is met with only a smile. Shaking hands, they exchange friendly smiles. Kanaha is struck by Rona's magic and asks who she really is, and Rona again replies modestly that she is just an ordinary traveler. Kanaha laughs, unable to believe Rona is ordinary, because she is far too strong to be just a traveler. At last, Rona arrives at the royal capital of Webenheim, awed by its grandeur. Towers, palaces, and a massive Ferris wheel rise before her. Excited, she shares her feelings with Kanaha, but when she looks back, she can't find him nearby. Rona doesn't know where he went and assumes he had urgent business. Meanwhile, suspicious men arrive at the port and start asking about her. One of them realizes that a royal knight is involved. It becomes clear this is more serious than they thought. They search for more details. Someone remembers the girl has a distinctive staff. She radiates a divine aura and has deep wisdom and extraordinary power. Still, they act strangely, staring into space and muttering about grass like a cat in a trance. Everyone confirms it's definitely Ron, and the vacant stare and random words all match. They are stunned and realize the country plans to use her as the ultimate weapon because of her absurd power. Rona appears with wings and a glowing aura, proving she is truly a living divine weapon. The men tell the knight they do not know her and pretend to be ordinary travelers. The knight thanks them calmly and says, "I understand." The three decide to protect Rona, loudly declaring they will not allow her to be used as a weapon. They would protect her smile at any cost. Elsewhere, the knight receives a report that Ronnie was not among the passengers and is puzzled about where she went. Meanwhile, Kanaka contacts the center to report that she has already made contact with the target. And at the same moment, someone loudly asks where the great prophetess Rona is. The report says Rona's power exceeded expectations, and she destroyed the Sea Lord with a single strike. The government considers it a national-level threat, and is even considering shutting it down. But Kanaha smiles calmly and takes everything on herself. "Leave it to me." She is sure that even if Ron loses, nothing will change, and she already knows the outcome. On the other end, the voice admits that Kanaha, as the kingdom's chief spy, has all the necessary skills. It warns that failure will have serious consequences. If she makes a mistake, the consequences will be catastrophic. Kanaha prepares to act, slips on gloves with cold determination in her eyes. Calling Rona a recluse, she says the girl is more vulnerable than she seems. She activates a spy artifact, a status analysis crystal, while Rona smiles carefree, dreaming of the future. Kanaka shifts into strategic mode, saying the world belongs to those who control the data. She is convinced that with complete information you can beat anyone. A cold smile on her face, she peers into the crystal and says, "Show me your data. Let me see the whole truth." The data shocks her. Rona Hermit is level 68 with 38,671 magic attack, 98,120 HP, SSS legendary gear, a magical swimsuit, and SSS level skills internet, terror drain, and water shadow dance. Titles: Cruel Destroyer, Slayer of Sea Monsters, Chosen by the World Tree, Wicked Witch. The system confirms it is Lovey level 68. Kanaha stares into the crystal in horror, trapped in a real nightmare. Kanaha, not believing what she sees, rubs the verification crystal and shakes it as if it were an error. But the numbers do not change and she panics. Ronnie's readings exceed the 999 limit by hundreds, the power level of a demonic lord or even a dark god. Kanaha, drenched in cold sweat, whispers that she wasn't meant to see this. A terrible thought comes to mind. Rona might realize she was scanned. She pulls herself together. Hesitation is not an option. Now the sole aim is to earn Rona's recognition at any cost. While Kanaha is absorbed in strategy, Rona happily strolls through the city, singing about tasty food and completely unaware. People from different regions talk about her deeds. Some call her the savior of the elves. Others call her the one who hears the gods' voices. She is also described as a beautiful archangel who saved Aquas from the Great Flood. Even the guards tell stories about a girl who can fly across the sky, her fame growing while Rona herself has no idea. Meanwhile, the desperate knights search for the great prophetess. Flying and teleporting make it almost impossible to locate her. Alarming rumors spread at the same time about natural disasters and a mysterious girl appearing with men in black. Tension in the capital is rising. The knights move to act, and only the prophetess can bring back hope. Orders are clear. Find her at any cost before a crisis hits the capital. Rona stops confidently in the middle of the city. She honestly admits she is completely lost and has no idea where to go. She is trying to figure out the Webenheim map. He quickly loses patience even though he knows the local treats and still can't find his way. Considers asking someone for help, but cannot even find the center for lost children. Costello orders a golden loaf, and the seller tells him to go to the main square. After thanking, she takes the sweets. After tasting the first bite, Rona beams that it tastes divine, and the seller is pleased to see her happiness. Impressed by her reaction, the seller gives her another one for free. Rona happily agrees and continues eating with a look of pure joy on her face. Her genuine joy draws passers-by, and people begin to gather around. Rona's emotional energy draws even more customers to the stall. The seller notices, puzzled, that almost no ingredients are left because all the treats have been handed out. Seeing the rush, other passers-by start buying too, and a line forms. Rona looks at the fountain and feels the spirit of this commercial capital in its movement, joy, and taste. Feeling relieved, she moves to get her bearings on the square but feels someone's watchful gaze as something approaches. Ron decides to pray for the first time in his life, but he is afraid of doing something wrong and accidentally angering some god of good manners. While preparing, she notices a figure standing by the statue of the goddess of light, linked to the story's main event. Recites the keywords from an online guide, though they don't fully understand how it works. But as soon as they finish, powerful light flashes around her, catching her off guard. A glow surrounds Ronu, and she finds herself in a strange space, floating alone. A voice declares her chosen, and she spoke words of power that removed the seal of the golden land. An essence praises her path. Rona recognizes the figure before her, and the figure confirms it is her. Then the goddess says she once fought the evil god Terra. She calls herself Layfield, the goddess of light. But Rona is surprised to remember seeing this woman as a VTuber. A little disappointed, she says it aloud. Layfield doesn't know what a VTuber is, but insists she is a goddess. Rona admits she spoke those words of power only because she found them online. The goddess panics as the girl accidentally removed the seal of the Golden Land without understanding what she had done. Rona sincerely thanks everyone for all the help she received online. He even tries to repay the favor by offering food, including mayonnaise, because he says his gods adore it. Layfield tries to refocus on the danger, but Rona is happily playing with her food. The goddess tries the dish for the first time and falls in love with its taste. This makes Rona bloom even more. She recommends offering these gifts more often, because she has always felt the goddess's support online. But Layfield suddenly goes quiet, realizing Rona has no idea what is really happening. The goddess decides she must explain everything. He asks listeners to pay close attention. She says the world stands on the brink of destruction. The mood becomes serious as both sit at a mysterious table. Rona stays calm, as if she heard a weather report. By now she was used to it, having seen countless disasters lately. The goddess was stunned by her indifference. Rona remembers how she single-handedly defeated a legendary monster last week that could have destroyed the world. The goddess stands stunned. This is the creature that only a few goddesses could stop before. People are panicking, and Rona just shrugs. Completely stunned, Layfield asks directly who she really is. Rona answers simply, "I'm just an ordinary girl," and adds that it's not a crisis. But the goddess suddenly notices there is little time left. She rushes to explain the threat looming over the golden land of Eternia. She fails to make it in time, and her warning cuts off mid-sentence. At the last moment, the goddess asks for sweets next time, and Ronu is thrown hard back onto the ground. The landing is harsh. Back in reality, she sees the goddess's statue glowing. Surprised, she discovers she has been named a possible chosen one of the goddess of light. Guards spot a glow and suspect a great prophetess is nearby. A knight approaches Rona and asks about the mysterious girl who can see the future. Rona is exactly the person they're looking for and pretends not to know anything. Calmly promises to help with the search without revealing himself. Avoiding suspicion, she sighs and realizes she forgot to ask who exactly they are looking for. Merrily casts the spell Wings and Song, takes to the sky, and flies off to a new adventure. Knights look up in amazement as the rumors that she can fly seem to be true. One of them orders that they stop searching this area because it has already disappeared. At that moment, Rona, beaming with joy, finds the place she was looking for. It is nothing like a temple. She arrives at a luxurious casino full of lights and excitement and cries out in delight that she's in the right place. She eagerly hits the slot machines and luck is initially on her side. Winnings are pouring in and she is thrilled. She seems to have a natural gift for betting, so work no longer makes sense. She remembers online reviews saying this casino is the perfect place for easy money and rare items. Fate itself leads her here. Completely captivated by the atmosphere, she starts to doubt whether adventures are worth it for her. Maybe this is her new path, but something changes. For a moment, the gaze clears. She seems to be coming out of a trance. Coins are melting, but she tries to stay calm because the internet says so. The machine is silent, but Rona keeps pressing the buttons, convinced a win is near. Then her face changes as something unexpected is about to happen. Determined to make a comeback, she must exchange coins. Given a few chips, a modest item, and a pile of sweets, she looks silently. It is not at all what she expected. Desperate, a casino worker approaches her. An attractive offer is made. Rona instantly accepts, intent on restoring what was lost. But the ending is grim. Completely devastated, she walks out of the casino with a blank stare. A child asks his mother who he is looking at, and the mother answers plainly that this is the face of someone who lost everything at a casino. Rona is tied to a contract, and now she owes 500,000 sil. She drops to her knees, overcome by despair. Devastated, she asks herself in a broken voice how everything went so wrong. A sudden thought. Use the earnings from Rona's wall and the trap tower fees to pay the debt. Rona plans to use the money she earned to rebuild the city. Soon it becomes clear that this is catastrophically insufficient. The need for money becomes desperate. She turns to the internet, her lifeline. Among the suspicious options are jobs on tuna boats and strange side jobs. They suddenly find an ad for a food court contest in the capital, offering a prize of 10 million sils. Impressed by the amount, Rona decides to take part. It's her chance to get out of debt. At that moment, the young man who has been following her around the capital finally finds Rona. At first, he only wanted to watch from the shadows, but now he doubts his idea. Panic grips him. The glowing statue of the goddess Rona disappeared and flew into the casino. Confused, they activate their camouflage ability and continue tracking. When he sees her again, he discovers she has lost all her money. The boy watches in surprise as Rona sits on the ground with a vacant stare. Like a cat, she stares into the distance, then suddenly smiles, which confuses him even more. He can't make sense of what's happening or why she's so calm. Konoha watches Rona closely, suspecting her pensiveness hides something important. But there is not enough time to draw conclusions. Rona suddenly spots her and rushes over to greet her at an impressive speed. Joyful, she hugs Konoha, but clearly didn't expect the meeting and is sweaty and nervous. She tries to get out of it by making up a story about work. Unaware, Rona praises her knowledge and starts asking questions, and Konoha becomes increasingly tense. The heroine responds cheerfully to his remark and notices he is eyeing her clothes with suspicion. Rona, a little shy, approaches him respectfully. She suddenly invites him to take part in a cooking contest, and he is stunned. He remembers the contest tests trading skills, and the top prize is 10 million sils and prestige. It could help his secret dealings. Seeing her excitement, he decides to agree because it is a good opportunity. Rona smiles and says it's more fun with a friend, and she means it. The boy is surprised to hear the word friend. as if he has never had that experience. Tries to hide emotions, but it shows. Agrees, a bit awkwardly. Rona notices but does not understand why it matters so much. The boy is puzzled by her simplicity and wonders why she is so sincere with him, while she is just glad to have found a friend. The young man decides to exploit the situation, pretending to cooperate so he can better track her unpredictable moves. Shaking her hand, he hopes to gain more of her trust. Reflecting on next steps, he remembers another important figure who will also be at the event. Melchidorland Princess Dal. She is another target of his. Now taking part in the contest is twice as valuable. I remember Melchit becoming head of one of the kingdom's largest trading companies. People say she runs the capital from the shadows. Her ties to the criminal world make monitoring the confrontation with Rona crucial. Suddenly he realizes the West offers more opportunities than he expected, and a smile appears on his face. Rona watches his expression with interest. At last they agree to enter the contest together. Rona beams, clearly thrilled. She is relieved she won't have to get involved in shady jobs anymore. The boy looks surprised at how casually she says it. They head to the place where they will hold their first strategic meeting. Konoha sits on the floor beaming with excitement as the boy suggests they decide right away what kind of food to sell, and Rona says confidently that she already has an idea. Enthusiastically presents a sketch of their idea. The boy watches her drawing with curiosity, a simple childlike picture of people eating a bunch of small balls. The idea shocks him because the drawing feels like a ritual, not a business. Rona explains, "It will be a caviar stand, a luxurious and unusual choice." The guy thinks it looks like a dark cult and is surprised by the portions. She refuses to give up, convinced that premium ingredients will win, and she plans to introduce a fixed menu to increase profits. The young man immediately dismisses the caviar idea. Rona is shocked. She didn't even have a backup plan. She tries to excuse herself, saying it was divine inspiration, but he already suspects she serves a dark deity. They both fall awkwardly silent. Returning to the plan, the young man suggests starting data collection since 5 days remain before the event, and Rona readily agrees. The flashback shows that because Konoha had gold-rank trader status, they completed registration instantly. He says confidently that with the right information managing the business will be easy. Konoka becomes even more excited. They decide to start by sampling dishes at the other booths. Rona loves the taste of everything she tries. The boy notices that the competitors are already testing their products publicly. He explains that they collect feedback this way and it builds a strong reputation. Konoha is shocked. The launch is 5 days away and competitors are already several steps ahead. Rona realizes the contest is much tougher than she expected. A young man explains that it's not just selling food. It involves product development, marketing, negotiating for a spot, and more. Winning can make you a true merchant. Rona panics because they are far behind. The man calmly confirms it, and the thought alone makes her thirsty. Exhausted, Rona summons the magic box and calmly drinks from it. The young man looks shocked, as if it's the most ordinary thing in the world. Confused and scared, the boy reacts and has no idea where she got that cup. Rona calmly explains that it comes from her magic box, where you can keep things in perfect condition. Impressed by her abilities, the young man sees how big an advantage they give in the competition. He is already full of ideas. He notes that ingredients sell out quickly before the event, so they are hard to find. With a magic storage, you can buy everything in advance, prepare dishes ahead of time, and serve them instantly, ensuring incredible efficiency. Rona is delighted by his plan and believes that with such an ally, victory is entirely possible. The boy jokes that losing so badly would just be embarrassing. Considering simple, popular dishes, he suggests selling sandwiches. Rona keeps bringing up caviar and imagines a sandwich stuffed with it, then mysteriously mentions something about explosions. The boy understands nothing. Suddenly, she suggests cooking food the gods love and recalls that her mayonnaise was already a hit in another city. She starts exploring divine cuisine, seeing photos of takoyaki, yakisoba, and kakigori. She is delighted and, without even knowing how they taste, believes they will bring success. Laughing, she adds that copying the gods' food is a bit like plagiarism, but it sounds funny. Advising against that kind of exotic fare, he suggests focusing on something more familiar. She then asks about foreign cuisine. He agrees it's interesting, but it's hard to do without an example. The moment she hears it will be difficult without a sample. Immediately shows detailed, high-quality images. The young man notices that besides photos, there are recipes, and with precise information, he begins to take the idea more seriously. He is stunned by how casually she shows such advanced knowledge. He hesitates and asks if it is some special ability. Calmly, she explains it's an internet technology that lets people read ancient and modern texts from around the world. The boy freezes in surprise. He begins to suspect that this mysterious ability may be her greatest secret. He trembles as a thought pounds in his head that any trader with such power could seize the market in an instant. Shocked, he objects that such a dangerous secret must not be revealed so carelessly. Rona apologizes, confused and not understanding the problem, and he regains his composure and asks again if the internet really gives recipes, and she replies calmly, yes, of course. They immediately begin describing the taco-like ingredients, flour, eggs, and a mysterious black sauce. Lists a long set of ingredients for Worcestershire sauce, each one more complex than the last. He ends by saying just add ketchup, sugar, and fish stock. The young man falls silent as he tries to take it in and admits that recreating it is simply impossible. He weighs the complexity and cost of the taco-like design and decides that even if it works, it is not worth it for the contest, suggesting something simpler. Rona immediately proposes kakigori as an excellent alternative. Upon seeing a picture of the dessert, the boy finds it a much more practical option and learns that kakigori is shaved ice with fruit syrup like snow. He is excited by the idea because no one here has prepared anything like it yet. Thinking about the festival's heat and crowds, he knows a cold dessert will be a perfect hit. Both agree the idea is promising, and the magic to make ice will help save a lot. Inspired, the guy suggests making a prototype and asks about the syrup. Rona starts naming the ingredients, dyes, and corn syrup, and it all sounds very artificial. Puzzled by the strange names, the man has none of those ingredients, so he improvises with watered-down jelly and keeps thinking some androids must have invented it. Once everything is ready, they try the dessert. After the first spoonful, Rona is amazed. The plain ice has turned into a true wonder. They celebrate, calling it jelly-topped ice, and laugh. Problems soon appear. The ice is too hard and not as fluffy as expected. The taste seems less sweet because they discover cold dull's sweetness. The young man believes refining the syrup will make it work. After adjusting the ice size, the texture improves. Rona is delighted, and it's now a real treat. The guy agrees, impressed that one small change made all the difference. Her excitement quickly turns into a new experiment as she suggests adding caviar on top. The guy can't handle it, she's always obsessed with caviar. When the recipe is ready, they decide it's time to find an ice shaver, and the boy remembers there are no blacksmiths in the capital right now. Rona is happy to say she knows a blacksmith and can contact him directly. Friends will even help with the fruit. The guy confidently leaves these tasks to her and handles renting a space and finding equipment, while Rona is delighted and ready to take care of everything. Just after getting the assignment, Rona happily jumps to the door and vanishes. A glow lingers in the air. The boy is impressed. She just teleported. Rona acts like nothing happened, but the guy can't recover because his records about her didn't show any of that. Confused and at a loss, he has no idea how to explain such an absurd event. Meanwhile, Rona moves decisively and gives the ice plow blueprints to the gnomes so they can build everything needed. He heads to the elves for fresh fruit and, thanks to his ties across races, quickly mobilizes the needed allies. She comes back excited, saying the ice shaver will be ready in 2 days and that she brought plenty of fruit. The young man was shocked by how quickly she organized everything. She begins unloading a pile of bright fruits, showing she handled it in no time. Returning, she carries a huge pile of glossy, high-quality fruit. The boy asks where it came from, and her calm reply is that they came from a hidden elf village. Confronted with this absurdity, the young man gets a headache trying to make sense of it all, while Rona calmly holds out an elven elixir as if it is perfectly normal. The boy politely declines the elven potion, saying it will only make his headache worse. He brags that while she was gone, he finished all the paperwork and even reserved a spot for the kiosk. On hearing that, Rona happily agrees to go check out the new place. Arriving, she looks around the grounds with excitement, but her enthusiasm quickly fades when the place is empty. Tall grass, cobwebs, and general neglect are disappointing, and everything looks like an abandoned field. In the awkward silence, the young man forces a strained smile and says, "Extra space is a benefit. Without neighbors, there will be more freedom." Rona, though surprised, accepts his words and praises his foresight. He honestly admits there was no other choice. The young man tries to stay optimistic, but the place needs more than cleaning. His main concern is how to bring people here. Poor lighting and distance may keep customers from seeing the menu. Rona listens closely, then suddenly suggests a brilliant but dubious idea: fake reviews and disguised advertising. He immediately takes on the lighting and promotion, which really solves the problem. At the same time, he feels a bit uneasy about the dark side of this strategy. With the materials already on site, he gets to work and begins preparing to install the kiosk. Suddenly, Rona appears with a cheerful team of helpers ready to work. The boy looks lost, unsure who all these people are, and Rona calmly says they are just elves. The elves greet with mysterious smiles and say they always watch over Rona and will come to help at any moment. One even warns that if you see a single elf next to her, 100 more are nearby. Shocked, the boy stares at everyone, feeling this is more like a chase than protection as another figure approaches. A group of hooded figures appears, sworn to Ronnie and determined not to be defeated by any elves. Rona thanks everyone enthusiastically while the boy only sighs, sensing everything is becoming increasingly strange, and the group listens closely to instructions for building the kiosk from her sketches. The hooded figures misread her drawing with caviar because to them it looked like a diagram for a dark ritual. Their imaginations ran wild, and they began celebrating as if taking part in a ceremony honoring a dark dragon. Rona watched the madness in silence, unable to understand how things had gone so far, but despite the strange atmosphere, the work picked up. A different group came to help and brought tables, dishes, and chairs. Rona smiles warmly at them, grateful for the support. Many still doubt the safety of working here, since the previous assistants seemed more like conspirators than cooks. With each minute, the atmosphere warms as Rona works cheerfully with everyone, energizing the team with positivity. One observer realizes that this is Rona's first time being part of something shared. This new feeling surprises her so much that it leaves her speechless. Deep in thought, she does not notice her genuine smile. Only when she sees it does she stop in surprise. Calm breaks as an unexpected warning flashes on her bag. Amid the kiosk project chaos, Konoha suddenly realizes she forgot to send an important report. Panic grips her, but she forces herself not to show it when Rona notices her worried expression. Even while trying to seem calm, Konoha's thoughts keep returning to the main task of watching Rona. She wanders alone, thinking she has gathered enough information, so entering the contest is no longer necessary. The mission succeeded, and this could finally end her role as an expendable spy. This is exactly what she wanted from the start. Something deep inside her made her doubt. Narrowing the communication space, she hesitates and doesn't dare to answer. Pressure mounts. She realizes she must report, but her thoughts are muddled. Forcing a smile, she convinces herself everything is under control and her identity is not exposed. Then Rona hears a noise and approaches. With a cheerful smile, she looks completely carefree. Calmly, he says he knows, and the time for Konoha's report has come. Konoha freezes in shock, unsure how to respond to the unexpected revelation. Panic hits her when Rona calls her a spy. Rona stays calm and says she knew all along. Confused, Konoha tries to figure out when she was exposed. Rona replied casually about a week ago. She says she did not violate her privacy and tries to calm her. Konoha cannot understand how it all became so obvious. She hears even more surprise. People wrote about her on forums and even painted pictures. Posters with her image appeared across the capital. Konoha grows more confused about why she became a public figure at all. Desperate, she begins to doubt whether she's cut out to be a spy. He recalls the order. If exposed, self-destruct. They hesitate, especially when Rona asks directly. Even knowing everything, they continue to trust. Rona just wants to know why she is doing it. Konoha cannot understand why, despite the spying, she is given so much trust. Rona smiles warmly and says simply, "We're friends." Konoha is stunned and at a loss for words. Such openness was unexpected after all her secrets. Rona begins praising spies, saying they are the stylish heroes of our time. Konoha is left speechless. Rona happily says that it is great to have a friend who is a spy. Konoha, still tense, suddenly laughs genuinely for the first time in a long time. Laughter brings relief. That makes her see Rona is a bit eccentric, but genuinely honest. Remembering the call from headquarters, Konoha simply ignores it, smiling faintly for the first time. She squeezed the sphere in her hands and decided her life as a spy was over. She was different now. Konoha jumped up with a decisive move and smashed the communication sphere into pieces. She smiled and said she used to be a spy, asking Rona to keep it secret. Rona agreed enthusiastically. Looking at the wreckage, Konoha realized her old life was now completely behind her. Raised only as a tool, without emotions or attachments, she remembered her upbringing. And when she saw Rona, she realized her old goals no longer mattered. Konoha steps up with enthusiasm and confidence, and now her goal is to win the food kiosk contest. Rona responds with equal enthusiasm, inspired by the idea. When the conversation turned to the old mission, Rona was genuinely surprised to learn she had been under surveillance, and Konoha was stunned to realize Rona had suspected nothing. Konoha proposes using the fruit supplies to make fruit candies as a new dish for the kiosk. She thinks the dessert will be easy to make, will decorate the ice, and will catch customers' attention. As Konoha eagerly plans, Rona watches from afar, noticing how she has blossomed and become livelier. Konoha admits she seems to prefer being a merchant, and she genuinely enjoys it. She asks Rona about the secret plan, and Rona replies excitedly that everything is going to plan. Meanwhile, Rona teleports to the port city of Aqua to pick up something important. A mysterious man meets her there. With a mysterious smile, the blacksmith solemnly hands her an ice shaver after working on it all night. Rona is impressed with the result, and the machine looks perfect and matches the drawings exactly. The device gleams, ready for the festival. Thrilled, she asks for a takoyaki cart too. Koval readily accepts the challenge, and Rona can already picture recreating the dish thanks to his skills. The scene jumps forward 5 days. Something big is coming. Rona is delighted with the results of her efforts, and everything looks fantastic. In 5 days, they fully assembled the kiosk. The structure, the desserts, and the ice machine all work flawlessly, and the atmosphere became wonderfully festive. Both wear yukata, fitting for the festival. Rona shines, and the former spy is a bit embarrassed by the bright outfit. Although they admit the clothing draws attention, they still feel awkward, especially after she saw a bunch of her photos online in different costumes. Together, they do a final check of the kiosk. Everything is ready. The atmosphere is pleasant, the place is tidy, and the tools gleam with perfect order. Rona grows nervous before the contest, feeling she must push herself to the limit to pay off a debt, while Konoha remains confident. Suddenly, a stranger approaches the kiosk in a serious tone and directly asks if she is Rona Hermit. The atmosphere instantly grows tense. Konoha feels uneasy because a mysterious visitor arrived before the official opening. The woman calmly inspects the kiosk. A woman asked whether the sweets were for sale. Rona confirmed, though flustered. The stranger praised the dessert's appearance while studying everything closely. The blonde examined the sweets carefully and said that a good appearance is not enough, and it is important to know how to sell them properly. She explained the product had to be in the right place with the right lighting. Otherwise, it would fail. It all depended on the seller. Ron was surprised by such strict logic. A young woman called the product pathetic and said she had come to see the seller who saved the port city, but she was disappointed. Rona asked if she was taking part in the contest too. The blonde was surprised she wasn't recognized. Ronnie's friend whispered that the girl was from the largest trading company in Dorland's capital. The blonde revealed the truth. She is the head of the largest company. Rona was stunned. The stranger said the most important thing for a merchant is information, added that she had wasted her time, and then turned and walked away, leaving Rona bewildered. Despite Ron's criticism, she stayed upbeat and smiled as she reminded everyone it was time to enjoy the festival. Meanwhile, the blonde quietly shut her bedroom door and called it all nonsense. The girls watched the carriage, not realizing who she really was. One of them said she could hardly believe the brilliant merchant woman had shown up in person. Her aura was incredibly strong. By age 5, she had reopened the shop, and in less than 10 years, she turned it into the capital's largest company and repeatedly won competitions. Rona hesitated, unsure they had any chance, but her friend answered calmly, "Compared to you, she is nothing." After seeing Rona in action, she said she believed only Rona could win. If Rona had been an opponent, she would have lost hope, and she smiled. Inspired, both readied themselves to carry out the secret plan. Konoha smiled and said it was time to deliver the final blow. Rona eagerly agreed. The scene shifts as a hand clicks, opening a browser window. The long-awaited part of the plan begins. President Melche gets a detailed schedule for the day. 4 business meetings in the morning, then lunch with the finance minister. She shrugs indifferently when the competition comes up. Confident she has no rivals, She declares the main thing is to guarantee victory, and still orders a check of the participant list. Dorlin began with a simple dream to make parents smile. In a simple, loving home, the girl watched her parents work with steady dedication every day. She realized that having a good product is not enough. You have to know how to sell it. Otherwise, neither the buyer nor the seller will be happy. The little girl began offering ideas to improve the trade. Her father listened with interest and asked if it would really help. Gradually, with small changes, the shop began attracting customers. The cozy corner became a lively spot full of smiles and shoppers. She promised her father she would sell more to bring even more joy. The girl treated the goods with care as if they had a soul. Selling meant valuing each person's work. Over time, she noticed others could not do the same. With knowledge, selling can become exciting and enjoyable. As she grew up, the young woman plunged into trade, dreaming of factories and mass production, and promised her father she would give him plenty of work to show her ambition. Even as the numbers shot up, that childlike spark faded. Success no longer brought joy and left only emptiness. Despite all she had achieved, Melche felt lost, memories of warm and joyful times. They contrasted with the cold reality of business. She no longer knew how to fall in love with her work again. Joy disappeared, leaving only doubts. Suddenly, something pulled her back to the present. Mulling over her doubts, Melche heard noise from the street. Curious, she stood up, clutching her doll. People had gathered, and it could be the start of something new. Outside, a crowd eagerly talked about a stall selling colored ice cream nobody had seen yet, but it looked incredibly appealing. Melche recognized the voice in the ad, unsure but determined. The voice called everyone to the northern sector. Melche realized something was happening that she had not anticipated. She remembered the girl who admitted she knew nothing about selling. But that girl had a genuine desire to make people smile, and those simple words struck a chord with Melche, reminding her why she had started trading. From the window, Melche saw the crowd suddenly move toward another stall. People wanted something new, even those who had already been to the famous Dorland stall. Melche fell into thought, and her assistants watched, puzzled by what was happening. Someone thought it was a trick. She suddenly decided to act. She canceled all her meetings and had someone drive her straight to her own kiosk. Seeing Rona, Melche realized she had underestimated her rival. The simple, sincere girl was not someone to be ignored. After pulling herself together, Melche admitted she had broken her own rules by forgetting the importance of information and strategy, and now she was determined to fight seriously. Rona celebrated with joy, and everything turned out better than she had imagined. Melche was surprised that such simplicity hid extraordinary creativity. Rona used free online tools like images, sites for effects, and music to create something sincere and bright, and it touched Melche. Rona explained she was inspired by attention-grabbing online ads. Her bright, moving images were visible even in the dark and instantly captured attention. For many, this became a true breakthrough in advertising. Visitors were impressed, and Rona modestly credited the team's effort and the desire to make everyone's day a little brighter. Despite this success, everyone knew it was only the beginning. Getting attention was only the first step. To hold it, they had to keep working. They were ready to give everything. Determined, they set out to turn their work into a fun adventure and make the kiosk even brighter. When the contest began, Rona and her partner energetically welcomed the first clients. More and more people arrived and the line kept growing. Everyone wanted to try the new dessert. They served quickly thanks to a magical item that instantly produced ready meals, and customers were delighted by the efficiency. The kiosk quickly became one of the event's main attractions, combining agility, friendliness, and simple yet effective creativity. Success came instantly, and everyone praised the dessert's unique taste and was surprised by its unusual combination. The news spread instantly. The crowd kept growing, and the team began to buckle under the rush of customers. Joy mixed with panic as there were not enough hands. Backup was called in urgently. Disguised elves kept things in order and cleaned up. Even that did not help, as popularity exceeded all expectations, and the organizers were unprepared. A mysterious team in dark cloaks worked in the kitchen, but their appearance frightened everyone, and despite their efforts, the growing mess began to cause harm. Rona activated a special skill and split into 3 clones. The dance of water clones technique filled the gaps in the staff. All 3 Rons spoke at the same time, causing chaos and laughter. Try to identify the real one. They all answered in sync. It was chaotic, but the work went faster because each cloned Rona was in her place. Even the clones could no longer tell which one was real. One of the friends gave each Ronnie a role to restore order. Rona A greets guests. Rona B takes orders. Rona C brings dishes. Finally, there was a bit of order, but there were still too many people. Rona refused to give up and devised a new plan. She summoned a magical boost. She summoned two magical Lulu-chan characters full of energy and enthusiasm, and their arrival lifted the team's spirits and drew even more attention from the audience. But the sisters immediately started arguing about who had which task. Because of this, the team was thrown off again, and everyone watched the small magical creatures argue loudly while they worked. Some noticed they resembled descendants of the Water Dragon clan. Even amid the chaos, it provided valuable help. Rona confirmed that Lulu is a princess of the Water Clan. Her partner was even more shocked. Princesses fell in love with the kiosk and the frost and decided to help out in gratitude. Their presence, though a bit disorganized, filled the space with joy. Everyone began to trust the genuine spirit Rona brought to the competition. At first, people doubted the princesses could succeed, but that doubt was misplaced. The Lulus proved extremely warm and lively. Customers adored them for their kindness and courtesy. The kiosk was now known not only for its ice cream, but also for its service. Rona and her partner were stunned at how quickly everything turned into a triumphant show. Surprised, she asked how the princesses could work so skillfully. The answer was simple. It was common in the kingdom. Both Lulus began taking orders in perfect harmony, and their enthusiasm was contagious. Meanwhile, new customers arrived, drawn by the kiosk's ads and growing popularity. Rona began to reap the rewards of her creativity. Merchants who supported Rona came to help and were surprised to see her clones in action. Seeing there were not enough dishes, they brought extra plates, and the kiosk could barely keep up with everyone. To thank them for their sincere help, Rona treated the traders to an icy dessert. They were surprised to see how a simple frozen dessert had been transformed into a work of art by her team's efforts. After the kiosk's success, Rona, tired but happy, finally took a short break and watched the customers with quiet gratitude. A sudden, approving voice put her on guard as she recognized a familiar figure. Aries was her mother. Despite being busy, she came to support her daughter, filling her heart with warmth and pride. The moment grew even more precious. Rona tried to ask her mother about her affairs. Aries decisively changed the subject to show it was not worth discussing. Rona silently accepted the refusal, shifting her gaze to the bustle at the kiosk. Aries noticed her daughter was exhausted and hinted they still needed more staff. Rona agreed, noting that even with extra help the demand remained overwhelming. Aries decided to help. Accustomed to public work, she surprised Ron, and soon everything fell into place. As a priestess and guildmaster, Aries handled complaints and demands every day, almost like a service administrator. Rona realized almost every job comes down to serving others. Aries smiled and called herself a complaint specialist, ready for any challenge with cool confidence. With everyone gathered, Ronu, her clones, Lulu, Aries, and their allies, the team organized itself, united and inspired, and set to work. Their warmth and togetherness captivated the crowd, and the kiosk stayed open through the night like the heart of the celebration. He was the event's true triumph, and everything ran smoothly. Customers were satisfied, but then discovered a shortage of the most popular flavors. Even with all our supplies, the strawberries and melons ran out. Demand exceeded all expectations. Rona checked the inventory and confirmed the supplies were gone. Their success went beyond their preparations. Konoha doubted himself. As a planner, he felt he had failed, and even as a gold trader, he saw it as a defeat. Disappointment washed over him, and a new threat was looming in the form of the giant company Dorland. Konoha was stunned to learn that President Melche himself was running their kiosk and breaking sales records. His faith faltered. Seeing Rona and remembering she had called him a friend, he felt something change and decided to fight to justify her trust. But Konoha collapsed from exhaustion. Rona hurried to him, alarmed. The boy said it was just dizziness, but his exhaustion was obvious. Rona quietly wished someone else would help because the team urgently needed reinforcements. A new figure appeared on the streets. A young, confident woman from the elite strolled with curiosity, searching for new trends. Seeing a commercial for a frozen dessert, she saw it as a chance to shine. Being trendy meant status to her. Determined, she headed to the kiosk, dreaming of her own fame. With a proud stride, she walked through astonished looks. She was certain this was her moment. With Rona gone, the city became a stage where she was meant to shine. Everything had to bend to her. Walking down the street, she saw a crowd and a bright sign that drew attention. Curious, she moved closer and saw an advertisement for that same legendary frozen dessert. Surprised, she had never heard of it even back at the academy. As a high-status person, she decided she had to know every trend, and with a confident look, she tried it to preserve her image. As she walked up to the kiosk, Rona immediately recognized her and called out in surprise. The elite girl's confident expression turned to shock when several Rons stood before her, all identical and working together. Shaken to her core, Elmina fled, not understanding what was happening. Rona's clones exchanged surprised glances and watched as she disappeared into the distance. Elmina ran straight up to mysterious hooded figures stirring something in a dark cauldron, and fear gripped her. She tried to find out who they were, but they only laughed menacingly and suggested destroying her. Elmina froze in terror, unsure how to react. Frightened, she rushed back to Rona, trembling and muttering frantically that she had seen something from Vidden. Suddenly, the hooded figures dropped to their knees and called Rona a goddess. Elmina's shock only deepened. Trying to make sense of it, she thought she had ended up in a cult where Rona was the high priestess, and she would be the next victim. Unaware of what had happened, Rona gladly accepted Elmina's help because staff were short. Still paranoid, Elmina reluctantly agreed, convinced she had become part of a dark ritual. Once she started helping, her organizational skills impressed everyone. Client flow was brought under control, and the public began to see her as the real elite. The reputation strengthened. Confidently, Elmina took charge and declared she would make the kiosk live up to its status. Dressed in an elegant outfit, she made an impression. People applauded her like a top executive. But when the kiosk started running perfectly, Elmina noticed the team was tired again. Lulu gave her a demanding look, and they expected her to get to work too. Even though she didn't want to, Elmina had to join the service. She tried to greet customers, but her face showed she did not belong. Although she was reluctant, people began to notice her appearance. A serious, awkward expression on her face produced an unexpected effect. Visitors were charmed by her reserve and showered her with compliments. Rona watched it all with a satisfied smile. Returning from a break, Konoha saw that the atmosphere in the kiosk had completely changed. Seeing everything working smoothly, he thanked Ronnie for the reinforcements and sighed with relief. Deep down, he began to doubt himself, and comparing himself to others made him feel like a fool. Despite everything, he decided he would fight to the end of the competition, even though he feels he is not at the same level. Exhausted but determined, Konoha decided to give everything in one final push. Tired, he kept working, fueled by the team's support. The Ronnies greeted him with a smile, and a crowd of customers was gathering around the kiosk again. Business was going great, with new clients arriving non-stop. The menu now offers true luxury, a caviar dish. Visitors remained satisfied, praising the service and the new offering. But Konoha suddenly noticed something strange about Ronnie. Taken aback by the unexpected success of the new menu item, he asked Rona how the idea came about. She admitted adding caviar after a strategic tip. The idea became a commercial hit. Caviar stocks ran out quickly, but sales stayed at their peak. Konoha suddenly realized that the kiosk's real success was thanks to Rona. She managed everything with remarkable efficiency, even in an unfamiliar environment. Reinhardt, a new character, has arrived in the city. He had been Ronnie's mentor during her adventurous years. She introduced him to the team, while Elmina once again drew the crowd's attention. Reinhardt quickly spotted her in the crowd. He said he had escorted Elmina to the king so she could receive a medal for defeating a demon in the city of Aphon. But he quietly admitted that the real victory belonged to Rona. Despite her status, Elmina kept helping at the kiosk, which impressed Ron even more. Reinhardt also offered to help because he had security experience from working as a guard. His presence immediately attracted new clients, yet the crowd around him quickly turned the line into chaos. Elmina stepped in to restore order. Activity around the kiosk stayed frantic, with everyone working without a break. While the hooded figures watched from the shadows, Konoha smiled, pleased with how well the dishes turned out. Rona stepped closer and quietly caught his attention. She announced that something unusual was about to happen. Konoha looked around in surprise as the contest judges approached their stall. Tension rose. The team posed by the kiosk with smiles and confidence, Lulu and the others glowing with joy. Rona smiled as she looked over the stage and said it was all thanks to Kano's efforts. and it really was fun. Kanoka smiled, clearly moved. It was the happiest day of his life. He sincerely thanked Ronnie for the incredible memories he had never had before. The kiosk contest officially ended, and Rona and Konoha thanked the audience. They ended the day feeling proud of what they had done. After the closing, everyone celebrated their success. Reinhardt spoke about a new mission. Aris laughed. Lulu said a cheerful goodbye, and Elmina collapsed from exhaustion. Rona smiled and thanked everyone. As they waited for Ron and Konoha's results, they talked, a little sadly, about how it was all coming to an end. At the same time, they were glad it had been so much fun. Reinhardt joined them and said the Doorland company had also succeeded. Melchiah appeared without warning and said the result was obvious. Rona and Konoha were surprised by her appearance, and she said observers had been watching the kiosk all day. Everyone expected complaints, but Melchiah surprisingly praised Rona's kiosk and admitted defeat. She said this event was more than a contest. It was an atmosphere of joy and the creativity Rona brought. Melchiah admitted that even selling the same thing she would not have achieved such results, and called Ron an excellent salesman. Rona was unsettled because she had never considered herself a merchant. Both women did not know how to respond. Konoha agreed that all the success came from Ronnie's strategy. She turned a strange idea into a profitable business. Melchiah admitted she had underestimated Rona. She apologized, and the sincere praise shocked Rona. Rona and Konoha started to understand Melchiah better. Though she seemed cold, she always spoke honestly, and she had come to find out if any ice remained. Melchiah tasted the dessert while Rona and Konoha watched closely. Despite the tension, she ate it all quietly, and it was clear she liked it. There was still time before the results were announced, and Rona suggested walking among the kiosks. Melchiah agreed, saying she hadn't managed to see anything all day. Konoha explained that some kiosks were operating before the competition, and many simply took the opportunity to make a profit. Watching the bustle, Konoha said the vendors were selling off the leftovers, and Melchiah admitted she set the closing time on purpose to create an air of exclusivity. Konoha decided to go to the Merchant Guild to register the sales, leaving Rona with Melchiah on a walk. Melchiah noted that seeing products in person feels completely different than simply reading about them. They found a kiosk with a claw machine that dispensed plush toys. Seeing the soft toys, Melchiah asks whether they are for sale and says he will buy them all. The seller is shocked, but Melchiah insists on taking all the goods at once. The seller, looking puzzled, explains that the machine is not working properly. Rona offers to win the toys herself in the game, saving the situation. Just as she begins, someone interrupts her. Rona lunges for the slot machine with frantic speed, trying to win it all. Melchiah watches, puzzled, and the seller does not understand what she is doing. Rona runs in front of the machine and eagerly explains the strategy for stacking the prizes correctly. When the pile finally reaches its perfect shape, it gets ready to press the button. She was completely confident she would catch several toys at once. Melchiah was impressed by her knowledge of the game. Laughing, Rona returns a few extra prizes and says she won more than she needed. The vendor marvels at her skill. Looking at the computer, Rona says she has to delete everything properly. Her friend asks whether she will do it. Seeing Rona so serious, he feels sympathy. Meanwhile, the merchants rush over, thrilled to learn that Rona created that ad. They offer money, ask for something like that for themselves, and even want to make her their personal designer. And Rona is flustered but shyly agrees to help a little. A stern blonde steps between Rona and the merchants, interrupting the conversation. She insists that all of Rona's affairs must go through her because Rona belongs to her. Two merchants stand stunned before the head of Doerland's largest trading company, and they step back, accepting defeat. Rona looks confused and says she only made an announcement, while the blonde replies seriously that she has no idea how valuable what was created is. She says Rona's advertising is not just beautiful, it is a revolution. With this approach, she says, every product on the market will soon have Ronnie-style ads that generate billions. Rona can hardly believe her ears and points out that thanks to the food card, merchants across the capital now recognize her value. Rona is stunned, thinking this is all about her, but others warn that if this continues, companies will go to war over the right to hire her. Melchiah offers her an exclusive contract to avoid further pushy offers. She had never even dreamed of a commercial career. Unexpectedly, they agree right here and now with a joyful smile. Melchiah is stunned by how quickly the decision was made. Rona explains she joined the company not because of business, but because she considers Melchiah her friend. Melchiah blushed and coughed quietly, trying to hide her feelings. After a heartfelt admission of friendship, Melchiah came to her senses and said she would from now on take full responsibility for Rona's care. They shook hands, sealing the partnership with a light smile and a promise to work together. Then they sat on the bench to talk calmly. Melchiah recalls with interest that she heard about foreign dishes at Rona's stall and asks if Rona knows any similar recipes. Rona confirms, and Melchiah immediately offers to recreate these dishes for the company and pay for the ideas. Rona nods happily, and Melchiah begins eagerly listing the dishes she wants to see. Rona eagerly names popular dishes from her world: ramen, pizza, and tapioca. Describing their origin, characteristics, and composition, she has Melchiah listening, amazed that even her company does not have such records. What impresses her most is that all these dishes can be made from ordinary ingredients, like cassava root. Rona continues to share her knowledge, and Melchiah grows increasingly amazed by her expertise. When Rona brings up the internet, Melchiah admits she has never heard of it. Rona starts to suspect that even the very idea of the internet doesn't exist here. Her modern knowledge seems almost magical to others. She is considering whether it can uncover the truth about her power. Rona already looked up information about herself and came across something alarming, a novel that described everything she had done and even thought. Melchiah is stunned and a little tense because that information seems too strange. A book cover shows Rona's name and her picture, which only adds to the mystery. Melchiah admits that when she encountered something like that, she decided not to dig deeper because it made her uncomfortable. Rona recommends checking Melche too. The results are shocking, revealing him as the final boss of the main storyline, with a dark past and a scheme to turn the capital into an underground dungeon of dolls. Stunned by what she sees, Rona tries to ease the situation with an awkward smile. She says softly that Melchiah simply tried to take the capital, then immediately changes the subject. Melchiah notices her friend's strange behavior, but Rona plays it off as a joke while hiding her tension. Despite talk of admiration, one of them immediately objects, saying she is no longer interested. Instead, she displays a series of stunning portraits of Rona found online. Melchiah looks with wonder at the style, colors, and details as if seeing a whole new world. Suddenly, a window appears labeled R18, access restricted. Melchiah asks what it is and why access is blocked. Flustered Rona says it's something forbidden for anyone under 18. They are left guessing what it could be. They arrive at a naive conclusion. Maybe it's something very grown up, like a time capsule. One of them says she cannot wait to grow up and see what is forbidden. The other woman smiles and says she is also looking forward to the moment. They promise to watch it all together. Just then, a third character approaches them, calling out from a distance. The boy asks what has them so excited. They joke, calling it grown-up talk, and leaving him suspicious. And a moment later, he remembers the kiosk competition results are about to be announced. So everyone heads to the Merchants Guild together, with one of them clearly nervous from the wait. Finally, the contest results were announced, and to everyone's surprise, Rona and Konoha's kiosk with ice needles wins first place. They freeze for a moment, not believing what they heard, then break into joyful celebration. Applause rings out as shiny confetti fills the air. As the crowd applauds Ronnie and Konosi, Melchiah stands to the side, smiling peacefully with her eyes closed, genuinely proud of the result and of what they created together. A few days pass after the celebration ends. Rona wakes peacefully, still relaxed after recent events. She launches an RPG on her phone where an only Chan-style character prepares to fight a giant slime. Lying in bed, a girl enjoys the game world and interacting with a virtual hero. After finishing the mission with a top score, Rona jumps with excitement, and the games are really addictive. He recalls absurd ads for social games that promise impossible prizes and godlike powers. Smiling at her memories, she suddenly notices that something in the game is different. Rona is surprised. She has no energy and can do very little, and she realizes how badly hooked she is. He wonders if these virtual adventures are more interesting than real ones. The answer comes quickly. The game won't let her continue without paying. Rona must face the harsh truth that she is not the god from the ad. Free energy recharges slowly. Rona grows bored because everything has stopped. In her dreams, she imagines spending rivers of gold and living like ad heroes, yet deep inside, she realizes the real world is still unexplored. The capital, the dungeons, and new adventures lie ahead. Meanwhile, a young man at the casino enjoys winning on the slots, and in another part of town, Melchiah prepares a tasting by recreating dishes from recipes she found online. Melchiah wants Rona's opinion. A few hours later, Rona leaves the casino, beaming, happy, and satisfied. It was a successful day. She checks the time and realizes it's still too early for the tasting, so she waits a bit. She suddenly remembers she promised to offer a sacrifice to the goddess and goes to keep the promise, trying to say the prayer correctly. The instant she says the last word, a bright light bursts around her and the goddess appears before her with a smile. Rona lunges at her with a gift, saying she brought the promised sacrifice. The goddess watches silently. She looks serious and finally says she has long watched Rona's actions. The girl looks bewildered, and the goddess says calmly but firmly that she was assessing her true nature. She admits she gave the title of apostle too quickly, and if that power had fallen into the wrong hands, she would have had to step in. Now ready to speak, she has something important to say. Rona listens, focused and surprised. The goddess's patience runs out and she angrily scolds them for going to the casino too often. Rona only laughs in response to the goddess's stern words, not taking them seriously. The goddess does not relent, angrily lecturing her for returning to the casino even after paying off her debts. Rona excuses herself, saying her hand begins to tremble if she does not play the slot machines, a sign of true addiction. Despite everything, the goddess acknowledges that the girl has no evil heart and praises her loyalty and the sacrifices she made. At the same time, she is surprised by how much Rona gives in to her own desires. Before she leaves, the goddess warns that her appearances are limited, and Rona breathes a sigh of relief, glad she made a good impression. Smiling, the goddess admits she is more interested in sweets than in any conversation. Rona tries to return to the topic of the world crisis, but the other woman instantly cuts her off. The goddess ignores the serious issue and begs for sweets, and Ron just sighs. Her wishes are truly frightening. The goddess tries kakigori for the first time and finds the flavor exceeds all expectations. She says it is something new and exciting. Rona asks if this is common among gods. The goddess denies it and says she has never heard of it. The girl then remembers tapioca, and the reaction is the same. The goddess does not know what it is. Rona is surprised. She thought tapioca was popular with the younger goddesses. The goddess looks slightly embarrassed and forces a strained smile to keep her dignity. Pretending she knows everything, the lie still shows on her face. Rona instantly believes, overwhelmed with joy because the internet did not lie. She is convinced that everything she saw online is true, even if the goddess is a bit out of touch. He concludes that the world of the gods is likely as varied as the human world, with different countries and traditions. Rona admits she still can't recreate the other divine dishes, but her friend Melchiah helps her. The goddess, a little embarrassed but intrigued, asks to count the tasting as a sacrifice too, and her eyes shine with enthusiasm. Rona immediately agrees and gladly accepts the idea. Her broad smile fills her cheeks, and the goddess looks pleased. He proudly says that choosing Rona as an apostle was the right decision and calls her the best in history. Gratitude fills the farewell, but the goddess suddenly says she must leave, and Rona is left a little flustered. She thanks them for the praise and promises to work even harder. The goddess, already fading, asks for a new dish to be prepared next time, but she does not finish speaking. She simply disappears into thin air. Rona stands stunned, having forgotten again to ask an important question. Getting up, she almost stumbles but keeps her balance and lifts her arms in joy, not falling this time. Seeing the clock, she realizes she is terribly late and with a cry rushes off at full speed. Rona arrives at the massive Melchi Company building, impressed by its scale. They look around, slightly confused and unsure if they are at the right address, as two guards watch the entrance closely. Seeing the facade, Rona realizes the place is too formal and she feels out of place. She checks whether her outfit suits the setting, and despite her doubts, she confidently approaches the gate and speaks to the guard. A staff member instantly recognizes her and says they were already expecting her, leaving the girl stunned. They lead her through the company's corridors. Rona is nervous but tries to stay calm. The escort recalls that the company president is waiting for her, then suddenly looks at Rona with suspicion, as if he has seen her before. He cannot remember where, but he is sure the face is familiar. Suddenly he bows and thanks her for restoring his daughter's smile. Surprised, Rona asks if he is Melchi's father. He confirms, but says painfully that he is not sure he deserves the title. Regret fills his face, and Rona watches silently, trying to understand the situation. He admits he hasn't seen Melchi this happy in a long time, and says she spoke about Ron with a smile. She thanks her sincerely for befriending her daughter. Rona, embarrassed, says she is simply glad they became friends. They lead her into a special room set up for a tasting. A man opens the door and invites her inside. Then she has to go on alone. Rona enters the hall, thanks her escort, and immediately notices Melkia. Bursting with joy, she runs up to her and hugs her tightly. Rona thanks her for the invitation. Melkia is beaming with happiness and says she even had the finance minister sent away on purpose to spend time with Rona. Excited, she says she has already tried to implement the inventory system Rona described to her. This could be a genuine revolution. Rona smiles, surprised and a little embarrassed, genuinely glad the idea was liked. Konoha steps in, listening nervously to the chatter about taking over the world, and asks everyone to avoid those topics while he is around. Stunned, Rona asks what he is doing here. Konoha proudly says he now works at Melchi's company. He says the past few days were tough, but here he finally feels calm, away from his homeland's troubles. Melkia adds that Konoha has been very helpful and she is glad he is nearby. He admits that working on the kiosk with Rona gave him satisfaction, and he began to think that trading was his calling. Expresses sincere thanks to Rona for the opportunity. Before he can finish his thought, Melchi cheerfully invites everyone to taste. Rona immediately agrees, saying she is very hungry. Smiling, Konoha complains that he is again not allowed to finish speaking. When the three of them sit down at the table, they're amazed because the food looks exactly like the pictures online. You'll find appetizing ramen, crispy pizza, and a dish completely covered in fragrant sauce. Konoha praises Dorland for the dish's perfect flavor, and Rona is surprised at how quickly Melchi made them, and glad Melchi shared the recipes with her. Melkia warns that ramen should be eaten quickly before it gets soggy, trying to hide her embarrassment. Konoha notices she's blushing and teases her by calling her president. Annoyed, Melkia replies coldly that he will be fined with a 30-year salary cut. At the tasting, Konoha gets confused, unsure how to eat ramen, and finally tries with his hands. Frightened, Rona tries to stop him, saying the hands are meant for a different dish. The scene turns chaotic. Konoha gets burned. Melkia starts using healing magic, and then recommends taking something simpler. The spoon and fork cutlery set appears. Rona tries the ramen with it and is surprised by the flavor. Impressed, she finds the dish much tastier than she expected. At first, I thought it was just regular noodles, but the flavor was completely different. Konoha is also stunned and says it is the most delicious thing he has ever tasted. Though it's only a prototype, Melkia says even the head chef was impressed. Konoha compares ramen to pasta, explaining that what makes it special is the variety of toppings. Everyone savors the meal to the last bite and offers heartfelt thanks for the food. After the meal, everyone enthusiastically shares their impressions and says everything was flawless. Everyone found a favorite dish. Ronnie enjoyed everything, and Melkia admits pizza is a real addiction. Konoha is moved by the curry, which was a real revelation for him. They remember the magical effect that comes when 4 people cook together with genuine care. Unsure if it was an illusion, they are discussing making a milder version of the dish for people who cannot handle spicy food. Adding milk or honey makes the flavor milder. They end the tasting smiling and satisfied. Rona doesn't fully follow the technical details of the conversation, but she's just happy to have tried such delicious food. She asks to take the remaining prototypes home. Melkia agrees but asks to gather feedback from others. Rona gladly promises to present it all as a new product. Using magic, Rona stores food in a box. Konoha is surprised at how much it holds, and everything stays fresh. Rona explains she uses a special portal box that lets you take as many as you want. Suddenly, the system reports the 100-item limit has been reached. Rona stops, surprised. She can't understand how she filled all the slots so quickly. Grateful for the rare artifact, she found it odd that the box was filled with only a few types of food. She remembers she can store 1,000 of the same item, but there is still no space left. Rona admits the box is full. Melkia asks if that means the limit has been reached, and Konoha notes the item stores things in a subspace. Rona asks to take something out to free up space. Melkia allows it if it won't make a mess. Rona expresses thanks, noting that many places have strict storage limits. Melkia even offers to buy some of the supplies. Melkia asks if Rona has any magic stones because the mana shortage has sharply increased demand, and Rona replies calmly that she has a few. Rona takes out the stones, cluttering her inventory, and says she planned to sell them. When asked what the stones are, she casually says, one is from the apocalypse dragon Ragnar Deck, and the other is the crystal of the ancient water Eva, and both are so shocked they freeze. After thinking it over, they conclude Rona is incredibly strong because she has not only rare stones, but also expensive gear. One of them remembers once seeing an unusual title on her status, but did not pay attention at the time. Meanwhile, Rona, not noticing their surprise, innocently asks if they would be interested in an underground core, saying she has one that takes up a lot of space, and the two just silently clutch their heads. She says she actually cleared the dungeon and got the core as part of the adventurer exam, making it sound routine. Both froze, unable to find words. Rona shrugs, says no one wanted the core, so she decided to just sell it to anyone, and someone nearby whispers that it is impossible, that it cannot be. The dungeon core is not just a magical artifact, but a legendary philosopher's stone that can change the fates of entire civilizations. This stone was born from wishes fulfilled and can make any dream come true, turning fantasies into reality. This is why all nations and powerful organizations worldwide are hunting this target. Rona decided to give him away casually, showing no concern, which deeply shocks Melkia. Others panic, fearing this artifact will pull the whole world into their situation. Everyone starts frantically discussing how to hide the core before the enemies find out. Melkia assures that since Rona arrived, the building has been put on maximum security, with restricted access and soundproofing. Meanwhile, Rona realizes that even after clearing space in the box of spatial items, there is still not enough room, and when the food returns, it will fill up quickly again. She knows she cannot survive without the magic box, and if she does not find a way to expand it, this will become a serious problem. Deciding to act, she opens the beginner FAQ and starts looking for a way to expand her inventory. Answer: you can expand the box only by buying a premium gem or by defeating bosses in challenging dungeons. With no divine money left, she can only storm the dungeon again, remembering how she got a box after beating the boss of the underground labyrinth. They decide to explore the new dungeons, as many are close to the capital. Looking at the vivid illustration of the golden land of Eternia, Rona says she is heading there for a sightseeing trip. She raises her hand with a happy smile, determined. Two people beside her watch in shock as they realize she is heading into danger again.